Come up. That was confusing for a second there. I didn't quite master that transition, did I? that was not the smoothest of transitions. But never mind, we got there in the end. Right, well, hello, anyone who's watching. This is my all-nighter. I'm partly doing this because I want to genuinely want to stay up all night and do some work because I've got bits and pieces to do. So, yeah, I'm also going to have some people joining me. I'm going to have Full of Rage Games joining me in about an hour. Their Kickstarter just launched during the UK Games Expo. So that is... it's got about a week left on it, so I want to talk to them about that. I'm going to have Ben Burns joining me from the Pandemonium Institute, who is... sorry, the microphone... The camera's there, not over there. Joining me, he's from the Pandemonium Institute. Known him for a while. Met him in 2018 when I became sort of the London representative for Blood in the Clocktower. And obviously he's been doing Blood in the Clocktower for... I don't know how many years before that, but he was the official UK person for it, and now he's obviously on the Noel Royals Bard on their web series for Blood in the Clocktower. He's Daddy Ben, as they call him. I'm not going to call him that because that feels strange. But yes, he's on that. And then because I suddenly realised that Fiona is living in America now, I realised she could join me at 2 AM because that's like a reasonable hour for her. So yeah, so I'll have Fiona joining me later. From one of my rolling podcasts, the DM's Book Club, and all the variety of actual play shows that she is a part of across the board. Just done so many actual plays, it's crazy. And she also organised the Dragonmeet's podcast and zone section. So yes, you'll be here to talk about that. Whilst I render and get my video diary from the UK Games Expo up and running, so hopefully that will be released in the morning, and I'll kind of conclude this live stream with the live release / watch of that. So yeah, I've got Avid open on my other screen, which you can't see at the moment, but I do. Well, I don't have it open yet, but it is slowly loading. Hopefully that won't confuse my computer too much. But yeah, I've been prepping my OBS, so if I switch to... It's going to be very confusing to look at, I imagine. So if anyone doesn't know how this is working, I've got OBS running, which is a free software, which you can run for live streaming. So where is my screen 2? So if I transition to this, so that is now, you're watching my OBS screen. There we are, screen 2. So you had YouTube on the top of it then. So today I've been programming my OBS. So I've got various OBS. Switch out of studio mode. Ah, it's like an infinite loop. All my OBS is set up here. So I've got my Avid one, so that we can check out that. Let me just select the project. Get it opening. And then yeah, screen 2 is what's got OBS on it, just to look super like some kind of funhouse hall of mirrors. So I've got all my, in the bottom right corner there, bottom left corner you can see there, I've got all my pre-programmed, my various outputs. So I can just seamlessly transition between them whenever I need to. I'll go back to the desk cam because that's slightly less off-putting to look at. I will be sure to tell Fiona that you love her. Don't you panic. So yeah, that is my sort of plan for the night. I'll probably also play some games and do some other things, because the one thing about video editing, particularly if I go back to my to the Avid, which is not working for some reason. There we go. You can see this video is well over an hour long. Well, not well over, actually, it's pretty healthy length, but it will take a long time to render. So if I can sit up here tonight while it renders and edits, oh, that is not the full length of the video. Sorry, I did not zoom out far enough. That's the length of the video. So yeah, I can stay up all night while that does its thing. Let's adjust that slightly. But I need to go through it and do a few cuts and splice in some titles and things like that. But yeah, this is what it looks like at the moment, which is all me talking. So that's my my plan there, in between doing everything else. So yeah, it's just useful to, I feel like, to just pull an all-nighter and just be a bit crazy like that. Yeah, so if you're tuning in with any questions, I specifically want to talk mostly about con experiences, the conventions and the UK Games Expo, because obviously that's the thing, we're still coming down from that, even though it was like 2 weeks ago. It was still like, it was a big thing. So if you have any questions about that, pop them in the comments. Questions for Full of Rage Games, we've got their, like I say, I've got their Kickstarter up at the moment. What else was there? Ben from the Pandemonium, who's got his thing going on. So I keep trying to work out how to switch between my things. Right, and then Fiona, who is doing things. I'm such a pro at this live streaming. Oh, it's wild how good I am at this. But yeah, I've done my best. I want to try and figure all these details out, so that I can make sure that I can do more of this in the future, because I think it would be good to do more, live stream actual play stuff, because it's quite easy to do and I have a decent setup. Sorry if you can hear that noise, it's the cats chasing each other around. So excuse me for a moment while I copy a variety of links and things. I didn't promote this a lot because I'm bad at promoting things. I'm bad at that sort of thing. We created a buffer account which is connected to all of my social medias, and it's pretty much, if it wasn't for Kaylee, my wife, if you don't are unaware, and my brother, who also have access to that account, we'd have probably posted almost nothing during the course of the UK Games Expo, because I'm very bad at it. I will get better as I actually have something to promote. But yeah, it's like a nice slow lead in to my first guest, really. So I'm just going to have a nice relaxing here. Make sure my setup all works. Make sure everything is cool. And just be happy. I'm just losing my mind now. I'll also edit the talk, so I've kind of got my schedule is kind of to have an hour with each talking with each person. I'll edit them into their own videos that you can then watch independently without having to watch this 12-hour long live stream. This is just me keeping busy. Katie's asked me what my t-shirt says. I have a Genki Gear t-shirt on, which is very common thing to find in my wardrobe. It says critical hit, huzzah! Face asks on the chat, who has been your favourite player on your channel and why is it Face? Well, that seems like a loaded question. I don't play favourites. Ooh. Yeah. Speaking of Face though, I do have, if I switch out from my Avid onto my other file. So the reason, one of the reasons, there's a lot of reasons, mostly mental health related, that the actual play show, the big Fate actual play show that we got, has been delayed. But one of the reasons is, if I switch back to the Avid screen here so you can see it, is that I had a issue with sort of project backlog. So over the last, shortly before the expo, I had to clear 10 terabytes of video data because I couldn't run, my computer wasn't running, or I couldn't render the projects that I wanted to render. So I had to clear 10 terabytes of data, which I've done now, and I can now properly render this, which you can see is the is series 1 of Fate. So we've got this is just session 0. So session 0 is interestingly probably going to be a multiple part thing, probably at least 3 parts, just because we spent an entire day doing it. Anyone that's played Fate knows that session 0 is quite intensive. Like character creation, world building, it's quite an intensive and unique experience for for the RPG hobby. So we spent pretty much an entire day just doing that. So it is hours of footage. Can I see how much hours? So we have split shots are split into 4. The split shots being this shot, which is the classical. I don't know who invented the shot, but it's what I think of as the critical role shot. The split shot where you can see all of us, all of the players. And these are duration. So the first part 1 is 1 hour 40 minutes, part 2 is 1 hour and 1 minute, 3 is 1 hour 12 minutes, and then part 4 is 1 hour 40 minutes. So that is 4 hours, 5 hours, 5 hours and 7 minutes, give or take. 5 hours, probably about 5 hours 10 minutes all in. So that is yeah, so about 5 hours and 10 minutes just of session 0, and that's the semi-edited version. It'll probably trim down a bit when I get brutal and start cutting out us being boring. The sections of us, like if there's like 10 minutes of us all just looking at paper and writing things down, maybe you don't need to see that. But yeah, it's going to be maybe 2 or 3 parts split up, which does have a natural rhythm to it, so I think that will work well. But yeah, I can now fully render that and make sure that it is all good enough to go out onto the internet, which is a big bonus. I mean, looking at the chat, yeah, Vic's pretty good. Vic is up there. She might have pipped it to the best player. She also. No, Emily appears in the most stuff. I was about to say Vic appears, but Emily appears, I think, in everything. So Emily, it could be Emily. Emily is in Nice Marines. She's in Good Society. She's in the first Fate one. In the original Fate, original one that didn't make it, we couldn't put on the air. You'd have to remind me. But I think you are. And then obviously you're in this one. So I think Emily, I think you've been in every single actual play thing I've done. So you think you might be the favourite by default. Anyway, let me switch back to the Games Expo video. Yeah, it is a shame about the original. Emily wasn't that indeed. Shame about the original unaired Fate. We spent like an afternoon filming that. We ran out of time ultimately. Anyway, we never quite finished the story. But yeah, if you haven't seen my old videos talking about it, we had a lot of technical faults. One of the cameras, so it's like broke down about halfway through. A lot of the audio is unusable for some reason, even though we didn't like do anything particularly insane. It's just was very odd, and thematically what it was is that hang on, I feel like my camera's gone a bit strange. It was that the players were people who've been plucked out of time and for this sort of task force and sent to the future to prevent the social media apocalypse, or like social media had taken over the world. Can't quite remember. So thematically it was very fun and very silly. Can I add subtitles or closed captions? That's a good question. I think live subtitles is probably an unlikely feature. Be a good one though, wouldn't it? Yeah, it says unavailable, so I can't see how that would work. You would need something that was very good. I say, like, I think I'm gonna go off TikTok just because it's oddly toxic kind of platform, which I wasn't expecting. Um, but its ability to like generate subtitles is actually really good. Like you upload a video and it just automatically can generate quite quickly, fairly accurate titles for you. Although I do have a very generic accent, so it can probably pick me up fairly well, but it might struggle with other people's. But yeah, I actually was quite impressed by how efficient that is, and I don't know why YouTube doesn't have one that's just as efficient, which it feels like it really should. Because I would like to include accurate subtitles. But yeah, I don't currently see a way of doing that. I can Google it. Clicky clacky keyboard. Live caption requirements. Oh, it can be done apparently. Oh, but you need an external. So you need something that can generate them, and then you can send them to YouTube. So YouTube itself doesn't do it apparently. Seems like they're missing. Seems like YouTube are missing a trick there, because it doesn't seem like it would necessarily be that complicated, and they're already doing so much. Let's get out of Avid. You have to look at 3 versions of my face. Yeah, it's definitely something I need to look into, particularly because I still want to look at running a sign language based game at some point, and that would be obviously would want that to be accessible. I'll tell you one of the things that we learnt from the UK Games Expo running our game before we start getting any guests or anything in. Is that we learnt that we had a few accessibility issues with our game. Not, big problematic ones, because like that, but like some of the pieces were hard to handle, or they were too small. A lot of the tokens were too small. Some of the cards were a bit unnecessarily text heavy. We discovered that some people had trouble with that. And that's why sometimes when you see a game, also for translation purposes, if I see a game that's symbology heavy and then you just got the symbology kind of translation on the back of the rulebook, all that means is that you have to print that translation in multiple languages as opposed to having to print all of your cards in multiple languages. So we're going to look at those accessibility issues, which I guess is just something that we hadn't come across before, hadn't realised, and that's extensive playtesting. Even 3 years after we started like picking up the game again, 10 years after it was first designed, you're still finding these things that you don't unless you're keeping an eye on them. So that's extensive playtesting is the way forward there. So I'm not being very entertaining right now. I am just making sure that everything is running okay so that when I actually have people on to talk to, nothing goes wrong. So I am keeping things fairly calm right this second. Okay, right. I am going to duck out for 2 seconds and leave you with this handy little break screen that I left, but I will be back. It's the cat cam. I realise that under normal cat cam circumstances, the cat's the small camera, and should be in the big camera, but that's not the way around I set up my cameras. So that's something that I will have to think about later. Full of Rage games are just joining me in the Skype now, so I am just setting them up. So I will leave you with MacGyver on the cat cam there, who is very confused by having it. Look, he's clearly aware. He is immediately alert as soon as I put the camera there. MacGyver. He knows he's on camera. What more do you need out of a stream, eh? Oh, that's not him. That's Carriehead. What do you want, Carriehead? She likes to wander past and just squeak. I've got to get an unclicky keyboard. Alright, let me leave you with MacGyver for 2 seconds. It's MacGyver. One second. All right, I am back. I'm going to let the ads run for a second whilst I set up the Rage Games to full of Rage Games to come join me. Hello to the offline gamer. Apologies for that. I didn't mean to switch to that just yet. That was meant to be a surprise, but now it's ruined. Right, let's see if I can make this work. I'm going to put you back on break. Okay, this fully professional setup is ready to go. Okay, I am ready to go. God, I am a consummate professional, whatever that means. Absolutely. Let me just check in and see if they are ready to go, and then I believe we will be good. God, why is this not working? Okay, can you hear me now? I'm gonna cut you in. Are you happy for me to do that?
Weird because you're not speaking on
yes,
YouTube.
We are good. We'll be cutted in.
Oh, I did it wrong. Or did I? No, there we go. We're in.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
We did a bit of a jumble there, but we did get through there.
Yeah.
Well, hello.
We have a delay on our side, so that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, the YouTube will be on a slight delay, but
Oh,
for us,
God.
but the Skype will be fine.
Right,
Yeah, don't look at it.
Yeah, if you watch the YouTube, it'll become very confusing.
Yeah, that was bad.
Oh no, that's terrifying.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. The last time we did this, I did this with Face, who's in the chat, and we couldn't get the audio to work through Skype, but the video worked fine. And now we've got the other opposite problem. So the audio is working fine, but you can't see me, so that's slightly annoying.
We can listen to your lustrous voice.
And
so
look
it's
at your
all
great
good.
logo.
Yeah.
It's a great
It
logo.
is a yes. Thank you very much. It is a strange situation that Skype just randomly chooses for certain things to not work. But yes, you can hear me. That's all you need is to be able to hear me. So yes, thank you for joining me. Hello, hello, hello. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we would love that. Hi, I'm Callum,
I'm Naomi.
and we are Full of Rage Games.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just an indie game designer,
Mhm.
publisher, manufacturer,
Yeah.
person in Oxfordshire.
Sure are. That's us.
Yeah,
So professional.
we're
Was
very
that sleek?
professional. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
anyone
We
that's,
just have a
anyone that's
game.
watched this stream so far has not seen much professionality. I'll tell you that. It's me just trying to figure out how
Right.
OBS works mostly.
Hey, but that OBS is actually very professional.
It's
That's
really good.
impressive.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure people are supposed to learn it while they're streaming from it, but
But then it's like a group activity. Then you're like, people are involved. Fantastic.
But yeah, we met at the networking night at the Games Expo. So they had a networking night on the Friday night, I want to say.
That's right.
Because you weren't exhibiting or doing anything. You were just there for.
Free drinks.
Yeah.
We did get 2 free drinks. I
We
mean,
rocked
that's a
up on
big-
Friday, and
Yeah. And someone was like, oh, basically the whole weekend people were like, are you doing this? And we were like, we are. We weren't. We weren't doing any of
and then quickly signing up to things.
it. Reminding us of like what we should be doing.
Yeah.
And then we did those things,
Yeah.
including the networking.
It was nice. It was
It
a
was
good time.
lovely.
How did you find the networking?
Yeah, well, I'm not a natural networker, but other than that, it was nice to have, like you say, 2 free glasses of wine and meet some like-minded
And
people.
then, anyway,
Yeah.
then you're just like, so you're like, yes.
Yes.
But yeah, no, it's cool to see just a room full of people who are all kind of on the same page about all doing kind of the same thing. But you did have an exciting weekend because your Kickstarter did launch. So that was
true.
your big thing. So that launched on
Yeah.
I want to say the Saturday morning.
It did, exactly. Yeah, it launched Saturday at 11 o'clock,
Yep.
but a bit
Ish.
late because we're
Ish.
unprofessional. So it launched a bit later.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was good.
At Playtest UK.
Yeah.
They invited us to come and do a little
Yeah.
launch. It was very nice.
Yeah.
Press the button.
Yeah.
The scary button.
Yeah.
That's
No,
very
it was a really fun weekend. I missed having, because we had a stall the year before,
we did.
and I did miss having a stall because I feel like it's a different energy
Yeah.
than just sort of meeting people and wandering around.
You're actually connecting with the people who are playing games
Yeah.
all weekend, pretty
Yeah.
much. It's different for people who've got kind of work on. They're
Yeah.
doing jobs, they're doing their own stuff. So yeah, it was a different energy. Still very enjoyable.
Yeah,
Very,
no, it was
very,
fantastic.
yeah, fun.
Because this was your first time, eh?
It was-
Exhibiting.
Yeah, so we've been done the playtest thing for however long, but yeah, this is our first time having a stall and exhibiting, and we were still essentially just playtesting, but because we were just demoing the game and being like, everyone come join our the Kickstarter pre-launch.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a different experience. I've been there lots of times because I've been with Blood on the Clocktower. I've been a volunteer with them for years, since 2018. So I've had a backstage pass, as it were, for years. So I sort of knew what to expect.
Yeah.
But wasn't any pressure with Blood on the Clocktower because it was someone else's game and it was immediately a massive hit. So
Yeah.
weren't advertising it because everybody, as soon as Shut Up and Sit Down said it was the best game ever made, everyone already knew what it was. So it was quite chill in its own way.
Yeah.
But yeah,
How did you find it though with your own game for the
this
first
was very
time?
different. Yeah, very different.
Yeah.
A lot more pressure because obviously there's a lot more riding on this now. Kind of like this is a little bit of not. I mean, it's not make or break, but it's a little bit like, well, if this is a terrible, horrible experience, then do we want to do it again? Is it worth sinking all of our time and savings and whatever else into trying to make this?
Yeah.
So were you still exhibiting with an early version of Platypus, or?
Yes. So yeah, we sure were.
Yeah.
So we've been doing it for So this is our third
This is
year.
third year.
And
yeah.
so the first year we were play testing and we were
Mhm.
pitching it,
Yes.
and that was it. We didn't have a stall.
No.
Then we decided to self-publish,
Yeah.
and then we had a stall last year. But the actual game Platypus has changed so much during the 3 years, just because this is our first time ever making a game.
Yeah.
And I think actually what you're saying about how finding out whether or not you enjoyed the experience being a make or break situation rang true for me, and I think Naomi as well,
Yeah,
just
fully.
because I think I wouldn't have continued if it wasn't such a beautiful community and everyone
Yeah.
wasn't so lovely and excited just to play games and design games and be involved in the community.
And
so,
genuine like a curiosity
Yeah.
about what you're doing, why you're doing it, what's the thing, why do you enjoy what you've made, and that kind of like getting to share it, and then you finding out about what they're doing and stuff, and that just mutual interest,
Yeah.
genuine interest is really lush.
And so I think even though the game itself is quite different from 3 years ago, because beforehand it was like a huge board and it was a slightly more strategic, whereas now it's a full-on party game. So even though it's changed quite a lot, I think we've kept up with it just because of the community being so lovely and encouraging, and being such a nice space to spend time. So yes, it is a lot of our free time because it is our passion project, but I feel like I've enjoyed it all the way through.
Same, very much so. And I think it's also been encouragement, like genuine encouragement from people saying like, there is something good here, stick with it, keep chiseling type of thing. Because we really launched in from like, we made it in lockdown, and we just launched in, like we applied for these things like the designer publisher speed dating, we applied for, and we kind of got all into these things, and we just rocked up, never been to a Games Expo ever, and then suddenly we're doing all these like designer publisher things. We were like, what the heck have we done with this barely play tested game? And it was through that process, but all that feedback. I hear a cat.
Carrot. Come in here or be quiet. Be on camera or be quiet. Those are the rules.
And so and that's what made us kind of
so I'm hoping that it's the same experience for you, that you've enjoyed, because obviously you've been in the community for a while, you're saying since 2018, so hopefully this sort of being an exhibitor, designing a game yourself, hopefully that was as good an experience as the rest of it's been, and that will encourage you as it did us to like keep going, you know.
And I kind of like you, we've bounced around the idea of like going to publishers and stuff, and have settled now on trying to self-publish, at least give it a try, just because I think it's one of those things that if you're going to do it, you might as well have a punt, and then if it doesn't work out, oh well. I mean, obviously it's sad, but like if you don't, if you're not like be like super ambitious on your first attempt, then you probably never will be.
Fully. But I think it is interesting how people come into game design with different pathways in a way. Because we entered in a way of like going to publishers and doing like speed dating and stuff. We met a lot of our good friends who that is the way they go to publishers, they do lots of pitch meetings, and it's just a different sort of vibe, I feel.
Very different, because they don't often have a wide array of like skill sets themselves. They may have one or two, but they're then leaning into, I'll just give this to a publisher that's got this huge array of skill sets, and they'll then do the bits that I can't do, like the graphic design or the illustration or whatever, but they've got all the ideas and all the mechanics.
I feel like that's what's important to them. I feel like from the people we know is that they have these beautiful game design and mechanics and just the whole game itself, and that's what's important to them. And so then they go and give that to a publisher, and then that's them done.
They're done,
and now they're going off and doing something else. So who did we meet on the Sunday who had something, the Seagull game, you know? And he said that he'd given that to a publisher like 3-4 years ago, and he was
yeah.
So it's a whole different vibe, because I feel like you get kind of very much, this is the game, this is our baby, we're sticking with it, we're like tweaking it, we're changing it, we're doing everything until it's out into the world, you know. Whereas I feel that is a different sort of viewpoint than people who love to just create the game, give it to a publisher, and then further along the line that game is made, you know.
Yeah, not attached to the theme. Change the theme.
Sure.
Change the characters. Change, and it's more about the combination of the mechanics. So
Yeah.
They've come up with. Yeah, very different vibe.
But there's no good or there's no
No.
like right way, you know. It's whatever you want to do, whatever you find interesting. But I think for us, I feel like we kind of enjoy the whole process, except for like the marketing. I was thinking today, the marketing is the one thing I hate about this process. That's the only negative.
Yeah.
I am not
Selling
good at
oneself.
But like as you were talking about the sort of the networking event, naturally not a networker, but less so even marketing and like trying to think of people as consumers rather than people, as like people who you want to connect with. So it's kind of goes against everything I enjoy about being in the community.
Maybe we outsource that.
So
next
then
time.
that's what I'm thinking. I think
Yeah.
next year,
That's
next
great, though.
time, yeah,
You
now
work
you know
out what you don't want to do.
Yeah, you're always learning. So I feel like marketing is something you get someone else to do.
Sure. Yeah. I think that with social media, like I understand why companies have social media managers, because it is a burden to be running your own social medias. So I get why that's a job now. There's also as like just generally business things. I think we had a meeting with an accountant the other day, and I was like, I am so glad that my wife and my brother are in this meeting, because I'm way too dumb to be able to handle this information. So thank God somebody with a brain is here. We also got a comment. The Offline Gamer says that being in this community has helped my mental health no end. So I think that's a reflection on what we were saying, that how it is a very kind of loving and community.
Yeah.
Because we are a significant number of nerds and outcasts or like almost traditionally so. I feel like that's less like nerd is very in fashion these days.
Yes.
When the biggest film franchise in the world is all about superheroes, it's kind of like the nerds won the bit there, didn't they?
Sure do. Do you ever see the show The Raggy Dolls when you were a kid? The animated.
No.
Did you ever see that?
Don't think so.
It was a really sweet show. It was animated. It was about a group. It was like a toy factory, and they were making certain lines of toys, and in each line, one of the toys got rejected for some reason. So there was a line of princesses, but this one was full of rags. And then there's like a bear, and he got overstuffed, and there was that one with his head back to front, and they all got chucked in the reject bin. And then they all made friends because of this. And this like idea of like, hey, we're all outcasts, but we love each other, and we've made a nice little community. And they went round together and did nice things. But I think there is something about like that connect, like you said, that kind of connectivity.
It does sound familiar now you've described it. That does sound familiar.
Yeah, but they like celebrated the fact that they were all different in and amongst themselves, but they all had that in common. And I think that's you rub shoulders with people at UK Games, and they're very much not into the same kind of games as you at all, but like you love that for them, genuinely, and same for them for you. So it is lush, real nice.
I love how everyone in the chat seems to be remembering this show vividly, and I'm just like, that sounds vaguely familiar. Just clearly,
I have no idea what you're talking
Okay, thank God.
about.
You very much get to be warm.
Well, I do have a question in the chat, which is, how did you choose the name for your company? That's actually from my other half, because we're trying to figure out the name that we're going to go forward with as well.
Very good.
Well, base it on a cat.
Yeah.
I think is the take-home message. So yeah, your mum's cat, right?
My mum's cat,
Georgie.
Yeah.
Who is full of rage.
He was full of rage. They were kittens.
Yeah.
We should specify, so there was two of them, Georgie
and Mildred.
But I used to say that Georgie was full of rage just because it wound my mum up a bit, because my mum's like, he's not full of rage, he's just a kitten. And it made me laugh because he was attacking stuff as a kitten should.
Yeah, and you just be playing with him, and you just be like, Georgie is
yes,
full of rage.
Yeah. But there was a song, there was a jingle for sure. So inside jokes is kind of how we end up with most of our ideas.
Yeah. It was going to be Thor the Seal.
Oh, it was going to be Thor the Seal.
Yeah, but then he's the keeper of the internet.
He is the key of my internet. Yeah. Sorry, so many inside jokes. So, yeah, I think it's just...
So I just said one day, I was like, oh, it should be full of rage games. and then you love opossums.
I do love opossums.
And so that's why
They're
the
my
logo
favourite.
is a screaming opossum.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, full of rage games.
Yeah, and I feel like it kind of, because people meet us and they do say, they're like, that's not your vibe, really. You're not overly full of rage, are you?
But then we're like, haha.
Just you wait.
But we're not.
No, we're not full of rage.
At all.
But as a
And then
possum
felt
is like
anger.
screaming, but he's not really screaming. He's just like, excited about life.
Scared.
Just terrified. That's us. That's
Yeah.
our full of
We want to
rage,
make games
yeah.
that terrify people.
well,
More just the terror of like going into a networking event, you
Yeah.
know, without a drink in you. That's the sort of terror. That's the pitch. Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
it. Full of rage games.
because I think as well, because hopefully we're going to make more than one game. Hope we've got many games on the back burner, but I think a lot of our games have the sort of chaotic, not taking itself too seriously vibe, as because that's what we enjoy when we play games. We love like
And embodying, I think.
yeah.
As well.
So we love just the
Yeah.
have a goofy, crazy, chaotic
Who's
time
one? Who cares?
kind of vibe. Yeah.
Mm,
And
yeah.
so I feel like Full of Rage games kind of does
Sets the right tone.
yeah, it doesn't take itself too seriously. So I think if you're picking a company name, you should go with what sort of vibe your games will be.
Yeah.
You know?
That's fair. That's fair.
If that
Yeah.
helps.
We've made like a short list. Well, a long list. But
Oh, you have to share
it became a short list because when you Google them, most of them are taken already. It's like list of 20, and then it says like 15 of them are already companies, and they were the best names. No, we're working on it. Because Kristian's brain is kind of me and this channel. We don't necessarily want. The question became: do we want the company to be represented by me necessarily, like to be the face of that?
It must be hard though, because if you've already got something established,
Yeah.
the temptation is to take what you've got established and just slap a new label on it, kind of thing. So yeah, so it must be hard coming up with something new when you've already got something,
And also, I guess it did come from your brain, that game, hey?
That game did, yeah,
That's
for
true.
sure. But yes, lots of brains have gone into it over the years. But yeah, it originated way back when. I am curious though, because I'm curious though, because you did mention before that the platypus has changed quite a lot. So what was the original like then? You said it was a full-on, big board game.
Yeah, so it was like a map that I was very proud of.
It was a very good map.
It was a great map. And so it had different. We chose originally animals that came from lands of massive biodiversity, because of this idea of it's the 19th century. You're like this explorer, and you're going around, but you're just collecting animal parts, and then you're like assembling them in wacky ways, trying to fool the museum. So you actually were traveling to the different lands, drawing cards, hoping to get interesting combinations of. There was like money. The museum commissioned you.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Into so you only had to manage this resource to get the things, and then come back and then exhibit them, and so it was a very different game that actually to what we've got now. But the principle of you're a terrible scientist, you're mashing up animals trying to fool a museum, that was the same. That thread's been there the whole time, but it was how you got those parts and the more strategic. And there was trackers. You had to manage your
the individual character boards.
There was individual character
Everyone
boards.
had their own sort of ability.
Yeah, and so then you had to manage how people had to still have credence for you as a scientist. You had to keep your and if you ended up being too much of a charlatan, then you had a massive disadvantage. So you're trying to keep your trackers in.
To be fair, I still stand by a lot of the concepts.
Yes,
but it got to a point where we're actually, this bit over here, we just kind of get through. We just want to get through this bit because we want to do the fun. We just want to have fun.
Yeah.
And so then we were well, let's get rid of that.
And there was a lot of game.
There was a lot
of game in that game. There was 3 games.
Yeah.
Not just mini games. They were full on games in their own right in each section, So
and so then also I think we should definitely talk about how from that point we were trying to get someone else to publish it who had a big manufacturer and all this, and then afterwards we're like,
Yeah.
right, we have to do this when we're self-publishing. So now
Yes.
we're like, how can we manufacture this?
Yeah.
But we didn't want it shipped from somewhere very far away, like China or Asia
Yeah.
or something, because we're trying to keep it as ecological as
Mm.
possible. And so then that basically meant our resources were a lot more limited
Yeah.
about what we could get manufactured. And so that kind of, now we're stating that we're only going to do card games.
Yeah.
Just because really for us being an indie publisher based in the UK, like we can't really get tokens and things like that without asking someone else to get it manufactured
Yeah.
abroad.
Especially the unit amounts we want to do.
Yeah.
Because you can do things if you're happy to get like, 5,000-10,000 units, then it all, but then it is just us. We don't have a warehouse. We don't, and every layer gets more and more, adds complexity, and gets further away from the fun stuff, which is just like designing games and putting them out there and getting them made and like having a little baby like that,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That was a very long answer for
Sorry.
your very
No,
simple
no,
question.
No, well, I don't think it was a simple question. It's the development of the game over X number of years. That's not that's not a simple question, really, is it? So what's the elevator pitch for the game now? How do you? I'm sure I've heard this at least twice over the course of the expo, but for the audience at home.
Okay.
Me? You?
I can start.
Please do.
Okay. So, it's like, she's like, you sleep now, isn't it? Yeah. So, when the first Platypus was presented to the scientific community, they didn't think it was real. They thought it was 3 different parts of animals that had been stitched together by an awful scientist seeking fame and glory. But in this game, you get to be that scientist. Can you fool the museum into thinking your taxidermy monstrosity is a real creature and get fame and glory and treasure in the meantime?
And
so it's like mashing up 3 creatures, like creature parts, head, body, tail. So it's over 100,000 combinations. So you should hopefully never make the same animal twice. And there's a lot of creative storytelling.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like, whose line is it anyway-esque, like acting and silly situations. It's a party game, but it really encourages not taking yourself too seriously. And it's got a platypus right there, just stamped right on the front of it.
Sure has.
I realized I just gave you a thumbs up, and I just realised that you actually can't see me.
No,
well,
just
Sky.
Hoping you like that.
Yeah, for all you know, I've cut you off entirely.
It hasn't changed because that's
That's
is
true.
the same
It's
the
the
whole
same.
way
Yeah.
for 3 years. So
Just the game just sort of simplified over time.
And it got more about the questioning aspect. So we found naturally when that first bit of the game where you made the animal, people were naturally just asking like, oh, where'd you find it? And like, who are you anyway? What's your scientific credentials and stuff? And it just came about in gameplay and stuff. So we got given some really good advice, which was like, follow the fun. So as you're making the game, just follow wherever the fun is. And we realized that really was the bit where people stopped kind of worrying about the mechanics of what's going on. And suddenly we're like, oh, right, okay. Yes, I am Lord. And they come up with this whole backstory and like where they found the creature. And so that now is a real essential part of the gameplay in the questioning in terms of like, what's gone on here? How did you make this animal? And all the questions get more and more absurd and silly. And you weave this kind of narrative about your capture where you really didn't capture, you just created it in your basement type thing. So yeah, that's kind of, we followed that thread.
And I feel like we've sort of awarded it as well.
Yes.
So instead of it being like a separate thing to like mechanics and how you win and all of this, now we're like, oh, that is the mechanic. That is how you win, because that's the fun part.
Yeah.
So now you're asking these questions and you're getting awarded by your creative storytelling.
Yes, it's not just like a fun aside.
No.
That's very cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I really like the sound of it. Have you ever played? There's a game called Great Scott.
No, it sounds great. Though.
It just sounds like great.
It's you basically you have to lay out cards in a certain order, but they have animals, vegetables, and minerals written on them, and then like describing words. And basically, then once you've managed it, it's a card drafting game. And once you've got your final selection of cards, you then have to explain what that machine does, because you're a scientist trying to prevent machines. So you don't have that much control over, but you get more points It doesn't matter what it is. You get more points if your cards alliterate or if they're the same color.
Yeah.
So you get, there's no logical correction. You're just like, I'll manufacture my cards for points, and then at the end you've met with this weird device. You're like, I have no idea what this does, but now I've got to blag what my automatic alligator smasher does or whatever.
There was a really cute game I saw at the UK Games Expo called Brother Y. Did you see it?
I don't think I did.
It was like you're all monks. It was fantastic. It was all like beautiful illuminated manuscripts where basically you've got like one deck of cards with all these like very obscure scriptures from the Bible, and then another deck of cards which is all these like strange medieval illuminated like illustrations, true illustrations. And then the whole idea was you draw a random scripture and you got this random animal that you have as the monk have like drawn to accompany that scripture. And then everyone asked you, brother, why? Like, why did you draw that? Brother, thank you for asking. Yes, of course, the word of God.
It came to me. If you look at the footnotes,
you look at the context of 2 Timothy 3, you can see the four-headed dog clearly. And I just thought that sounded. I was meant to go back and buy it. I forgot.
Simple things. But you're like, obviously, that is so fun.
Brother, why?
It's so really clever.
Yeah. That's what I love about the UK Games. You come across all these little tiny games that you would never have seen if not there. And forget to buy, of course. Yeah. But yeah.
Well, I've never been. There was a game I really. The one thing I forget. There was an RPG, a single-player RPG called "Oh No, I Started a Cult."
Oh, brilliant!
And basically, it's about you starting a cult, but this the illustration on the front is someone who started the cult to Dad Bods. And like some of the examples inside, like the cult to Garfield and things like that. So, and it's then you're trying to control your cult. And I got talking to them for a little while, but I kind of went, I'll come back and get that, and then I forgot. And now I left the expo. I was like, why didn't I buy? Oh no, I started a cult. It sounded fun.
Especially if you've got a stall and stuff. It's not enough. Hard. There's not enough time.
I feel like that could be more than just a single player. I feel like that could be just get everyone involved. Like,
all different cults.
Just all one cult. And you're like, right, guys, what have we done? It's like that could be a very funny concept.
We're just trying to do an escape room.
Yes. Oh dear.
Neil's getting married.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna look to the chat. So I do have some questions in the chat. Well, someone asked, is it possum or opossum?
It's both, and isn't that just the most beautiful thing in the world? It's both, isn't it? I love opossum and I love opossum as well. Yeah, but it's just, can't it be everything? Can't the possum be opossum?
I think they're scientifically
different. They're scientifically different.
And that's where we differ, and that's fine.
That's okay. The company's over. We're done.
Yeah, I think it's opossum.
I just thought it was like American versus the rest of the world. Like American.
Do you know what? You might be right.
I feel like you might be right because you said science, and that's a lot more credible than my vibes.
Well, it is usually my science versus your vibes.
It really is. That's how we run.
I think possums come from Australia.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said it like that. Australia.
Australia.
And opossums are from America.
Yeah, that's what I think as well.
Yeah.
But I feel like they're the same animal. Same.
Have you seen no?
They're all like different species in the opossum family.
Oh, because I think possums.
Because there's like water possums and there's like all these different types of possums.
Water possums?
Yeah, they're one of my favorites. They have webbing between their hands and they're like, nyeh.
Are they not just beavers?
Well, isn't a platypus just a beaver? Back platypus. This is why we're bad at marketing.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. The more I learn about the creatures of Australia, the less I believe Australia is a real place.
Australia. Started now. It's airborne, that pronunciation.
No, I feel like I would love to go to Australia, but I feel the moment I step off the plane, instantly dead.
Yeah.
Something like 8 different things bite me.
What would kill you?
And insects, they love me.
They do love you.
And then a shark falls from the sky.
One of those flying sharks.
Those flying sharks.
Shucks.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry, comment asker. Do you know? Does the rest of the world know? Because we just talk. Does anyone in the chat, are they a scientist? I feel like they're the same family, different species.
And I say they're not.
That's good. Different sides.
Same coin. Same coin. Our possums, they're marsupials. No, Are they? Have they got a pouch?
No. Yes.
Have they got a pouch?
They do have a pouch.
They got. Are you sure?
No, because they carry all their they have many babies and they carry them all on them, don't they?
They do. I don't
think they have a pouch.
I think no, they are marsupials.
Yeah, I think they do have a pouch.
I feel like
I think they're America's only marsupial. Opossum.
Opossum.
I think they're America's only marsupial.
Yeah.
But in Australia, they've got loads of marsupials. In fact,
Can't
I think
get
they've only got marsupials.
That's not true.
that can't be true.
I think every mammal is a marsupial.
Even the humans.
No, but all the like endemic mammals in Australia are marsupials.
Is that where they've all got this weird, unique style to them that's just for them?
They just love a pouch.
Yes. They just want to carry things. It's like women's pants. Just give us a pouch. They didn't make the evolved one.
Yeah, there is.
No, but I think all their mammals are marsupials. And I think possums are not opossums.
You're thinking of a lot of thoughts.
Microcosm of the game Platypus, I imagine, is just discussing what is and isn't a real animal. We're giving
we've got a whole thing of like someone it's just a lot going on. The rodents.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of things fall under the category of rodent, but technically it doesn't. But I just feel like a ferret should be a rodent.
Science doesn't agree.
Science doesn't agree, but like, aren't they just rodents?
What is a ferret?
It's a rodent.
It's not.
If you ask this guy.
But what is it actually?
Are you joking? I can't see your face. You've never seen a ferret?
No, I know. I mean, what I know what a ferret is, but what? I wasn't just existentially asking what a ferret is. I mean, what category does it fit into if it's not a rodent?
I love how you couldn't see his face, so you're automatically like, "Are you cracking? Are you absolutely mental?"
Do you know ferrets, mate? No, I think it's the same thing as like a vole.
Which is a vole is.
Right, I've got Google at my fingertips.
I feel like a ferret is the same as like a beaver, and a beaver is not.
Ferret ain't a beaver, is it?
I feel like they're similar. They're friends. They're friends.
Sure.
No shrew. No. Mink.
Yeah.
Ermine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Long boys.
Yeah, but I feel like a mink could also just be a rodent.
Could it? They haven't got the teeth. Rodent have flat teeth.
Oh, they have sharp teeth.
I mean, according to Wikipedia, it's a small domesticated carnivorous mammal.
That doesn't help.
That's
Rodents
too wordy, isn't it?
Ooparts. No.
This is not helping
What's
me
the
at
one
all.
in Princess Bride? No. What's the one in the Princess Bride?
Oh yeah, rodents of extraordinary size.
ROUSs.
Yeah. That used to make me so sad when he stabbed that poor thing.
It
was on fire.
Yeah.
So what? It attacked him. I was fully on it because it was a huge possum, wasn't it? It's just a massive possum.
Oh really?
Yeah. If you look, it's just
Possums
a big
aren't
possum.
rodents.
But if you look at the Princess Bride,
yeah, is that where it came from? Your love of
well, maybe, yeah.
possums?
I love a possum.
Yeah, you too, and pick a seal.
And
But you
also, have you
I'm
played
just
the
going to
game
let you
Pick
go
a
while
Seal?
I Google ferrets. I just let you carry on.
Sorry.
This is why we need management.
Are you regretting inviting us? I'm so sorry.
Order Carnivora. So the rats are Order Rodentia, which I guess is where rodent comes from, and ferrets are Order Carnivora, which I guess is just carnivore. I don't know what categories.
Could you look up possum v opossum, please? Yeah. Just settle that
Possum
once.
v opossum. And then we'll ask some like pertinent questions.
I love how we came on here to like.
Just set fire to your whole life. I'm so sorry.
Opossums and possums are different animals. Opossums live in North and South America, while possums live in Australia and other countries.
Like different species, different families, different
animals, of course. That is not the drum you were banging 5 minutes
That was
ago.
the drum I'm banging.
I think it's a bit like, it feels a bit like it's the difference between an alligator and a kind of a crocodile. So like bush-tailed possums that have shorter and less pointed snouts and things like this.
Even a cursory glance at those two creatures will show that they are not the same. Possums.
An alligator and a crocodile.
Possum and opossum.
Have you seen two of them?
Yeah.
Oh.
Possum's Australian. Cute.
You haven't seen the water one.
I mean, they're
No,
both
it's in there.
they're both marsupials apparently, but they're just different. They are different creatures.
So yeah, koalas, kangaroos, both marsupials, different creatures.
The more you know.
For sure.
Wombats are wombats marsupials?
No, they ain't marsupials.
They are in Australia, and all mammals.
No,
in
I don't
Australia.
think that's true.
Would you mind looking that up?
I mean, I can't. This is the last thing I'm looking up.
We don't. We can look this up.
I'm so sorry.
No, they are
Please.
marsupials. Wombats are short-legged, muscular, quadrupedal marsupials.
That person who wrote that was
Wombats.
really into wombats. They're just hot, sexy.
I did it wrong.
This is-
I love it.
Yeah, whoever wrote that Wikipedia article is into those muscular, quadrupedal
Very good at
marsupials.
the animals. God's highest achievement. Crying, singing Jerusalem.
There must be some science to that, because muscular isn't the first word that I think of when I think of a wombat.
You looked inside a hippo.
And if you have, I'm worried.
No, because if you look at a cross section of a hippo, you think it's all chub. No, it is muscle. So maybe that's the same with a wombat. You look at it and you think chub. No, it's a hippo. But like small.
They love a mask.
Hippos aren't mammals. They are mammals though, aren't they?
They don't come from Australia, so you're good.
Oh, don't they? No, they come from Africa. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
It's
That's
really
how
fun, like not
platypus works.
whatever this is.
I felt like we would be less unhinged if we could see your.
If we had some
I'm
feedback.
very
We could see
annoyed
the,
by Skype. It's a very
Yeah.
silly
I
thing.
thought you were going to say us, fully. I was like,
very
that's
annoyed
fair.
by this. What's the chat saying? Are
Yeah.
they finding us too much?
We
Should
are.
we do?
It is. I'm so. I have no idea. So I just thought I'd try Skype again. Hang on.
Oh, fair.
Something
No.
happened.
Shall we look at ourselves back in time?
Oh dear.
There we are.
I wasn't that long ago. I didn't grip
No.
that cup too long ago. I was-
All right. Anyway,
Oh, the Virginia Yenny. The Virginia opossum
Yenny!
is the only species found in the United States and Canada. It is often simply referred to as an opossum. North America, it is commonly referred to as a possum.
I feel like Yenny is trying to save me. She's
Marco?
trying her best.
To
Yes.
release an apology video to possums or possums tomorrow. They have been misunderstood for generations.
yeah.
hello.
Yenny! Hey!
Hey, Yenny.
Right. So yeah, I do actually have some questions. Here we go.
Sorry, we're playing.
Right.
Hello, everyone. Hello, all our lovely friends coming and saying hello.
Yeah.
We can't see the chat other than doing that, so we didn't know. We weren't ignoring you.
So let's talk about platypus some more. So what's how long has this sort of finalized version of platypus been in, and then how did you work up to the Kickstarter from there?
So I think it was September. Was it last year or the year before?
So after we exhibited it last year, it was a pared down version.
Yeah.
But we still had dice, and basically the last section. Oh no, because there's like 3 rounds of platypus. So the first round still the same.
Make it, yeah.
Second round a little bit similar. So now instead of asking questions that we've supplied, now we're supplying like loads of different artwork that Naomi has masterfully drawn.
Yeah, and then you build your question.
And then you
around
build, so basically the questions could be anything from your mind instead of what we give to you. And then the third one was like a manic dice rolling game, which was very fun, but had like nothing to do with our game
at all.
And so that was last year at Expo. Afterwards, the feedback we got from dice game fun, but nothing to do with the game.
Yeah.
So we scrapped it, and then we've made up a whole new game to do with like acting and like being silly and the third bit that we have now.
And last year as well, we were still trying to make the points wearable.
Yeah.
Do you know, we were trying to make
I
wearable
really wanted
points.
wearable points so that you, at the end, you'd just
Okay.
be adorned with a scientific
Yeah.
achievement. I really, you know, when when you have something in your brain, you're like, that would just be so good.
Yeah. And loads of people like the idea as well. Like every point you got, you could somehow fix it. So you're like, look how great I am as a scientist.
Yeah.
And you could just see how many points you had. But we couldn't get the components. It was very, very hard.
Yeah, I was going to try to think how that would work. Unless you like provided a Velcro jacket with every purchase of the game.
And we went through every possible, because the thing is as well, like safety pins are a no, because then they're no longer toy safe.
Yeah.
And then it's just a lot. There was a lot of different magnets. We had loads of like prototype drawings. We were trying to, like, there was a manufacturer we were talking to in Italy trying to get some kind of idea of how to do it, and it just proved. So now our points are just like, not just, but they're nice square cards that you can like throw at each other.
Yeah. So answer your question. Last year we had a kind of similar vibe game, but we still had to pare it down a bit.
Yeah.
And so, what would you say? I feel like it was fairly soon after the expo we got rid of some stuff.
Yeah. So September, I feel.
Yeah, that we were like, yes, this is our game.
That's
now.
it. It's done. So so the next question was about the Kickstarter. Was that right?
Yeah, and then how did you lead up to A, deciding the Kickstarter, and B, lead up to the launch, really?
So I think we'd always thought, right, if we're going to go down self-publishing, we'll try and do it through Kickstarter, just because that seemed to be a method that a lot of people have used.
Yeah.
But much like everything else in this process, we're just learning as we go. Have a go and learn along the way. So leading up to we'd done a bit on social media, hey, and so we'd sort of ramped that up a little bit, I guess. When we physically got the copy, though, because we didn't have actually the prototype for a long time, when we got that, then we started to do a bit more. We did like a little kind of shoot with friends to actually show the gameplay so that we can make video content for social media and for Kickstarter. So we kind of did that a bit, hey?
Yeah.
We didn't run any ad campaigns.
Again, I feel like very much learning as we go.
Yeah.
And also, I feel marketing does not come naturally to me and to either of us. So I feel like we are not the ones to copy with what we've done for our Kickstarter. And
if it gets done,
if it does,
miracle.
If our Kickstarter is successful, it's 70% at the moment. We've got 7 days to go.
Yeah.
It could happen.
Could be.
It could happen.
Who knows?
So if it does go,
Hey.
yay.
Bring in a prayer.
But we're not the ones to talk to you about basically how to do marketing and Kickstarters. But again, a lot of people in the community have done it.
Yeah.
And after we basically started our Kickstarter, we're like, yo, do you want us to talk to you about running a Kickstarter? Which is very sweet of them. So there is a lot of resources in the community and online from like Jamie Stegmaier and people like that who give resources out to people to run their own Kickstarter. So we did really. And so don't follow us, but there are resources out there to help people. So
yeah, since our pre-launch page went up, I've had a lot of emails from mostly from like companies being like, we will do some advertising for you, but I've also been emailed a few times by Indiegogo to be like, would you like to go with us instead? You can even you can even switch mid-campaign.
Oh wow.
I just like okay.
How would you?
I don't know. There's one of their emails and I was like, okay. So they're obviously like hot on the pilfering the Kickstarter clientele.
To be fair, not to be against Indiegogo at all, but I found working in Kickstarter very easy and very seamless, and people can find you quite easily in Kickstarter itself, because we're not very good at marketing and publicizing and all of that good stuff. Quite a few people have just found us through Kickstarter itself, looking for party games, looking for
kids games,
all that sort of stuff.
Because you've got enough tags on there, type of thing.
So it
is kind of become the go-to, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think board games have outsold video games for occasional years on Kickstarter.
Interesting.
And a lot of people sort of don't know that our world even exists half the time.
Well, the one thing that's a bit confusing on Kickstarter is the shipping element of it. And so we found that was like just we're about to launch. We were a little bit like, the shipping is mad. Like you had to include it in the price you're trying to raise. And we were like, well, we don't know. Like that's very different. Like if all of our backers come from the States versus all of our backers come from the UK, that's a huge point difference. So like, how do you, when you don't know where your market's going to come from, we don't have those kind of statistics, you know? And so he followed a few people's suggestion was just to go for a kind of a pledge manager situation afterwards, or try and find some kind of post-campaign solution to then sort out the shipping afterwards as a separate thing, which is what we opted for. So that was the only thing that really came as a out of left field. But again, maybe because we're not particularly prepared. But that was, I think I would have liked to have known that sooner.
But I feel like that was it. Once you have decided, like, done the research and decided, doing a pledge manager itself is very easy, and like they have one integrated into Kickstarter itself.
Exactly.
There are other ones you can go with, blah blah blah. So, it's like that. There's a lot of random information you end up learning when you go through the process.
That's very true.
It's more than just a case of I made a game, buy it. It's just like there's all these other, because we're obviously making a larger, sort of sit down board games. We're talking with manufacturers in China and things to be like, who can mass print us, and that locks us into like a minimum order immediately. As soon as immediately we've got to order over 1,000 copies of the game, otherwise they won't make any at all. So
and if it is a bigger box and things, you can't really, well, I don't know your situation, but like storage and everything, if you do buy this and think, oh well, I'll sell it at expos for a few years, where are you storing it and all that jazz? So it's not a simple little.
No, and with Brexit as well, then there's like this sort of import tax, and then like, where are you going to actually sell that game, and then is it going to come through the EU twice? And there's a lot of like things to think about, which is, I guess, like a lot of the joy of actually letting a publisher sort that out. Is that they've got all the contacts and all the information, and you just like give them that idea and work with them to build it, and then they just, we'll take it from here, we're huge and we've done this millions of times. When it's your first time, you're like, what do you mean we've got a meeting with a manufacturer in China? It seems mad, talk about unit costs and stuff, and we're just like not in this world at all. But it's fun, you learn a lot anyway.
So you were saying that you didn't really work with any outside advertisers or anybody in the lead up to the Kickstarter?
Nope. Don't follow our example.
It's doing okay though.
So,
you said you're like 70-80%.
The braggadocio for me, we're kind of like, we don't need that.
Well, it's not that we don't need it, we just don't know what we're doing, do we?
No.
So lots of lovely people, like the Offline Gamer, and like just lots of
really kind
Board Game World. And so there's lots of different people who have like interviewed us and sort of helped us with their support. And so that's been lovely. So we've done that. But other than that, like
our dear friends and family.
Our dear friends and family who we are practically blackmailing.
And put it on their WhatsApp statuses.
That's
so many times, thousands.
That's what we have been asking all our friends. Some in the chat will be able to attest to this. We've been like, yo, we've got a Kickstarter. Can you put this on your WhatsApp status
every day for 20 days?
Just so obnoxious.
Your mum's been so good.
My mum has been very good.
When other people have trailed off, she's kept going.
She wants me to be a success.
Wow.
I mean, that's nice.
So
it's better than the opposite. Just like looming over you. You're going to be a failure. Smack down. Back in the cupboard under the stairs where you live.
Stop expressing yourself.
So I feel like quite a lot in the community that we've just gotten to know over the years.
Very much so.
Like Hot Sam, he's been shouting us out on all his socials as well.
True.
So it's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well,
like, wow, still going, still needs to be made. Okay, better do something. Otherwise, next year
we can't have a 4th year of Platypus.
Come out of pity, out of just sheer pity.
But saying that, please back us.
Yeah.
We're great,
Please.
and the game's good.
Yes, do.
If you like this vibe, if you're
This is the
enjoying
vibe
this,
of the game.
imagine the game we
Yeah,
made.
if
Imagine
you're
that.
still around with us just going on about possums and opossums for like half an hour, what is a marsupial?
Well,
What is a rodent?
we mentioned the offline gamer. They do say in the chat the Kickstarter video was really fun. How long did it take to put together?
You mean the footage or the actual compiling of the video? Because the footage we shot in like an hour or so.
Yeah, so we went to the local pub and just a very small, tiny pub, and we're like, we'll just take over this corner.
There was all this bedlam.
Yeah.
It's fine because there's been no video.
Yeah, there's no audio.
So that took a couple of hours ish,
Yeah.
and then I think the video. I am a bit particular, so it takes me probably longer than. Oh, what's happened? Oh, it was night mode. It's fine. I thought it was trick. So yeah, I think that I don't rest until it's like exactly how I would want it to be. So it probably took me a bit longer than somebody who's not so obsessive and controlling. Probably 4 hours.
Okay.
3 hours. Yeah. To make start to finish, like from zero, no graphics, nothing, to a done video, and the voiceover, and I made the music as well.
Oh,
Made
wow.
music
I
as
made
well.
the music. Yeah. I thought there was no copyright issue.
Yeah, well,
That's fair.
that's very good.
Some loops.
Yeah, because one of the things
Fun.
when we started putting the Kickstarter page together, they were like, "You must have a video." Like we got people telling us, "You've got to have a video, otherwise." It's just people just like clicking on videos, I guess. It just gives a vibe. So yeah, luckily that's kind of what I already do, but we'll sort of need to figure that one out. I'm sort of hoping, that this if I keep plugging away at this YouTube, then because I got recognised twice from the YouTube at the expo, I was like, quite, I'm famous.
Or is it like, oh no, now you can't go anywhere because the paparazzi are following you,
Now you know how Madonna feels.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, it's the Cone Bra, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very cold.
It's so I'm a pretty big deal, guys. That's just that's all I'm saying.
You're pretty, yeah.
It's a good job we can't see because I'd be blushing.
Imagine if you come on now and it's just Lady Gaga. I couldn't think of anyone else.
The only person that you could fit to my voice was Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lady Gaga. Yeah.
She's very talented.
What can't she do?
I think the Kickstarter videos are fun because looking at Kickstarter campaigns, you either get the like super low like budget, homegrown, it's just like hello, and then on the other side, you've got like something they've outsourced to what seems like Pixar.
Yeah.
They're so unbelievable. They got like bits flying in from it, like the most intense motion graphics. And I was like, I want us to be like in the middle.
And I feel like we are.
It's not so homegrown and
I think it was very good. I was very impressed by it.
But it's not the other extreme, is it? It's not like there's
No,
not bits
it's
flying
definitely
in 3D.
Who's the fantastic gardening one?
The stop motion animation.
It's
called
good.
Vicious Gardens.
Vicious Gardens or
I think
Vicious
I've seen that
Garden?
Because their advertising campaign's been amazing.
It's like fully so good.
But I was just watching it as like an entertaining movie.
It was
This is
so
great.
good. The Kickstarter.
It was fantastic. Yeah, you just have to like viciously hurt each other's gardens.
Yeah.
Vicious Gardens. Don't back them, back us.
Back us. They've already
They've done it.
got theirs. You'll see theirs in Waterstones.
Oh, you sure will.
You sure will.
You know that campaign's getting made.
I found that a bit weird seeing Waterstones at the expo, to be honest. I'm like, I don't want to buy a game from Waterstones.
I reckon they'll end up being games.
Just games.
Yeah, I reckon they'll end up
the
being
books are dead.
Print media.
I think they got
print media. It's all about the TikTok nowadays with those kids.
Even my granddad. In Waterstones, though, they've definitely you've seen the shift over to like kind of popular things and like journaling and stationery. I think it will end up being like HMV, like how HMV doesn't do records now, just does like pop culture stuff, t-shirts and things. I reckon Waterstones, their game section's slowly getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
So invest now.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to say.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
In what, Waterstones or games?
But just the gaming
And us.
section.
Okay.
Yeah, just only us.
Just that.
Us
Remember
now
that
in
bit?
us.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No affiliation to Waterstones at all.
No.
But if they want to stock the game,
But it also,
Oh,
imagine
yeah.
that'd be so wild.
That would be crazy. We've only got 250 copies. How many do you want?
they are,
You could even have one each. Sure.
they are sort of the only big like high street place, I guess, that properly stocks games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
other than actual brick stores that,
But
know,
like
but they're like
your friendly local game store. But yeah, like Waterstones
Yeah.
is
a chain.
yeah, it's like a bigger deal. I don't want to rat on local game stores, but you're not
Yeah.
Waterstones.
Wolves, remember Wolves?
well, they're dead now, aren't they?
Yeah, but they not in America.
Oh.
Live and well.
With the opossums.
The opossums. But they used to do games, eh? And pick and mix.
Mm.
And W.H. Smith, do they do games? Who knows what they do?
They're like puzzles, isn't it?
Oh yeah, puzzles, not games. Maybe like the odd Monopoly deal or something.
Sure. Which is a great game, to be fair.
Or like Travel Cluedo. You always see that at the airport.
Mm.
Travel Cluedo on the plane.
And you want to murder your family, but you just can't do it, so
No.
you have to do it via
To wait
cards.
till you get to Tenerife.
So I
Good stuff.
don't want to bring the mood down.
Oh.
But what's the what's the next step if the Kickstarter doesn't work out?
We're way ahead of you, friend. Way ahead. So you know how initially we were like, let's give it to a publisher and they can do it all. And then now we're kind of like, let's do it half. The next step is we do it all.
Yeah, we've gone the other way. We've
Yeah.
fully swung.
Self-manufacturing.
Ooh,
So even if we are successful,
Homegrown games.
that is really what we're going to
Yeah.
do. Even if we are successful with Kickstarter, and please back us still,
Mhm.
but we will probably going forward be making all of our games ourselves
In-house. yeah.
in-house, manufacturing them, just because then we won't have to do all the bits we don't like, which is the marketing and all that jazz.
Because we were really inspired by this designer when we volunteered for Playtest UK. Obviously you get to meet lots and lots of designers and see where they are on their journey, and speaking to this designer, and they were very much like, I said, oh, how's your expo going? And they were like, it's been great, we've got a store and we sold out on day 2. And I was like, oh great, what were we selling? He said, oh, our game. I was like, okay, how's your Kickstarter? He said, oh, we didn't do one. I was like, what? And basically they created 250 copies of their game in various ways, just self-made. They looked for, and he had a copy, and I was like, this is incredible. They'd done it so well, and they just made as many as they wanted to for the expo and sold them all. And we were like, that's fantastic. Let's do that. And we're both very much like on the same page with that. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also like Bez.
there's as well,
yeah.
very short run.
Yeah, so she does a lot of lovely little games.
Yeah.
And yeah, so even though our games will be a little bit different,
Yes.
the sort of mentality of making your own games
Yeah.
and trying to keep it as local and eco-friendly as possible, I feel like really connected with what we're trying to do as well. And so we were thinking like, oh, we'll look into. We were fully like, wasn't it Friday or was it Saturday? We were like, let's look at printers. We're fully like, Bob, this Kickstarter that just launched. We're like, it's dead to us. Now we're
It's
gonna.
not though.
It's not. Please
It's
back
not-
us,
it's not
please. We've got
Yeah.
we've got 30% left.
So close.
We're so close. But
But then you'll never have to do it again.
but then we won't need to do it again because we were looking into printers
Yeah.
and then we decided not to go with getting a printer.
Yeah.
And now we're just going to get it printed by your local place because Naomi does a lot of graphic design with them already. So yeah. So going forward, hopefully next year, we might, if Platypus is successful, we'll have some copies left over. And so then we can sell those.
Yep.
But we'll also have our next game, which we will have actually designed and manufactured ourselves. And we'll have that to actually sell at the Kickstarter.
At the
At the expo,
expo.
sorry. Not Kickstarter. But again, we're not trying to, this isn't money trying to replace our job at all. This is us just trying to make games because we love games. And
And trying to keep it as like fun as possible.
Yeah.
So the idea of actually like making all the games is really fun. I was thinking about board You know,
Yeah.
did you see
Did you
Board?
see Board? He's got a lovely sort of.
No, his name's not Board.
His name
game
is
is Board.
His
Like,
game
every
is
time
Board.
I think it is. He's got a beautiful Viking name that I always forget. I think it's one syllable as well. But the game is called Board, as in Board, and it's like this tiled rune laying game, wooden,
Gorgeous.
stunning, and he made them all, didn't he?
So he's a carpenter, or like I guess maybe I don't know if he's actually a carpenter or if he's just like a very
he's
good.
very good at it.
He's just very good. Yeah.
He should be. They were like Hessian bags.
Oh, so lovely.
So lush, and so yeah, we were just very like that's very inspiring as well.
Yeah.
Like you can make a very high quality product, really. So yeah, we're that's kind of where we're going with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if Platypus isn't successful on Kickstarter, I'm unsure about whether or not we're gonna do it ourselves for next year, or if that's kind of it with Platypus.
That's
Next game, because I feel like we're kind of ready for our next game.
yeah.
It's been 3 years and we've got all these other games that we're kind of playtesting at the moment, but really they're very early days.
And we're very much like but let's not get distracted with new things because we've got to finish Platypus, finish the story and the journey of Platypus. But yeah, and I think that it may be too many components for a self-made game. Because obviously we never designed it to be a make oneself game. Yeah. Sorry, again, a very, very long answer.
Sorry.
We do ramble.
Yeah, okay. I didn't want to interrupt, but I became fully cat doing that. He just came and sat right in front of the camera. So my half of that stream is just the cat.
Oh my, we get to see the bars.
I know he was just sat there blocking the entire screen for the whole bit, and I didn't want to interrupt. Did I?
He's so good. You should have definitely interrupted us. Oh no, we wouldn't be able to see.
No, you'd have just seen orange fuzz as my camera white balanced to the back of his head.
Now we're like catching up to the bit where we're looking at the cat. We're just so excited to see your beautiful cat.
You're a good boy.
I'm actually telling us he's well. It's so interesting seeing the past, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I can't do it.
Yeah.
It freaks me out.
Like, who are they?
Itching to see the past.
Who are they?
That's an interesting way to go, though.
What's your cat's name?
This is MacGyver.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way to go, though. So you think you'll definitely... So are you planning for the next year's expo, then? Or are you thinking of...
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we thought we'd go the opposite track, right? Plan lots instead of none. So
next year we should have our own stall because we've done the baby first time stall.
The starter one.
The starter one, and so I'm maybe going double size. Anyway, a bigger space because hopefully we'll have more ways to play the game, and then people can immediately take the game away with them if they want to. So I feel like a lot of times when we did it the first time exhibiting, people would play our game, and if they vibed with the vibe itself, they were like, right,
where can we buy it?
Let's have it. How much is it? Can I have it now? Blah blah blah. And we were like, sorry, we don't have it. So
we don't even have a Kickstarter.
We don't even have a Kickstarter because we're unorganized. So I feel like actually having something that people can, and our games are only going to be card based. They're going to be smaller, so they're going to be quite affordable. They're not going to break the bank.
Yeah.
I love that, going to Expo and finding little games that I'm like, oh, this is the game of the Expo. And this is what I'm going to bring back to all my friends who weren't at the Expo, and we're going to play these games together, and it's just going to be like, fun.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping maybe we could do that for other people as well.
So,
yeah, I like to do that. I like to find the quirky games. But yeah, it's hard to just... We are very limited, like we had the starter stand. We wouldn't have been able to... Just wouldn't have had space to actually put stock and sell as well. We barely had room for our table.
Yeah.
They're snug.
Yeah.
They're snug. We tried, we had a 4-player game, last time, and it was just like, it was like creeping around the edges trying to...
Well, sometimes more than... Remember that big family that came and played? Great. They were so good.
Fantastic. Chaotic family.
Yeah. Oh, has the stream gone down?
So, yeah.
My analytics have gone off. I don't know if the stream is down, but my analytics have suddenly shut themselves off. I think we're still going. Somebody in the chat tell us if we're still going. Oh, the analytics came back.
Hey.
I don't know what happened there. I think it was a blip just on my end. I think we're all fine. No, people say we're still going, so we're all good.
Hey. Hey, friends.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's a cool idea. So have you got a prototype for the next one ready to go? Is that still early days?
It's very much early.
It's in the old
Yeah,
noggin.
the old
So we
That's-
have two.
Mine is next. Yeah.
We so we had another.
Yes.
We had a game,
Yeah.
and we started playtesting it,
Mhm.
and we started going. But then we went down the similar route of Platypus, where we were like, right, this is the mechanics, this is how it all works. We were going further away from the actual fun and the actual
Yeah.
what we enjoy of the game itself.
Yeah.
And so we were like, right, let's give it a pause, let's have a moment.
Mhm.
And then since then, we have a whole new game. And that game is very exciting to us. And that's the game now. I feel like
Yeah.
we're really, because it's not just a game, it's a system. And so
Mhm.
then we can add more games on top of it. And then those games can maybe be like a yearly little thing that people come and pick up and be like, oh, this bolts onto the system you've made like a year ago. And so
Yeah.
then it can be like an ongoing fun thing that they can keep playing.
A bit like well, not, I mean, this is a mega version of it, but do you know the game Time Stories?
Oh yeah.
Where essentially the first one you buy the way to play it, and then you just get like an adventure each time that then lays out upon the. So you don't have to buy the base and the way it plays every time
Yeah.
you've got it. And so we're like similar to that, but
But a
it's
similar concept
smaller.
and a different vibe,
Yeah.
but like a similar concept for sure. So yeah, so it's exciting. It's good
I'm really excited about that.
because I feel like what we've learned from Platypus as well is designing with pillars. So now we
Yes.
go into a game being like, what do we want this game actually to have? And if
Yeah.
it goes against those pillars of like, for Platypus, it's like, be a terrible scientist.
Lots of like lying,
Lots of,
deception. kind of
creating
thing.
a crazy animal and that being the focal point.
Mm.
And like creative storytelling. Those were like our big pillars of the game. And whatever else had to go on top of that.
Yeah,
really.
they could never, not one of those could be sacrificed ever by a decision we made.
Yeah.
So I think that's when we start again, we're like, right, what are the pillars?
Yeah.
And then wherever we end up on the journey of the designing, as long as the pillars are intact, then that's
Yeah.
good.
But where the other game, they were going away from those pillars. So we had to stop it.
Whoa.
We're like, whoa now. Because it was my, not fault, but like when we were talking about it, it's like there was a mechanic that I enjoy that wasn't really around that other people hadn't got yet. And so we were playtesting it and they were like, oh, I haven't seen the mechanic, fun. But the mechanic wouldn't fit with our pillars. And so we're like, just because the mechanic's fun, it doesn't mean it's this game.
Yeah.
And so
Well,
until
put it to our side.
yeah, we got that mechanic later.
Yeah.
But, so wow, we just keep going off on
We
tangents.
really
I'm
do,
so
so
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, next year we should have a name.
Julianne in the chat recommends that the next game is Possum or Opossum.
Yes, thank
That's
you.
the name of the next game.
Very good.
And
Sorry, the cat just leapt off of me.
What is a wombat?
What is a
Would also
wombat?
be-
Name
just
that
all art and
marsupial.
terms, like- yes.
Name that marsupial is very good.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
I just love weird animals.
Who doesn't?
Just love them. Platypus is strange.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
I
The
thought
more
it was
you-
weird.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a creature.
I thought 3 animal parts stitched together by a terrible scientist.
Ah, I said it in my sleep. Bitch.
Right, let me have a
What is your favourite weird animal?
Mm.
Mine is obviously a possum or possum.
Mm.
Different animals.
No, platypus.
Sure, Platypus selling out so hard. Back us.
It is.
This guy.
So I'm just scanning the chat
What's your favourite
for
animal?
No.
any other questions.
Axolotl.
They are very weird.
Yeah. Ivy likes this a moment ago. A toy one.
Because they're like not supposed to exist.
What?
They never grow up.
What is?
They
What
never
is
grow up.
this?
They're pure.
Axolotls.
What the hell is that?
You know, little lizardy looking things, but not lizards.
Did you ask what that was in a ferret sense or in a true sense?
In a true sense, that I don't know what that is.
Yes. It's I need to specify now, but it's like a salamander type of thing, like a newt, and it's white with pink kind of like frondy things up here.
Okay.
But essentially, that's the form that's popular. But that is the juvenile form, And essentially, it's a strange creature because it never reaches maturity. It always stays as a juvenile. But then on the rare occasions that it does become fully formed, it's a bit weird. It's not as cute and pink and
But it's just like
cuddly.
a chunky.
But its face is like gnarly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the children run screaming
Yeah.
at that point because they like the little pink cute one. So yeah, sorry, we keep going like into like animal facts with them in Callum.
It's okay.
But that's
It's on theme.
Yeah.
It's on theme.
Backpack just now. What's your favourite weird animal, Kristian? You're not answering.
Weird animal? What constitutes weird?
Yeah.
That's the question. A lot of, I feel like there's a lot of like weird birds that don't quite make sense, like penguins. That's kind of don't make sense.
Yeah.
And ostriches and things.
Why are their knees inside their body?
Yeah.
You know, like penguins, right? They make for life, go away, comes back, loads of penguins. How does it get fun? They're cool, but all their calls sound exactly the same. They're just like, nah,
and all their husbands and wives look exactly the
Yeah.
same.
but they find each other. True love.
Sure.
How do they know it's the same?
Yeah.
David Attenborough.
They just take everyone's word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just assuming that penguins do that. Actually, they're just like whoever. Yeah, they just
Yeah.
go with whoever's nearby.
Right. That was a comedian, wasn't it? It was like, how do we know penguins mate for life? It's like they all look the same. It's like, of course, we're gonna meet a new like hot penguin. It's like, all exactly the same.
Hot Penguin is a great game.
Yeah. Hot penguin.
And it's melting the ice.
Oh, because it's
It's
so
so
hot.
hot.
Yeah.
Also to
In
do
every
with climate change. Save the
Topical.
world. Topical.
Save the world.
Save the penguins. Especially that hot one.
Hot ones.
We've got Julianne says the naked mole rat in the chat. That's a weird animal.
It
It is a weird animal.
There's also-
the star-nosed mole is
yeah,
very good.
and the golden blind mole.
Yeah.
He's so sweet, just round.
Yeah.
I
The
found
naked mole rat just makes me think of Kim Possible.
impossible. Call me, beat me if you want to reach me. There was a really good. Oh, the friend I sent you, the Tibetan. No. I've got to find it. Sorry, I'm going to get off the stream here.
Oh no, you're gonna get rid of
That's
past
all right.
press.
I can come back to us. It is. We've got a shared Pinterest board with great animals. It's called Best Boys.
Yeah.
Can I hold it up to the camera?
You can. Whether it will come across or not is another question entirely.
That's true. But you tell such a good face. You know when an animal just looks like it has love in its heart?
Which one is it?
This
Oh
one.
yeah.
Sound disappointed.
Oh yeah.
No, that one. Are you ready, Kristian?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay.
Okay. It's like a
Look at that.
kind of
Look at that.
cuddly
Look at it.
bison sheep thing.
Yes.
Wait.
Oh,
just look at
this
that.
was a model.
Just look at that.
That is.
That's going to wish you well.
It is.
Isn't it? That's so
What's that?
off
What's
with
that
love, and you
animal
can
that's
hold
always smiling or looks like it's smiling?
a quokka.
A quokka. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, then-
Oh, that's
Look at
nice.
the baby.
have you seen? Is that the one that stands up like a meerkat?
Yeah, it's like, ah!
Yeah. Have you seen that video? I don't think I sent it to you, where this guy goes and he's just like pinching its side fat,
Oh.
but because it's like never been hunted, it's like not scared. It's just like that's get off. It's like rude. It's like don't pinch it by body
There's
fat.
no fight or
There's
fight.
no. It's just like ugh. That's so rude.
Dave's the worst.
Yeah, it's very good.
That is called a. No, I looked it up. Hang on. So,
Please,
Oh,
if
God.
you're new
Why
to
did I do
this
that?
stream, please back us on Kickstarter.
Yes, let me put the Kickstarter link.
Yeah.
Let me put the Kickstarter link in the chat for anyone that wants to have a spike of it.
Thanks very much.
So this is the.
Thanks also for having us.
No problem at all. So that's the Kickstarter link to Platypus there. You can check it out. Check out there. Very professionally done. An excellent little video on there and everything else. Platypus, create your mashup animals.
that's not important.
It's not important.
Yeah.
Everything's important.
Finding the name
I
of that
found
beautiful
the
friend.
name. I found the name. It's a Takin. Takin.
Takin.
They live in Bhutan.
Okay.
Yeah, but they have nothing to do with our amazing game.
Maybe just pick it up, Cal.
I'm so sorry. Let's get this closer to the screen.
What's that?
Are we YouTubers now?
Oh yeah, that's
You
great.
know,
Yeah,
doing that?
platypus.
Like
Post and
do-
photos?
What's the
And look,
tagline up?
obnoxious people.
Wait, it's the way around.
No.
Party game for
Yeah.
awful scientists.
That could be you.
You could be an awful scientist too.
You could be an awful scientist if you so wish.
Believe in yourself. We do.
Too much, some would say.
Unfounded. Unfounded. Like that attacking, just looking at you like.
But that's what we're looking to ourselves.
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I wish
you're.
my what?
So sorry, I was just going to ask you, what streaming for the rest of the night, eh?
Yeah. I've got videos to render. So I'm going to stay up and work. Well, I'm going to let the background things work in the background whilst I stream. I've got some other people joining me as well. A few people joining me throughout the night, and then I'll just be goofing around. Nothing too exciting, probably. I don't know. I don't know what constitutes exciting. I don't really stream, and I don't really watch people who stream. So I'm really like going in blind here.
Oh, you're speaking our language. Yeah. Yes, fully on board.
But yeah, I think one of the things I would quite like to do is foster the connections with all the small publishers and PM designers from the expo. Because one thing I found when we were going in this year is I tried to find like a chat group or like something for like all the like first time exhibitors and stuff, and there just wasn't anything. There was no like communal effort. And then people just kind of like found me because I'd made videos about them, or I talked about them in my videos. And people were like, hey, you talked about us in your videos, and that's how I kind of my introduction to like chat to people. But I think it would be nice to have some kind of, I don't know, some kind of event or something that was there that we could like, other than just a networking event, but something like specifically that was, you're exhibiting a new game here. Let's meet up and just like, I don't know, commiserate or whatever you need to do.
Share ideas, like maybe we should just as a person led one rather than like UK Games led.
I'm sure like we could probably make a little Discord and then everyone can just join in and then
like indie pubs,
and then just choose a time to meet up in person, because it would be nice to meet in person, like the networking event, just because obviously, it's nicer.
Hold a rival event, same time.
Actually, forget UK Games Expo. No. Let's make our own expo.
I mean, I don't know how long you've been going to the UK Games Expo, but I remember when the entire expo fit in the Hilton.
Oh, wow.
That's how long I've been going. So it's takes a long time for that to evolve into what it is now. Was it the third biggest expo in the like games event in the world, behind like Spiel and Gen Con.
And it still feels up. So you haven't lost that.
No.
I'm sure you've seen it change from that, but coming into it, our first one was 3 years ago. It still feels very homely in a way,
I think it's because it had that slow progression. So like when I first went, it took up a couple of rooms in the Hilton, and then it took over more and more rooms. Then it took over basically the whole Hilton, and then it moved into Hall 1 and Hall 2, and so it's changed wild. I still can like have memories of it being entirely in the Hilton, and that seems like an utterly impossible task now.
I mean, was it this year? 65,000 people?
Yeah, it was a lot this year.
Huge.
Yeah, 65,000.
Even that Friday.
No. Yeah, but I feel like also like on Instagram there's that group we're a part of now of the game designers as well. Are you on Instagram? I forget. Yeah, you are. Of course you are. So, maybe we can drop you in there as well, just because a lot of people talk about their stuff. They're talking about like getting art people to come and do their art and stuff like that. So there's a lot of like game designer talk,
And Handsome Sam just added us to it. So
he sure did. So I'm sure we could.
Yeah, I need to get more active in the community.
What happened to Never Yet Low Games? Were they there this year?
I was gonna message them. I forgot.
It was Never Yet Low, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't see them this year. So yeah. It'd be good. More things for indie little guys to get together.
Do you think you do any other cons? Stretch out to Gen Con or Spiel? Or Spiel's slightly easier, I guess, for us than Gen Con.
Yeah.
I felt like we were saying, from what we hear about Spiel, it's massive,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if it feels a bit terrifying.
I feel like it's quite
Yeah.
commercial
bigger-
as well, from what I hear about it.
Okay. You've been before?
No, I've never been, but just from like what I've heard. I feel like, yeah, like you were saying, like
Yeah.
UK Games Expo feels quite cozy, and I get the impression from people that Gen Con and Spiel aren't that.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I feel like Spiel, because it is the biggest in Europe, I feel
Mm.
like if people are like going there, corporations are going there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
on a
feel like
mission.
it's a lot of people we talk to are the people who want to pitch to publishers, because a lot
Yeah.
of publishers go there for
Yes.
business time. So I haven't really talked to,
Business.
I haven't
That's
really
how you
talked to
do
people
business.
who go there. Yeah.
Yeah, and the same. We went to Aircon,
Yeah, that was nice.
That
But
was
that
nice.
wasn't really to exhibit. We were just
Nah.
there to vibe.
and that was very much like it's just about gaming.
Yeah.
The open gaming was
But again,
massive.
the new group that we're a part of,
Mm.
they have been saying it's good for playtesting
Yes,
rather than like having a stall. It's
because
good to like
you
get
can casually
people.
get to the table. Yeah. And what's the other one? we went to?
HandyCon.
HandyCon.
HandyCon
yes.
is very sweet.
I like HandyCon,
So
and it's quite
small.
near to us, so I quite like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
like
nice.
HandyCon.
Were you there last year?
I've been on, yeah, probably. I've been quite a lot. No, only to like just go and play games, not to do anything professional. Although I
We were
did
probably
shoot
there
a
at the
little
same
video for them as well. Probably, yeah.
That's
Ships in the Night.
Yeah, but I like HandyCon.
What are the other ones? Are there any others we
I
should
mean,
know
they're
about?
all up on
that
my calendar in the corner. Aircon, HandyCon, Strange Games. I've never been to Strange Games, but I've been told it's quite good. GridCon.
DragonCon is mainly RPGs.
Oh, really?
That's in Shepherd's Bush,
I'm
which is nice and close.
Nice.
I'm going to TwinCon, but that's because I know the organisers of that. That's kind of in the North London, which takes place in a school. It's relatively small and compact. Quite an intimate little con. They've been running for a couple of years now, 2-3 years. I have to double check.
Oh, that's cute.
So yeah, I know them. I'm friends with the organisers of that, so that's good. I think, and that's one of the things that's grown. Like it was, the first one was just like, hey, let's all rent out use this school hall to just play a bunch of board games, and now it's got like takes over more and more rooms in the school each time. As there's people come in, but yeah, that's quite a good one. But yeah, we're gonna hit HandyCon in August.
Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah.
go to HandyCon.
It's just down the road. isn't it?
Yeah.
So-
But yeah, no,
And there's like some in Scotland as well.
Are they?
But that's fine.
yeah, maybe we'll see you there, and hopefully, definitely see you the Games Expo next year.
Yeah,
end
definitely.
of May. The Hilton.
Thanks for having
The
us.
rooms at the Hilton were already booked up because I went on there. Like I was like, oh,
Oh,
people snatched them up as soon as they came out. So I can't get. Don't expect a hotel. Be able to stay at the Hilton unless you've got a spare couple of grand for one of their corner suites.
yes.
Well, it depends how good our Kickstarter is.
Well, yeah,
Back us, please.
give us
Stay
money for hotels.
Just for UK Games,
Yeah.
you know? So we blow the whole budget on that. No, thanks so much for having us. Sorry about all the tech stuff.
No.
Hopefully it was.
Hopefully, I can get Skype working fully by 11 o'clock when the next person comes in.
But,
Oh,
but no, we really do appreciate it, and it's been lovely catching up with you.
Yes. No. It's been great, and we're not too far from each other as we've learnt, so we can figure that one out.
oh yeah. Yeah, up again.
Yeah.
Well, let's say an awkward goodbye, and then I'll cut you off.
I know.
Feels a bit weird, doesn't it? Like,
well,
okay, well, off we go then.
yeah, because we're the ones who have to leave. Because you're staying.
Yeah,
I don't know why we're like expecting you to walk away.
Jess was sharing, she was saying,
But yeah.
there's like this thing of very rich problems on Twitter. It's like a British escape room idea. It's like you're having a cup of tea at a friend's house. You've got an hour to leave, and you can't use the words "well," "right," "then," and like all those things, and you can't slap your thighs.
Very good. Yeah.
So yeah.
That's it.
Anyway, bye.
Yes.
Yes,
Bye,
we're
bye.
gonna go. Thank you so much for having us, and I'll be sending you messages anyway. Just
Yes.
say thank you
No.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Stay in contact.
Stay in touch.
I hope your stream goes really well.
I hope
Enjoy
you have
your
a good
night.
I'll see
We're
you all the
trying-
time I fall asleep. Just naturally, just end up stream myself asleep in a
On your-
chair for 3 hours.
Oh, sweet. With lullabies.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bye.
All
Bye.
right.
Good night, Kristian.
Good night.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Love you. Bye. 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 Bye.
I'm going to rate that quality of that call. Actually, should I rate the quality of that call not great because the video wouldn't work? Well, there we are. That was Full of Rage Games. Thank you for joining. Why is my camera out of alignment? Is the bigger question. Do follow the link in the chat there for their Kickstarter, which is currently plugging away. It's I think they said like 70%, which is it's doing well. It's got another week to run. So let's see if I can fix my camera. This is the kind of camera adjustment that should be done off screen, really. But here we are. Please do follow the Kickstarter link there in the chat to back Platypus, and you can find Full of Rage Games. I will build up there. I'm sure I must have a link tree. Full of Rage. Then I will also pop in the chat. Yeah, I knew that link tree because I saw it earlier today. And I will pop that in the chat there. So you can find all about them, lovely people with a very exciting and entertaining looking game. Which just sounds like tons of fun. I'm going to take a quick break now because I need a fresh cup of tea because I am very British. And I will be back shortly. At 11 o'clock I have Ben Burns from the Pandemonium Institute, who you may have seen on No Rolls Bards, Blood on the Clocktower web series, and I've known him for years and years. We met back in 2018 when I first contacted him about coming to run Blood on the Clocktower in London, and then the result of that conversation was that I ended up being the person that runs Blood on the Clocktower in London for the Pandemonium Institute. So that was a fun relationship that we've had there, that's gone through all of the expos and cons that we've done together and that he's done around the country. It's so I'm interested to talk to him about his experience there. But yes, thank you again to Full of Rage Games. Check out all of the links in the chat there, and I will return momentarily with for them fresh tea and hopefully fresh stuff. I don't know where that sentence was going. Back in a minute. I'm back. Hello, hello. I'm back. I have tea in my D20 mug, and I have fudge, which I now realise we actually bought at the UK Games Expo. I don't remember what the fudge place was. Clearly, will remember what the fudge place was called. She'll either shout it through from the other room or post it in the chat, I'm sure. But yeah, there was a fudge place in the Games Expo. Right, let's make sure this is all working correctly. Temperature. Is it like that? Is that a warmer light? I don't know if it is, to be honest. So, yes. Yeah, that was a great chat with Full of Rage Games, who, again, you can find all their links to their Kickstarter and the links to their social medias in the chat. The last two things I posted. And I will have Ben Burns of the Pandemonium Institute for Blood and the Clocktower on shortly. I'm just doing some setup here, so I'm just going to switch back to my Avid for a bit and look through my video that I was doing here. So this is the video diary that we took in the expo this year. I unfortunately, and I mentioned this in the video, did not film as much as I could have because we were slightly overwhelmed by the popularity of our stand. Because we were only small and we couldn't handle all the people, because we thought we'd be a bit quieter, we'd be stuck at the back. But there is quite a lot of like lead up footage of us in the car and doing setup and things, and then as soon as the con starts, we kind of lose track of all of that. So I didn't get any time to talk about the layout of the con, the fact that there's a Viking LARP happening outside. I didn't get any footage of the Hilton at all, which is all just open hallways for gaming. I didn't get any footage of that. I feel like my camera's always slightly wrong. I think I'm just going to blame the cat for jumping up on the desk and bouncing around. As adorable as he is, for constantly moving my camera out of alignment. But yeah, so I need to at some point look through all of this, which I'll do at some point in the night, whilst everyone else is sleeping like fools. And I will cut through. It's a good shot here. You can see what Hall 3 was all about. This was not been as big before. So if I play this. That is not going to run smoothly enough for you to see what's going on. But you can get a look at what the Hall 3 looks like there. So that was just the hall for open gaming. That was just a hall full of people who were just playing games. And I've got a shot of me sort of back to forth as I wandered through from one side to the other. So yeah, so you can see that the hall. There you go. Yeah, the lines and lines and lines of tables that was just for playing games, not including any of the hall setup or anything else that I wandered through whilst I was there. But enough of my face in multiple different forms. Oh, hello Nutrimancer. Yes, I've seen you before. Right, so let me import some things I need to import into here. Some of these won't import because they are HEIC files, whatever the hell those are. So I need to convert them. This is the kind of thrilling content that everyone tunes in for. Ooh. I don't know if Kaylee can hear me to ask me what the fudge place was called. I'm going to find out what the fudge place was called. It was called Wicked Fudge. Apparently it says on the package, but I don't see it anywhere. It definitely doesn't say Wicked Fudge anywhere on this box. Oh, it says it inside the box. Well, that's helpful. They were at the UK Games Expo. Wicked Fudge. They were not too far from us. There's a donut place right by us as well. People get walking by with donuts, fresh donuts. Which was very annoying. I only managed to get to eat once in the expo, and that was a very spicy burger during the preview evening. I don't want to get too deep into any editing or anything because Ben's going to join soon. So let's not get too into anything. But if you have any questions potentially for me or Ben about the convention experience, about Blood on the Clocktower specifically, or indeed anything else, then do pop them in the chat. Tell you one task I actually do need to get done tonight is to get the submit the game to Board Game Arena. We want to get a digital version of our game, digital version of Trouble on the Tempest, because I think that's just a really useful way to get out there to a larger audience. Because obviously there's only like 2 copies of the game currently in existence, not including like ones I've hand drawn myself. And whilst we're going to take it to cons, we're going to take it to HandyCon in August, and then we're at TwinCon, and then any other cons that we can make our way to. Unless you happen to be there, then you're not going to get a chance to play it. So it's on my to-do list to to get onto Board Game Arena through their application process, which I'm been told is not too complex. But then how exactly the game gets imported there is another matter entirely. Ooh, my video quality has apparently grossly dropped. Let's try and rectify that before Ben comes on. Is it a lighting issue? Is that gonna help at all? It's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I would love to know how to fix that. Viewers will experience buffering, but I don't want them to. I honestly have no idea what the issue is there, so I will try and figure that one out before the next guest. Don't tell me this is no video. I mean, if it's not really an issue, let me know in the chat. If it is an issue, then scream and cry in the chat, I guess. But it says, I keep saying it's dropping video. Keep getting the warning from YouTube. Anyway, I've got fudge. I don't know what more you want from me. See, now it says excellent connection. So, go figure. Oh, it might be because I just closed some other things that were running in the background. Alright, well, I'll drop a quick break whilst I wait for my next guest to arrive. I will return.
Hello. Oh, I can see. Yeah, I see your screen. Yeah, I see your entire OBS. Huh, weird. Yeah, that's all that matters, right? At the end of the day. I don't mind, to be honest. I've just got it up in a corner of my monitor anyway. So. Just sipping on some chocolate milk. Is this going to be live, or are you just recording it for video? Oh wow. What's your channel's name? I'll share it on my socials. Twitch.tv/Kristian's brain. Here we are. Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, you're broadcasting my voice, by the way, just so you know. Yeah.
Hello YouTube. Sorry, we were broadcasting Ben's voice for a second there, and nothing else about us. Just Ben's dulcet tones out into the internet over the top of my my break screen. So that was a bit strange. But yes, hello, we are here once more. I am back with my next guest, Mr. Ben Burns, a very lovely and talented storyteller of Blood on the Clocktower. Who
Hello.
Some of you may have seen his beautiful mug on the No Rolls Barred shows, which have been quite a hit.
Yeah, although we did get very quickly overtaken by Smosh within 24 hours when they released theirs. So, fair play to them. They have a massive audience.
Yeah, I saw their one. Although they had less of a grasp of the game.
Well, do you know what? It was the first time any of them had run or played it, so I think, if I'm honest, they probably did a better job than I did on my first attempt. I don't think there's a single person out there who didn't make at least a few mistakes on their first attempt running it.
No, that's fair. I woke up. I ran a. I don't know if it was my first, but one of my early games. I ran a 17-player game at HandyCon, sort of with your supervision. And I woke up all the wrong minions. I woke up everyone one seat to the left of the actual minions, and they all looked very confused at me. That
is like a moment of fear when you wake up someone and tell them this is your demon, and they look at you confused. And in that moment, you know that either you've made a really bad error, or they have just not understood what's going on for some reason. Yeah. And I always assume it's number one every time. Even if I know I've done it right, my brain is like, you probably messed this up.
Yeah, it's just, at least I was consistent though. I did one seat to the left of every minion. So I woke up 3 people. I just got the entire circle turned around slightly. Yeah, and I know what you mean. I was running games last night at D20. And one of the players who's been there before and played before, she screamed when I woke her up the first night. Like, tapped her on the shoulder and she went, ah! And I was like, surely you knew.
Have you ever had that thing where people will, like, you'll wake them up and you'll be like, show them a card and they'll just be like, yes, okay, yes, thank you. It's like, why are you talking to me? This is a conversation. This is supposed to be silent.
Yeah, I had that last night as well, with the gambler picked somebody, and then went, no, wait a minute, like out loud said, no, wait a minute, and changed his mind. It's like fun times.
Hang on, isn't this podcast supposed to be about convention?
It is, yes, but yeah, we're catching up on our nostalgia there. So yes, yeah, we're here to talk about convention life. But first of all, let's have a little bit of background here. So yeah, we met. I'm going to say in 2018.
Yep, I think so.
Clocktower was the hotness in the wake of the Shut Up and Sit Down review that called it the best game ever, and I was just sort of emailing the Pandemonium Institute to be like, hey, could we run that? Because I was working at a board camp cafe, and eventually I got in touch with you, and then you came down to run games for us, and realised you would benefit from somebody in London.
That is almost exactly 6 years as well, because I first played at the UK Games Expo in 2018, and then like a couple of weeks later, a copy arrived at my apartment, like a pre-release copy that they'd made in their living room, and then almost immediately after that, the first games that I ran that weren't in my hometown were at Cakes and Ladders in London. So it was literally like probably 5 years and 340 days or something since we first met each other and ran Clocktower at that converted double-decker bus. What a great board game cafe that was.
It was such a
Rest
shame.
in peace.
Yeah, it's a real shame it didn't make it through the pandemic. But yeah, that answers my first question. I was going to ask how far back you went, but apparently just before meeting me is how far back you went.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
that's wild.
It was like literally the UKGE, and that happens at the beginning of summer every year.
Yeah, end of May, beginning of June. Were you much of a convention goer before that?
To be honest, not really. Like, I don't think I really... In fact, that might literally... I went to the Good Food Show once, about 10 years ago at the NEC, if not more. But no, I'd never been to a convention before. I'd always been into tabletop, especially pen and paper RPGs. But the reason I went was because I was managing a board game cafe and I was working as a freelance journalist on the side. And so going to the UK Games Expo actually satisfied both of those professions for me. I might find someone to interview and write about. I also might find some cool new products that we can stock our store with. So it was technically a business trip. But Clocktower was on my radar before I went there. Like, that was the one thing that I wanted to check out when I got there. So the fact that I kept coming back and playing it over and over again, and I think they were just really impressed that I'd heard of their game and knew things about it.
Yeah, because it was big in the UK. We were one of their biggest backers, I think, the UK, they said. We really took on the game.
Yeah, the UK had the second most backers after the USA, and London was the second, as a city, had the second most people who backed it after, I believe, Sydney, Australia, which is understandable because that's its hometown.
So was that the Australia team then, I guess, you met at that UK Games Expo?
Yeah, it was Evan and somebody else. Stephen, the games designer, wasn't there. But yeah, it's where I met Evan, who I've now been working with closely for a number of years. But to be honest with you, it's kind of scary to imagine what my life would be like had I not gone to that UKGE, because it's completely changed my existence, especially over the last few years.
So what was the UKGE? What was it like? I don't know what it was like in 2018. It must have been in the big halls.
It was a lot less busy.
Now. Yeah, less busy, but it seems to grow like in crazy amounts every year. This year was 65,000. I think last year was 2,000, something like that. But yeah, I can remember back when I first went to the UK Games Expo, and I said this in the previous one as well, that the entire expo fit in the Hilton. I don't know if you went to it back in those days, but the entire thing fit in those couple of halls where they have like the library and then they have the two gaming halls. The entire convention fit in those two little halls at the Hilton.
That's right, because then they moved out, didn't they? But continued leasing the Hilton as like the open gaming after hours type thing. No, I mean, it really has grown a lot, and not to sound like a miserable old man, but it's too busy now. Like, you're literally queuing up to get from A to B. Like, to walk through the hall, you have to stand in a big queue. Or you just push past people and everyone tuts at you. But either way, I think they need some more space They need to rent like another hall or something. But I think they're going to get forced to because they are not going to have Hall 1 this next year.
Yeah, that's been
someone else has
announced.
outbid them. So hopefully they'll expand a bit and take this opportunity to free up a bit of space. I mean, it's growing like massively, isn't it? I'm sure that financially they would be able to get more people, more stalls and stuff in there.
I mean, it's one of those things that because it grows every year and it's only run once a year, it's not like they can organically grow. It's not like they run it. It's not like it happens every week and they can like organically see their growth.
Yeah.
Just suddenly next year, oh shit, we're twice the size as we were last year. What do we do now?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that is quite difficult. Yeah, and as well, like if at the end of the day, they've had the same space for years, and every year they get more people with the same space, right? So I suppose why would you lay out more money when everyone's still coming anyway?
Yeah. But yeah, no, as you said, there's apparently some kind of permanent installation or something in Hall 1 for the summer next year or something. They can't get, for whatever reason, they can't get Hall 1. So they're going to be Halls 2, 3 and 4, which looks larger on the map, but I'm not sure.
There we go. That's good. Our question has been answered. It is going to be a little bit bigger. Hopefully.
So I guess you went to that, your UK Games Expo for the first time to play a lot of Blood in the Clocktower, and then you've basically just been there with Blood in the Clocktower ever since, and not really had the time to enjoy the actual expo.
yeah, this is it. I've actually never been to an expo apart from the Good Food Show 12 years ago or whatever, as anything other than a representative of a business of some kind. And all but one of those expos has been as the representative of Blood in the Clocktower. Although I did recently go to my first ever convention not as Blood on the Clocktower guy. I mean, I kind of was, because it was a Clocktower convention organised by Patters, who most of you definitely know. Some people will know him.
Yeah.
But he puts on a convention, and I actually went to that, and there was no like obligation for me to do anything. So I spent the whole weekend doing almost anything but play Blood on the Clocktower. Because I love this game, but I never get the chance to sit down and play any other board games at conventions. And I've got to say, I really enjoyed going to a convention. I really must do it more often.
Yeah, just for fun. That is interesting that you almost, it's like that's like the long game that you were playing. You had to get enough people hooked on Blood in the Clocktower for one of them to start their own convention so that you could go to a convention.
Yeah, it's been years in the making, but finally I have realised the fruits of my labour.
Do you hit a lot of conventions across the year with Blood in the Clocktower? Which ones kind of go-tos?
Oh yeah, like loads. Honestly, there's so many that I kind of can't remember. I mean, let's have a look at my calendar. So I was at the UK Games Expo at the beginning of this month. Last month I was at GoodLeechCon, which is the one that we talked about. The week before that, so last month I went to two conventions: GoodLeechCon, which is Pat's convention, and then Milton Keynes Bloodfest. Just before that, I was at Clocktower Con in Washington DC the month before that. That's the biggest Clocktower convention.
Oh, wow.
And then the month before that, I was. I mean, this isn't technically a convention, but I was at Clocktower in the Castle, which is an event run by John Gracie where we go to London and play Clocktower in a castle. And then earlier that month, I was shooting with No Rules Barred, which also isn't a convention, but it kind of feels like one. And then the week before that, I was at SawCon, and then the week before that, I was at UK Clocktower Con, which is called Ravenswood Stock. This is just like 4 months. This is like 6 or 7 conventions over the space of 4 months. So yeah, I would say that at least once a month I end up going to some sort of convention to run Clocktower.
It's starting to feel like there are as many Clocktower-based conventions as there are other conventions combined.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's weird. It's a beautifully weird thing that our country is really small but very densely populated. So even a niche community like Blood on the Clocktower, if you and me decide that we're gonna, I don't know, let's just arbitrarily say, in Newcastle, we're going to rent a hotel for the weekend. We're going to rent a couple of conference rooms. We've got a capacity of 150 people. There are 150 Clocktower fans in the UK, around Newcastle and further afield, who will come and play Clocktower for the weekend at our convention. and about 90 to 100 of them will just go to every single one of the Clocktower conventions. Because why not, right? It's like a 2-hour drive from most places, especially if you're quite central. So yeah, there's just a ridiculous number of them, and the community is just big enough to sustain every single one of them. You would never get this in like the USA or Australia or somewhere like that.
No, I suppose not. I found that as well with the mega game scene that I'm kind of getting into now. Is it's like there's a big UK base of kind of war gamers who want to play these games, whereas like they get in a larger country, it's going to get everyone's too spread out. Because the internet can make it feel like we all know each other, but actually it turns out that you live in Canada and the other person lives in Australia. I was running an RPG, and one of the players was from America, one was from Australia, and another one I think was Dutch. And so we were all in like completely disparate time zones, all playing at weird hours of the day.
Oh, that's really cool.
So I was like, "Oh, good night, everyone." And it's like, "Well, actually, it's 4 a.m, and I've got
I'm off to have my breakfast.
Yeah. So yeah, it is an odd thing.
I recently played my first mega game at Clocktower Con DC, and I am now hooked. I'm convinced they're the future of the hobby. Yeah, they're really good. It was like a watershed moment for me in gaming when I was like, wow, this like. There's been I don't know if you've had this, but over the years there's been a few experiences for me where it's like, this hobby has just evolved. Like I remember a similar thing with PC gaming when I first put an Oculus Rift on and played a spacecraft simulation, and I was so immersed that it just took me back to being like a little boy and playing on my PlayStation for the first time. And for me, playing my first mega game was like that. It was like, oh shit, it can be like this as well. And it was just, yeah, I'm hooked, and I'm fully convinced that that's where the hobby's going to go in the future.
Yeah, and it's like like Clocktower, it's a big group activity. It's not like you can play it in your front room with a handful of friends. It's designed for a con. I can totally see why Clocktower's got so many of its own cons, because you've got to get that group of people together to play the thing in the first place. So
yeah, that is true.
And you can consider how. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, add to that, to consider how easily it was for us to, fully book those games at Cakes and Ladders in 2018, when you would have assumed that no one knew what this game was, but no, everybody did, and it wouldn't come out for another 4 years, and then
it's crazy. And those early games at Cakes and Ladders, a lot of people don't realize this, but there was a whole bunch of like would-be semi-celebrities that were showing up to those games. People that would end up going on to like have very successful YouTube channels or just be really popular within the Clocktower community. It was akin to those like early Beatles gigs in the Cavern, or whatever that Sex Pistols gig was that had all the other punk bands attend it before punk was punk. It was kind of a melting pot for or a petri dish for what was to become of Clocktower content.
That makes it sound like a virus.
Yeah, it is. It's a disease.
Did you see
like all cults?
Yeah, did you see the Dice Tower Con where they do like live top tens, and Tom Vassell did a top 10 most annoying people, and I think most annoying gamers. I think the Blood on the Clocktower people were like number 4 or something. Like, stop telling me to play Blood on the Clocktower. I'm very happy you found your favourite game, but stop telling me about it.
There was a post on the subreddit for board games, which was which game has like the most annoying and cult-like fans, and Blood on the Clocktower was the top of that, with the whole of that thread for the entirety of its existence, and presumably still is.
I mean, it's very fair. It's very fair.
It is. It is very cult-like, and I think, to be honest, the thing about Clocktower is it's such a the people who like it find it so easy to enjoy it, and it brings in so many people who previously weren't into tabletop gaming, and people who struggle socially because of its tendency to sort of be the icebreaker. That I think a lot of people forget that actually there are a bunch of people out there who don't want you to yell at them and say that they're a liar, and there are a whole bunch of people feeling that's a very unpleasant experience. and it's easy to forget that because I think we're all kind of cursed by assuming everyone experiences things in the exact same manner that we do, but that's simply not true, right?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean there. So, how have you found that? I guess your experience of, I mean, it's an odd one because, like we've kind of kept been saying, Clocktower sort of exploded and then never slowed down. But it's fair to say that your experience of the cons has changed a lot. Like the setup from those back in that first day and the setup now. I don't have any pictures on me right now, but you had a hell of an elaborate setup this year. So how has your interface with the cons changed in that way?
I mean, yeah, like you said, every year I think the bubble's going to burst. I think surely this year no one's going to show up and want to play. But every year we just have a larger and larger queue of people wanting to sign up. To the point where this year the sign-ups ran out before the queue did. So there was people showing up before 9 a.m. to get in a queue. And all they did was stand in a queue for 20 minutes and then be told that all the spaces were gone. But yeah, that level of demand combined with the sort of increasingly elaborate set design that we've had, it really does kind of contrast with what I saw in 2018 when I went there to play for the first time. And it was Evan and I feel really bad, I can't remember her name, but it was Evan and somebody who were just begging people to try out Blood on the Clocktower. And I went there with a few people and we sat and waited for other people to show up to play, and eventually Evan was like, "Oh, we're just going to have to run a 5-player." So we played a 5-player Teensy Bill, and that was the best that they could do. That was the most players they could muster, and then the Quinn's review came out, and the next year in 2019. I went there as a representative of the game, and we were running out of spaces before 10 a.m. every morning. So it really did feel like nothing to almost everything in the space of 1 year, and then it's just been slowly kind of creeping up a bit higher each and every year after that. But that initial difference was the real big jump for me, and it just goes to show how insanely important promotion is and getting your game out there into the hands of the right people who can get it in front of other people and other customers. Because that was just, it went from nothing to everything over the space of 12 months.
So how unprepared were you on that second year, that 2019 year?
We were quietly confident that we were probably going to have a fair few people. I don't think we were expecting quite as many as we got, but we took a bunch of storytellers there with us, and we brought banners, and we booked enough space that we could have 2 simultaneous 9-player games going, and it did the template for all of our other conventions, because it was the right amount. We could have 2 9-player games. That meant we could have one starting on the hour and one on the half hour, and gave us enough spaces that we could reasonably get most people in. But yeah, we weren't expecting to run out of spaces. We thought that we'd have to, a couple of us storytellers would have to sit in on a few games to make up the numbers and stuff like that. But that wasn't the case at all. But I'm not going to lie and say that we were completely bowled over, because the insane amount of response that we got from that Shut Up and Sit Down review, we kind of knew that we were going to have a lot of demand.
Yeah, I don't recall if I was there that year. I might have been. Because I have to keep in mind that for 2 years we didn't really get a chance to do anything, so I probably was there. Because I feel like I've only been there, I've been with you.
You definitely were the year after, I'm pretty sure.
Well, no one was there the year after, because that was 2020.
Oh no, that was COVID. Yeah.
2020 and 2021 might not have been much either. I don't think they came back till 2022.
Yeah, that's right, and it was in a diminished capacity.
Oh no, cat.
Well, there was 2021. It was 2020 was they did an online one. 2021 they did a kind of very small one, which we did go to, and then 22 was the first year that you were there, and then 23 was the first year that we had the set design, and then this year was the second year that we had the set design. I always get COVID ruined my memory of time, because it feels like there was just 2 years of me getting drunk in an apartment and eating kebabs, and didn't really the flow of time sort of ebbed and changed during those hazy 2 years.
It does feel that way for sure. So, the so in terms of non-Clocktower based events, I guess you don't have time for those anymore, or non-gaming based events.
I don't know. I go to gigs and festivals, and I play. I play a lot of Blood Bowl. That's kind of my
Okay,
main thing.
cool.
I play in the Derby Blood Bowl League, and I go to various Blood Bowl tournaments. I'm going to the UK Team Championships later on this year. So I try and make time every Saturday to watch the Forest match if I can, and I run a fair bit of D&D or adjacent stuff. I'm currently running 2 campaigns a week, both of them in Old School Essentials. But yeah, I'm pretty lucky. I think I got a pretty good existence.
It sounds like a pretty good life, yeah.
Yeah. I work a decent amount, but not like a crippling amount. I've always kind of valued time more than money anyway. But yeah, I suppose it's easy to say that when when you've got enough money to value time more than money, right?
Yeah, being comfortable.
But yeah, it's not so bad. Well, I mean, it's certainly not so bad. And to be honest, I do a job that I really love and that I'm passionate about and that makes me happy. And that's kind of the ultimate. If you can put a roof over your head whilst doing something that you love, you are truly blessed, I think.
Amen. That's what one day we hope to be able to do with our own little games. Do you think MacGyver? Sorry, the cat's all over me right now.
No,
Give me a wash.
he's having a great time.
He's having life.
We recently got 2 cats, one after the other. One of them's 6, and then we found a 6-month-old kitten dodging cars on the high street.
I saw your
So
post.
we took her in as well.
Yeah, I saw your post on Facebook. Like, we found a kitten. It's like, what? That sounds like the best situation to be in.
She's very naughty. She's the naughtiest cat I've ever met. And also she loves taps. Whenever you turn a tap on, she jumps up onto the side of the sink or basin and just stares at it in absolute awe.
Curious. What a curious trait.
Yeah, the only person I've ever met whose hobby is taps. Actually, to be fair, there is a lot of ale enthusiasts in my circles, so
Oh, that kind. Yeah,
there's
that's halfway.
a kind
there.
of tap enthusiasts.
It's halfway there. Right. Well, yeah. Sorry, the cat's distracted me from my train of thought. Kelly wants to know what the name of your kitten is.
Oh, so the older one is called Smokey, and the younger one is called Betty. I really fought hard against the name Betty because I think it's a really stupid name for a cat, but I lost. It's not the stupidest name for a cat. I've got a mate who's got a cat called Philip. That's just that is not an animal name. That is a person name.
That is an odd name for. Is that your name, MacGyver? I think that's a good name.
MacGyver's a brilliant name for a cat.
Yeah, bless him.
Much better than Philip.
Philip is an odd name. Philip's an odd name for anyone, I feel.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. I know a lot of guys our age who are called Philip. I think Philip is going to be the Alan of the future. You know, how, like people say, you never look at a baby and think, I'm going to call him Barry. You know, like no one thinks that, right? And I think that Philip will be that in like 20 or 30 years. But right now, it's somewhere in between baby name and old man name. Well, we really are covering all the topics here, aren't we?
Why not, eh? It's a nice...
Why not, indeed?
Quiet chat. So what are some of the things that you've learnt from your increasing involvement in the convention life? Do you see some of the pitfalls when you go to somewhere and you think... Is there like a red flag that when you go to a new convention you're like, they haven't thought of this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think most it's interesting because there are a lot of very small conventions that are run by people who don't really know how to run a convention. But that's okay, as long as they're not trying to make it out to be something more than it is. Like if you're running a 2-day convention and it's £15 for the whole weekend and it's not that well organised, but hey, you've found a space and you've and you've brought up a load of board games and set up some tables and provided somewhere for everyone to play board games for 2 days, I don't really care if your setup isn't very good. I think you've kind of already done enough to warrant the 15 quid that I've given you. But I've only ever had one experience at a convention that I would say was negative, and where I thought these guys are not really doing what they're supposed to be doing. And it was, should I actually say where this was?
You don't have to say where it is if you just want to tell us.
It was, well, put it this way: it was a convention in England, and it was right before COVID. It was like the last Clocktower thing I went to before the lockdown hit. I think lockdown started like 4 or 5 days afterwards. But I went down there on the Saturday, which was the busiest day, and I was told, I was asked to come down and run some games. And obviously I said, yeah, absolutely, I'll come and run some games for you. And they said, we're going to put you right in the lobby where there's loads of space, and we're going to do sign-ups ahead of time, and on the sign-up sheet it'll say that it's in the lobby. And so I got there like 20, 30 minutes before my first game was supposed to start, went to the lobby. The place I was supposed to be at was already full. It was in use.
They hadn't...
So I went to the reception. Yeah, I was like, what am I supposed to do? And they were like, you need to go find this guy. So I had to walk all the way across the convention, by which point I'm like 10 minutes away from when my first game's supposed to start. I finally find the guy. I then get pinged around a bit. Long story short, they shove me not where I'm supposed to be and not where all of the people who signed up think I'm going to be, but they instead just put me in the TTRPG room full of grognards playing D&D. So, first of all, I've got to run back and forth between where I am now and where I'm supposed to be to corral all of the people that think I'm supposed to be there and bring them into the D&D room and then run the game for them there. So I'm already kind of annoyed. But do you know what? Things happen. It's not the end of the world. But then, this is the bit that really turned me off was after like half a game, and I'm there running the game and, you know, tell us why you've nominated this person, and hey, everyone come sit back down, and doing all that kind of stuff that you need to do when you're running the game. This, like, beardy old fella just turns around and goes, will you please be quiet, at me. And I'm just, what am I supposed to say?
Yeah.
So I turn around to him and I say, look, I'm really sorry, mate. I'm not supposed to be in this room. I was supposed to be elsewhere. I agree with you that this isn't a perfect situation, and I strongly encourage you to go and have a word with some of the organisers and express your frustration, because you'll be doing us both a favour. So he storms off, and at the end of my next game, one of the stewards comes up to me and says, we've had a bunch of complaints about you. Apparently you're being too noisy, and when someone approached you about it, you were very, very rude to them. And I'm just here thinking, I have paid for a train to this convention to be messed around all day, yelled at by someone, and then have a steward come and tell me that I've been rude, and that he basically threatened to kick me out if I was rude again. And I'm literally here doing free labour for these people.
Yeah.
And so I started packing my shit up, thinking, fuck this noise, I'm leaving, I'm going home. And then a bunch of players came in, and one of them was like, oh my god, you're Ben from No Rolls Barred. I can't wait. And I thought, do you know what? I'm not gonna storm off. That's not the right thing to do. These guys are really excited and they want to play Clocktower. I'll tough it out for them. But several times I've been asked by the organisers of that convention to go back, and I've always politely declined, because I don't mind coming and giving you all of my time for a whole weekend for free. But I'm certainly not going to do it to be told off by a steward for just doing the thing that I was asked to come and do. Sorry, that was a very long story.
No, it's good. It's good.
It was about conventions, though, which means we did the thing that we were supposed to be doing.
It's a case of them, I guess, of knowing that Blood in the Clocktower is a big deal, but not really taking into consideration what it is. Like, they didn't stop and think, okay, well, it needs this, because it's quite an intrusive game. Let's be fair. It needs its own space.
It does, yeah. And I empathised. I sympathise with D&D man. Like, it will have been annoying. He was probably trying to create a similar kind of, an atmosphere or whatever for his players, and instead they're hearing me yell about sitting down and opening nominations. I get it. I just think it's a shame that he didn't accept my offer of teaming up against the situation that we were both frustrated at. He instead decided to go and try and get me in trouble. and succeeded.
Yeah, because as I guess, yeah, because you're there, you've been asked to be there, whereas he probably hasn't been asked to be there. He's just somebody who like wanted to run some D&D.
Yeah.
So he just thought you were some rando who just wandered in and was in his way, and the stewards should have corrected him. Yeah, the
Yeah.
stewards should have been on your side there. Yeah, that was a bit out of order, really.
Yeah, I was pretty miffed.
How did but I can appreciate why you've politely turned them down each time since. How did you find the Games Expo this year? Because for the first time I've seen every inch of both those halls packed full of stalls. So the usual normally you're like in the corner, which would with like quite a bit of open space around you, but there were stalls all the way around there. So you didn't have anywhere that you in previous years when I've been with you, we've been able to spread out a little bit because obviously, like we say, it's quite an intrusive game. Players want to wander about and talk and stuff. But you were lacking that space a little bit this year, just because of how packed it was.
To be honest, I actually think that did us a few favours because traditionally the problem with that corner is that the corner itself was empty apart from us, and the entirety of that arena is like a giant amplifier, and all the sound coming from the rest of the arena was bouncing off the bare wall in that corner and making it almost impossible for people to talk. But with a bunch of nice meaty human bodies and bits of foam and other crap in the way, it actually soaks up a lot of the noise and made it significantly easier to run and to hear each other. I think it was the first year at the UKGE I've gone for an entire convention without having to ask people to repeat themselves louder, which was quite nice.
That's cool.
I like how the cat's going to be interviewing.
He's
now.
just you were just sat nicely on me having a purr, and they just said just take up my whole camera screen. It'd be interesting as well if the people in that corner didn't know how good they had it, because it's like they've shoved us in the far corner of Hall 1, and then it turns out Brother the Clocktower's there, and there's a massive crowd of people at all times.
I think, to be honest, I think they were all pretty cool about it. Most of them were like demoers and stuff like that, so I think they were just happy to be in an environment where people were having a good time. Certainly, we gave each other a few nods over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, that's what I meant. They were like, it was a positive for them because there's just like that traffic was there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good point. Yeah, we probably did bring a fair bit of foot traffic to him. I do feel like a lot of I don't know if this is just me getting old and miserable, but I felt like there was a lot less unique stores there this year than there were in previous years. There was a lot of just board game shop. We sell lots of dice kind of shops, and a lot less kind of weird and quirky stuff. Where, because in previous years there were a lot more people who had like made something bizarre or interesting or unique and were just desperately trying to get it off the ground. And I always found it a lot of fun to wander around those kind of things. But you were bringing your own thing, right? You brought your own board game. You were one of those people that were trying to get interest in your project. Yeah, I felt like there was a lot less of that this year.
I think a lot of it was in Hall 2, because I made a list of like the indie people that I wanted to speak to, and like 2 of them were in Hall 1 and all the rest were in Hall 2. So I think there was a slight division of labour there. Hall 1 had a lot of the retailers, and then Hall 1 had Disney Lorcana taking up a third of the hall, it felt like. And then a lot of little quirky people. But yeah, I know what you mean. It does feel increasingly commercial. When I was kind of wandering around looking for bargains or doing a bit of shopping on the Sunday, I wandered into the Waterstones stand, the Waterstones bit, and I was looking around there a bit, and I just thought, I don't want to buy something from Waterstones at the UK Games Expo. That doesn't feel authentic, does it?
Get a nice book from Waterstones and then go for your dinner at the Wetherspoons.
That feels so weird. I want to buy something from like some little quirky person, like you say.
I think this is always the way with big, large-scale things like this, be it a convention or like a music festival or whatever. Like, I remember going to Download Festival at Donington in 2006, and it was like 65 quid for a weekend ticket, and you could bring your own food and drink in to the main arena and watch the bands and sip your warm Fosters or whatever. And then fast forward, 4 or 5 years, and all of a sudden everything's locked down. The tickets costing nearly 200 quid. You're not allowed to bring anything into the arena. You have to buy it all there. And I think basically once something starts getting successful, it's kind of almost impossible, even if for some reason you wanted to bring it back to the kind of cool community-focused nature of what it was prior, right? Because you are, by definition, having to appeal to a wider audience, and you're going to have to pay more people and buy more space, so you're going to have to basically shill a bit more, right? It's just kind of the unfortunate nature of modern life, really.
Yeah, and you got to get the big boys in because they bring in the big money, I guess. Yeah. But I don't know what the financial arrangement is with the expo exactly. Other than that, obviously they rent out the floor space, but they obviously don't see anything from sales or anything else, which I guess it's slightly...
They sell tickets, right?
The tickets, yeah. But I mean, like the retailers, because it didn't feel like, from our perspective, if we weren't selling product yet, but if we had been, we wouldn't have had to sell a lot to cover our costs, which is quite good to know.
Let's do some quick maths. If we assume each ticket was 25 quid, because that's the average between adult and teenager, and you said there was 65,000 attendees.
65,000 and something, yeah.
Well, that's 1.625 million.
Wow.
Just on tickets. That's a lot of money. I mean, obviously, a good chunk of that will be taxed or whatever, and they'll have to pay rental. But then they're also charging $1,000 or whatever for the floor space for the various
and you got to rent your tables and chairs and everything else.
Yeah.
That was quite efficient this year.
I mean,
I felt they were quite efficient at getting the tables and chairs out this year. Because almost
it was the first year that they didn't mess it up for us.
Yeah, almost every year I've been with you, we've had to chase our tables and chairs because we order a very specific amount, and if the chairs run out, then London Clocktower's a bit screwed. Sit in a little circle on the floor like a bunch of Boy Scouts.
Yeah, it is very dependent on those chairs. I suppose what board game isn't, though? No one wants to squat whilst playing Monopoly, right?
No. I would. No one wants to play Monopoly.
Monopoly.
I was going to say, no one. If you walk past someone at the UK Games Expo playing Monopoly, you'd be like, "How did you get in? Who let you in here?" Slap. Yeah, so it's a funny one. So with all the Blood on the Clocktower conventions and events and things happening, you've never been tempted or asked to organise something yourself?
I did. So I own a couple of fields. We're not like land barons or anything, but I own a couple of fields that are greenbelt land, and we basically there's a couple of fields and a little wood, and we sometimes go camping on them in the summer. We've got a tiny little caravan down there that's really old and grimy that we'll sometimes go for a night or two in just to get away from the hustle and bustle. And I did put on an event there once called Blood on the Hedgerow, but it was an event in like the most unofficial sense of the word, like a bunch of people who really wanted to come and play Clocktower. We just went and got in a field and played in it for it. I'm pretty sure I invited you to this, Kristian. Does this ring a bell to you?
Vaguely. I couldn't make it, I'm pretty sure, but yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely not. But I bought a marquee and I charged everyone a tenner to come for 2 days and play Clocktower and the marquee in my field. And I spent the tenner on barbecue and booze so that we could all have a drink and a burger or whatever. So I guess I put on an event in like the loosest sense of the word. But when it comes to something a bit more official, it almost kind of feels like there would be no point me putting one on. Right now, I get the best of both worlds. I turn up. I don't have to set up any chairs or tables. I don't have to pay anyone money or check tickets or give anyone wristbands. I just get to go and enjoy all of the good stuff about the convention without having to do any of the hard work at all. So I feel like I'd be crazy. Most of these conventions, unless you are a really big one like the UKGE, you're lucky if you break even, really, most of the time. No one's making any money out of them, really. They're done for the kind of love of the community. So I'm quite happy to keep showing up to other people's Clocktower conventions and then buggering off when it's finished and letting them pack down all the tables.
See, as somebody currently designing their own game, I don't want to sound bitter or anything, but it does feel kind of like you skipped the hard part of this enterprise.
Yeah, definitely. I live a charmed existence.
It's like I've just joined to enjoy the success.
I think on the flip side though, if your game is a runaway success, you'll get all the money from it, right? Yeah. Whereas I'm basically a court jester.
That's fair. That's a lot in life.
Yeah, quite happy.
That's more than some
Funnily
people
enough,
manage.
we found a while ago. My dad was having a clean out in the attic, and he found a plastic carrier bag full of old school reports. Is that MacGyver?
That was Carrie ad. She's the squeaker.
Well, yeah, I found a plastic bag full of my old school reports, and one of them was from my year 3 teacher called Mrs. Tippin, and she wrote, Ben's very bright and could be successful, but instead he acts like he's auditioning for the role of court jester. That was the actual words of the report. And I feel like, well, you know, Mrs. Tippin, I basically am a court jester now.
Yeah.
I just fool around in front of a camera to make people laugh, and that's what I do for a living. So thanks for teaching me how to be a court jester.
Yeah, just go back to her if she's still alive. I was about to say because we're old now. Just go back to her and be like, "Hey, guess what? I play games for a living. Fuck you!" So if they could see us now.
If only.
Oh dear. So what's the rest of your year look like? Have you got a reprieve, or does the summer hit particularly hard? I bet it probably does.
So just under 2 weeks, I'm going to Australia for Clocktower Con.
Nice.
That's like a 28-hour flight there and a 30-something hour flight back. So I'm going to spend a couple of weeks out there and make it worthwhile.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because if you went out there just for the con, you'd be flying longer than you were at the con.
Yeah, definitely not worth it. So we're probably gonna do some of the touristy stuff, go see an opera, all that kind of thing. And then I've got a couple of like all-dayers and stuff, but the next big thing that I've got coming up is Strange Games Festival at the end of August, which is the best festival for games in the UK. I really can't recommend it enough.
I keep being recommended that as well, and I've never been. They haven't been going for that
I'll
long,
give you the
have
elevator pitch. It's awesome. They've been going for a while, but they've only been at their new location. This will be the 3rd year. But it's basically, you know, those Cub Scout activity places where the Cubs will go and set up camp and they'll learn how to do archery and climb up a wall and start a fire and all that stuff.
Right.
It's one of those, but a board game convention where you bring a tent and camp instead of staying in a hotel, and you just play board games out in the on the grass with like they've set up tables and got like, you know, what am I looking for here? Marquees and all that kind of stuff set up.
Yeah.
So it's all the nerdy fun of a board game convention, but with the kind of bohemianness of like a music festival. It's like the perfect middle ground between the two. I absolutely love it, and I can't recommend it enough. But every year they put tickets on, and they're like sold out within a day.
Yeah, I saw that it's
I'm
currently
off
sold out.
Yeah, they put more on, and they sold out immediately. But I'm going to make it to Tabletop Scotland this year as well in September.
Oh, cool! Yeah, that's on my
not
calendar.
been
I don't think we will attempt it, but it's on my calendar.
I think it's in Glasgow, so it's a bit of a trek if you're anywhere south of Newcastle, really. But then the next really big one is Clocktower Con Vegas in October.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I went to there last year, and Vegas is a truly ridiculous place. The fact that it even exists is farcical. Just a massive city in the middle of the desert.
Yeah. It's like a fantasy town. It's just like
it is. It literally is a giant theme park. Like they've got like a medieval castle there where you can like play poker while you watch knights joust with each other and stuff. They've got a little Paris with an empire with a my brain's melting tonight. Big pointy statue thing in Paris. Eiffel Tower. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and they've got an entire building, and I mean this building is the size of a town, and it's all done up like New York, where you've got like the fire escapes, and there's like a guy selling hot dogs from a cart, and you can go to all these different taverns and places, and yeah, just a giant adult playground. A truly ridiculous place. I would recommend I can't imagine anyone not finding something that they enjoy in Vegas.
Fair enough. Just go there before the shows and everything else.
We're smashing through all these questions.
That's right. It's nearly midnight. The day ticks
It is
on.
nearly midnight.
The day does tick away. Not seeing any questions in the chat, which is fine, but if you do have any, do post them. Yeah.
How about I ask you a question,
Oh,
Kristian?
you can do, yeah.
So you've taken your first steps into sort of designing a commercial project for a game, right? You're trying to get your first board game out there. How did you find the experience of? I'm assuming UKGE was your first con, sort of showing people the game. How is that the case? And how did you find that? Did you find it useful? Was it scary or stressful or nerve wracking?
Yeah, well, I've do a fair few cons just for fun. Have done for well over a decade, and then I kind of got used to the UKGE because I came for fun ever since it was fit entirely in the one hall of the Hilton. One back when it was one 30th the size of what it is now or whatever. And then I kind of got used to like the behind the scenes side of things from going with you for 2 or 3 years. So I sort of knew what to expect. It was kind of a nice Blood and Clocktower was a nice primer for figuring out how the con works. Obviously, we hadn't had to like book all our own shit before, but I got an idea of how like setup works and how getting about and what all the things that you can do as behind the scenes. And how kind of stressful it was on a stand because obviously you must have one of the busiest stands as we've mentioned in there. So I kind of got a good feel for that side of the con without any of the responsibility because I was just there again just helping out. So that it wasn't as intense as I imagine it would be for somebody who didn't have all of that experience. But yeah, there's that whole other side of organisation, which, to be fair to the Games Expo, is actually quite easy. Like their exhibitor portal, I found really easy to use. I don't
It
know
is good.
what your
Yeah, it is a good
experience
website they've got there. Yeah.
And
Did you have any like negative? Did anyone really dislike your game or really not understand it or anything like that?
No, we had people who came back to play it multiple times.
Wow, that's awesome.
We had people that came over to us who said we had to come over because somebody played this and they said it's the best game at the convention. Because somebody
That's awesome.
on rec. So we had a lot of word of mouth recommendation. We've had people come to us because we were relatively proactive, and obviously I've got this channel and everything else. And Kaylee is a very personable person, so she's out flying like crazy. So yeah, we managed to absolutely fill ourselves up pretty much on the Friday, and then we started taking bookings on the Saturday, and we were fully booked by about midday on the Saturday, to the point where people were disappointed, so we started booking people in for the Sunday. So we were half booked on Sunday before Saturday had finished.
Wow.
And yeah, we didn't really have any major issues or concerns. The only thing that we kind of learnt is that we have a few accessibility issues just in the design of some of the components. Weren't some people had trouble with that, and some of the cards and stuff were a bit text heavy, and it's quite small, and when you're like reading off a card, and we could see that people were struggling with that sometimes. So I can see why now sometimes games are just covered in symbology and you have to keep referring to the rulebook. It seems annoying when a game is covered in symbology and you have to keep referring to the rulebook to learn what it means, but I get why now. It's visually easier, and also makes it's much easier to just translate your rulebook into 7 different languages than it is to translate an entire board game's worth of components into 7 different languages.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, I never thought about that.
And that's just not something that would occur to us.
Sounds like that. I mean, that's brilliant because almost everyone I know who has gone and done what you did this year has at least one like nightmare playthrough where someone had come and just really disliked it, or like I've had people who. There was a couple that were clearly on the verge of breaking up and they were just arguing and bickering throughout the entire game. And there's just so many stories. The fact that you had, not only did you not have any of that, but you also got some genuine playtest and feedback from people. That's wicked. Your game must be very good.
Yeah, we had... Thank you. Play it sometime. Come over and play it sometime.
I would love to. We'll make it happen.
we had well, if you make it down, if you were able to make it down at the end of August, this is a conversation we can have off of the stream. If you're able to come down at the end of August, but yeah, we did have I did run a couple of games where people didn't quite get it at first, but it's one of those kind of games people like. Has quite a slow start, so I would see people being like, "Well, this seems too complicated, and this and this." But then by like 20 minutes into the game, they're fully there going, no, we have to solve this puzzle. What if we went over here? What if you did it? Like, and then suddenly like the mood just switches. So I definitely had some games that began and I was like, oh, this isn't going down well. And then once kind of the game clicks for people, they would be like, oh, now I get it. Kind of had that a little bit with Clocktower as well, especially in those early days. When people have been dragged along by their friends, have been like, what is this nonsense? And there's all this big old page of rules I've got to learn. And then, 10 minutes later, they're like, you are lying! This information means this and this and this.
It's during the rules explanation, you can see some people's like eyes starting to glaze over.
Yeah.
And they're just like, look more and more terrified as you pack more and more info into the explanation. And then when they get their token and they start figuring out and having all those tiny revelations, it's just so... As like a forever GM, I love watching that process happen and seeing it click with people. It's so satisfying.
Yeah, I'm running Fate Online at the moment. A couple of games of that and seeing... I don't know if you know Fate at all, the RPG. But it's
yes. Well, it's a darling RPG on the RPG subreddit, so I've heard a lot of good stuff about it.
It's a very different beast, and obviously most people have come from Dungeons and Dragons, and then coming over to this light and fluffy narrative RPG, they suddenly kind of as that starts to click that like, oh, there's like you can be creative in different ways. You don't need the game to tell you how to come up with an idea, like use this spell or whatever. You can be like, you can come up with your own ideas and then figure out how to fit the rules to those ideas rather than trying to fit your ideas into the rules. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, Forged in the Dark games do that a lot as well. I don't know if you've played Blades in the Dark or anything like that.
I mean, outside of D&D, most games do that, and just like D&D players don't realize that. I think sometimes.
I think I found it very refreshing in Blades in the Dark where they were like, don't ever ask your players what skill they want to roll to do this thing and let them justify why that skill should be used rather than the other way around, which when I first read that in Blades in the Dark, I'd kind of been doing that already for a while, but it was really nice to have an actual game sort of justify or like tell me it was okay to do that. Because I always felt like I was bucking the trend of D&D. But I suppose it's unfortunate that D&D, and particularly D&D 5e, is the game that so many people come to the hobby through. Because it's not really a middle ground, is it? On the grand scale of like story and narrative-driven stuff to combat and mechanics-driven stuff, it's very much on this side. Somewhere almost as far as across as like Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, whereas ideally I think it would be better if most people were introduced to the hobby through stuff like Vampire the Masquerade and Genesis and Savage Worlds and things like that, where they can get a nice balanced flavour of both narrative and mechanics, so that they don't have this weird expectation that everything should require a D20 roll or whatever.
Yeah. And the idea that a combat situation can be over in one dice roll if you filter enough ideas together so that you get like one big dice roll and just end a combat in that way, like blows people's minds.
Yeah,
it's like your ideas are more powerful than the dice.
And the crazy thing is that is how those 1970s D&D games worked. I mean, don't get me wrong, you would sometimes, roll initiative and have a scrap, but the vast majority of the time it was much more about player skill rather than character skill. And if the players, said the right combination of words or offered the right amount of gold or simply waited till everyone was asleep or something, they could easily navigate a situation without having to have a lengthy and mechanics-driven combat, which I really love. I really love that, and I try and put that in as many of my sessions as I can.
Yeah, always honour a good or just fun idea, if you can. I always think.
Yeah,
Because
I'd agree.
even D&D players, they want to break the game if they can. They want to have, they want to seduce the dragon. They want they want to figure out a way to break the rules. So everybody wants to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got onto that topic, but that's our
it's a sign of
stance.
a good conversation. We're meandering. We're taking the scenic route.
But yes, no, the convention was good. It was interesting from that perspective, and we had a good experience as well, which did help, because it could have, you can go the other way, and I'm sure there were people there who had a disappointing experience, particularly people who maybe were selling for the first time and didn't quite get. But yeah, we did okay for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, the competition is tough there, right? Everywhere you walk, there are people looking expectantly at you, desperately hoping you'll come over and ask them about their game. And I imagine if you're not sticking your neck out and really kind of getting people to come to your booth, it can probably be quite a deflating and disheartening experience for some designers.
Well, it's the thing as well, is people will sit down with us, and probably most games, we're asking them to sit down and play a game for an hour with us. And that if they might only be there that day, they might only have an 8-hour experience of the con, and we're asking for a big chunk of their day. And if you sit down and play a terrible game, you might have just wasted a quarter of your time at the con. Yeah. So it's not a small ask. In a lot of ways.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it that way, but yeah, that's a very good point, especially if you're only there for the day. And I do have mates who will go as a group of 3 or 4 and will do nothing but try new games. And a lot of the time they'll plan it out beforehand and be like, okay, we'll go to this booth and then that booth, and then they spend the first hour going around and signing up for stuff, and then spend the whole of the rest of the day just going from new game to new game and not doing anything else. Which I'm very, very envious of. One of these years I will go to the UKGE as a customer. It's going to happen, and I'm going to do nothing but play other people's games.
Yeah, no, that would be a fun one. Just spend a day just trying to hit. I want to try and get a good. I think I was talking about this with Full of Rage Games, who were on before you, because it was their second time at the convention, and they launched their Kickstarter at the UKGE just gone. It launched the Saturday morning, so they're pushing that at the moment. But yeah, I was saying that it would be nice if there was a little bit more of a community vibe amongst the game designers. Because I tried to find a Facebook group or anything that was for new people who are new to the convention who wanted to just chat, but nothing really existed. So it feels there was a little bit of a, because the game, and Nutrimonster in the chat has just asked, was the expo mostly game makers showing their wares, or also random tables of random games people just wanted to play? So it was kind of a split, and I've never been to Gen Con or Spiel. I don't know if you have.
I haven't been to Gen Con or Spiel, but I have been to conventions in the USA and Canada, and what I will say is, at those ones, usually the evening before the convention, a lot of the designers will go and hang out in some of the back rooms and play each other's board games and meet and shake hands and have a beer and all that kind of thing. So I think the UKGE is kind of its own, because at the UKGE, I think this is evidence of how businessy and commercially focused it is. The Thursday night is instead a night where all of the game designers can go and show off their stuff to producers and journalists. They have an industry evening basically, where it's all about making contacts and networking and that kind of thing, which is very similar to what I've described in North America, but in terms of vibe, it's the polar opposite.
Right. Yeah, less chill. But yeah, no, that sounds like it could be fun. That could be cool.
Well, hey, you know what they say, Kristian? Be the change you want to see. Make that Facebook group.
Well, yeah. I mean, I got into chatting to people because I was talking about people in my videos, and up to the con, and I got chatting to some of those little designers. Said, "Hey, you talked about us on YouTube." I even got some people say that, "Hey, people came to play our game because they said they saw your video on YouTube." I got recognised twice at the games convention from my YouTube. I'm like, "Wow, I'm a celebrity."
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'll get to that Ben Burns level of fame one day. But yeah, there is room to create that. I think that little community. It'd be nice to do. But yeah, to answer Nutrimonster's question, it's the third biggest con in the world. But I saw kind of the makers on a podcast or something talking, where they were saying that they might be third biggest, but they actually have a larger number of venues, I think they said, than Gen Con. Or either Gen Con or Spiel. They have a larger number of venues. And I can see that. They really, there is a real vibe of like, fill that floor space at the UK Games Expo. If you want, if you've got a game to sell, you can be there. And so I think that there's a bigger push for, or a bigger contingency of small designers and small publishers who are promoting their games. So the hall is really jammed full of just, I couldn't even think of how many. It must be maybe 300 people who are just there who want you to come and sit down and play their game. So you could spend the entire weekend just walking the hall, playing one game after the other, and barely scratch the surface of what's there. So yeah, it really is a convention for playing games.
They've got like stands just for companies like Panda GM, who their thing is that they manufacture board games at a factory in China. The fact that they're there courting these would-be designers who have made a prototype and are looking to try and get it to market, I think that kind of is evidence of how much it does cater to those indie developers in comparison with your Gen Cons and stuff like that, where it will just be like the biggest of the big. There'll be an Asmodee, and there'll be a Fantasy Flight, and there'll be a Wizards of the Coast section, and there's really not a great deal of like indie stuff there by comparison. But I suppose the UK is kind of, or at least it certainly was, somewhere where you would go to get access to the EU market, right? Yeah. When we were still part of the EU, those companies would be coming here, and German and Belgian indie devs would be coming here, and that's the place where they would meet in the blanket language of English, right?
Okay, I see what Nutrimonster's saying. So to the more specifics, Nutriment says, I was wondering because some cons is like go to table X to play some spiffy RPG with GM Joe. Yeah, there is some organised gaming, particularly RPGs that you can sign up to, and the mega games were there running in Hall 3. They had a couple games a day.
And a lot of tournaments as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of tournaments. There's Disney Lorcana had a massive floor space there, but really it's pretty open. It's just open, everyone just vying for your attention, and if you want to play Blood in the Clocktower, you have to run there at 9 a.m. when the doors open, otherwise you won't get a seat. But everyone else is just vying for your attention, out kind of like trying to lure you in, siren style, onto their table. But yeah, there are definitely organised games, particularly in the Hilton. The Hilton is kind of, I think, where all the RPG stuff was happening. But the main halls in the NEC, it was just all open, and the Hall 3 is just open gaming, where you can just sit down and play a game.
Yeah, and it's massive. It's a massive hall, and they've got food and a little bar and stuff there. So you're very well catered to. You could have, and I imagine many people do, a really good weekend of just hanging out in Hall 3 all weekend, munching on cheeseburgers, sipping on Guinness, and playing board games with your friends or random strangers. Yeah.
But it is nice that it has the NEC side, which is very commercial, and then the Hilton, which is this more relaxed gaming atmosphere, where you can sit. I know, like a mate of mine who was there all weekend. He did the convention floor on Friday, and then spent the entire of Saturday just in the Hilton playing board games, because he was like, well, I know that Saturday is going to be mad in the halls, and it was. So I'm just going to hit the halls on the quieter days and spend the entire Saturday just in the Hilton, just playing board games for the love of board games, because it's just a much more chilled atmosphere there. And that's something that I think from what I've heard, you don't really get at Gen Con and Spiel. It doesn't really have that friendly, not friendly, but you know what I mean, not cozy atmosphere, that I
Yeah,
think the UKGE can generate.
I think the UKGE benefits uniquely in that way from being at the NEC, which itself is a weird, like town-sized complex of arenas and sort of venues, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where you've got a bunch of restaurants and a whole bunch of hotels all around these ginormous halls, and I think at the very least, all of the conventions I've been to in North America have been exclusively in a hotel, whereas the NEC is kind of spread out around a bunch of places around a few NEC halls, and then it itself is surrounded by like Resorts World and stuff like that. So if you want to do all the commercial stuff, you've got the main hall full of people. If you want to go and play and relax, you can do it in the bar of the hotel you're staying in, or at the Hilton. And if you want, you can go to the cinema and see a movie at Resorts World, or go eat some Japanese food.
We did last year. We went to see. Was it last year? One year we went to see Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Just one of the concerts, like, because the cinema was right there, within walking distance. But yeah, the Hilton is the official place. But yeah, every hotel, the Ibis where yours is the Blood and the Clocktower Hotel, basically.
Yeah.
that's what it is in the evenings.
We paid them for rooms this year for the first time ever. We rented a bunch of conference rooms so that we could do it, without kind of annoying them.
Yeah.
Because previously they'd just given us them for free because we were occupying their bar so heavily.
Because you were in the way, yeah.
Yeah.
How do we get the Blood and the Clocktower people out of the way?
Yeah. I think there's a very real possibility that next year we won't have a booth at the UKGE and we'll just rent conference rooms at a hotel instead.
I mean, yeah.
Because we're not actually making any money at the UK Games Expo. We're just paying them for some space because it's fun to do and it's good for morale or whatever. But I think it would be nice if instead next year we could just get tickets for our storytellers to just enjoy the con during the day and then just run games in the evening for the Clocktower community.
Yeah, even if you had one of the RPG rooms in the Hilton, just had you could easily get 2 or 3 games running at a time in one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, or just the open play area, I suppose, if we really want to. That stays open till what, like midnight?
Yeah. But yeah, as you were saying, even though the Hilton is like the official side of it, we were playing games in the Crown Plaza at night because it was the only place we could find that we could get food. That's the other thing. If you want to go to a restaurant, you need to book like 2 days in advance.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, every hotel, we stayed at the not Novotel. They stayed at one of the other Ibises in the airport car park once because it was the cheapest place to stay. And when we got back there at night, it was full of people playing board games. So yeah, as Ben says, every single hotel in the immediate area will be full of people playing board games, and everything's within walking distance. There's I don't know, got to be a dozen or so hotels within walking distance of that space.
Yeah. And the NEC has a train station, basically, doesn't it? That links straight to Birmingham, New Street. So you can, if you really want to, you can go a few stops down and stay in Birmingham City, if that's your thing. Yeah.
Although 2 of our volunteers on our stand travelled up to stay with somebody in Birmingham and then travelled in to the expo. He came from Reading, but like in hindsight, he was like, probably would have been easier to just drive from Reading every day.
Yeah, Birmingham's a nightmare.
Yeah, to navigate. Birmingham's the NEC is not in Birmingham. That's all. It's like it just sort of is. Just sort of isn't. So yeah, that's an oddity about it. But yeah, it's a hell of a space. It is like a little village. Becomes a little village full of board games for about 3 days.
Yeah, it's cool.
And beyond. Yes. Well, I won't take up any more of your time.
It's been a pleasure, Kristian. I'm genuinely made up for you that you had such a good time showing off your game at the UKGE, and I'm really looking forward to playing it.
Yeah, we need to start planning for next year now because I think because we planned for we were a starter stand, which meant we just kind of went into a raffle and got us whatever space was available. But bookings start in September. I understand if we want something like more substantial next year. So we've got to start thinking about it.
Yeah, wicked. You've got plans to kickstart? Have you got any idea when you might do it?
The pre-launch is up now, for Trouble on the Tempest. But if I get in it once that's got enough buzz, we'll launch it, I guess. I don't know. It'd be lovely to think we could do it by the end of the year, but if not, it'll be our sort of next year goal. Either we'll have it up and running, I think we're kind of thinking by the end of the year, or we'll just push it and its launch will could be the UK Games Expo next year. We're thinking that's kind of what we're hoping is worst case scenario, is that Expo next year is the launch of the Kickstarter.
Right.
But yeah.
Kristian, you've got 9.3 out of 10 on Board Game Geek.
I know,
don't know if you're
people
aware
have
of
been
that.
reviewing us. People have been reviewing us already, people who played at the Expo. We've got some really lovely reviews on our very minimal Board Game Geek page.
That's awesome.
I see that Blood and the Clocktower is slowly creeping towards the top 100. Every time I look at it, I'm like, it's a little bit closer. Like, it deserves to be in there.
It is, yeah. It's the number 1 ranked party game as well, which is cool.
So yeah.
Right, well, thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, look forward to seeing you next year at the UKG, but hopefully in August.
Hopefully before then, yeah. Hopefully.
TwinCon, right?
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be amazing.
Wicked. All right, well, good night.
Nighty night. I will flag that Skype call as the other side could not see my video again. Well, thank you for joining me to chat with Ben there. Mr. Ben Burns of Blood and the Clocktower and, of course, No Rolls Barred fame, who I have known apparently almost as long as he's known Blood and the Clocktower. I didn't realise that. I must have had that conversation with him before, but it perhaps slipped my mind. But yes, that was another lovely chat. My next chat will be with Fiona from the What Am I Rolling podcast and the DM's Book Club, who has organised kind of the podcast zone at Dragonmeet for the last couple of years, as well as all these other actual plays and other things that she does. She's always seems to have something new out every time I look at her Discord or her YouTube or everything else. So yeah, hopefully we'll have lots to talk about, but that won't be till 2 o'clock in the morning here, because she is America based, and 2 o'clock in the morning for the UK is a much more reasonable hour in good old America. We will catch up with her then. In the meantime, I hope everyone enjoyed that little talk. I'm going to duck out for another break, maybe some more tea, maybe I'll just stretch my legs and crick my neck. And maybe get a snack edge, or maybe eat some of this fudge that's been sat here this whole time. This fudge from Wicked Fudge, who are at the UK Games Expo. My UK Games Expo fudge. But yeah, thanks for watching. Please do stay tuned for anything more, and I will be back shortly with Fiona. Also back at I'll be back before 2 o'clock, but Fiona is coming on at 2 o'clock. I'm back. Oh God. Right, well, the cat immediately chose this moment to come and sit in front of the camera without a single moment's hesitation. Didn't even give me a second of camera time, did you, MacGyver? Did you? Look at your face. Show the people your little face. Go on, show the people your fluffy face. There you go. He's going to chew on the camera and move it out of position, as he's done several times tonight already. This is Cat Cam. MacGyver Cam. No, you can't drink my tea. No one wants to see your asshole. Okay, well, I am in fact back. So whilst I wait for my... what are you doing? You're going to be the centre of attention. You genuinely have done this only when I'm streaming, only when I start streaming. Because he knows that it's the best way to become the centre of attention. It's when I start talking into the microphone, because it means something's happening that he can get in the way of. And I reward him. So I'm an enabler. No, you can't eat my fudge. There, close the box. Right, now MacGyver, can I actually get on? Thank you. You can cuddle if you want. Oh, don't want to cuddle? Oh, fine, fuck off then. So what I was trying to say before I was so rudely interrupted is that I am back as I gear up for my third and final guest of the night, Fiona, coming on in about an hour. I'm actually going to crack on with some editing, so I don't know if this is going to be interesting to watch, but I will. You're more than welcome to observe as I double check this whole thing. Let me just move OBS to the other window so that I can just keep track of it that way. But yeah, I need to watch back this chunky video and figure out what is extraneous and what is interesting. Which I don't know if that makes for good streaming content, but I'm going to do it anyway. Whilst I wait for Fiona to join me at 2 o'clock. Because it's a task that needs doing. There's now 3 of me on your screen, 3 of my face. What more could you possibly want? Now I assume that you won't be able to hear the desktop audio. So let me add that in. Or can you in fact hear the desktop audio? Let's find out. Because you should put here Avid's audio, I'm going to guess. Okay, so Avid's audio is indeed muted. Let's see, what did I do wrong here? This is I'm really happy with how the interview system has gone. So I have talked in the previous 2 interviews of how it would be nice to have a more communal element around the Games Expo. And the people who are at the Games Expo, and I tried to find people at the Games Expo, like a chat groups or just some kind of communal effort. And there was a networking event there, but it was in one of their piazza rooms, in one of the central piazza rooms, which we use for podcasting and seminars and all these kinds of things. But there was a networking event on the Friday night, and we went there, and it was just sort of a random assortment of people who just kind of decided to go or heard about it or whatever. and it wasn't really organised. Like there wasn't anything happening. And I know that stuff is organised in there, but that networking event was just a bunch of people, chuck them in a room, let them talk. Fine. But I didn't see anything that was specific to like first timers or specific to small designers or small publishers, and it would have been nice if there had been a community thing. And Ben in the previous interview was saying how his understanding was that something like Gen Con had a designers night where designers met up and they played each other's games and they talked and critiqued and went through everything else and had a few beers or whatever. And I think that would have been fun. That would have been nice to have that at the expo. So I think I will, as Ben said, be the change you want to see in the world. So I think I'm actually going to put some efforts into maybe making that happen. I don't know. Could be fun. But yeah, I just think that would be interesting. If it is interesting, then fine, you don't have to come. But I need to do some editing, so feel free to hang out with me while I do that.
Hello. So it's effectively day one. I'm not at the expo. Obviously, I'm in my studio at the moment, just gathering some supplies and just kind of going through everything. As it's the Wednesday, which we're not there, but there is a setup day. You can, if you have like one of the larger retailers or whatever, you can pay to come in on the Wednesday and start your setup. So setup at the UK Games Expo has begun. It's not for us. This is my kind of quiet day.
I spend far too much time staring at my own face.
Gathered everything together over the last few days, put everything together, and now I'm at
It's a weird experience.
The last few bits, and I'm going to load up the car when I get home, ready to head out as early as possible tomorrow morning because I don't want to waste any time. So this is just me first checking in for the very first kind of leg of all of that. I'm just testing as well my setup. I'm going to record this on my phone because I think it's easier. I think it's going to look better. And just be simpler to have my phone on a selfie stick to record it and try and level and like get a camera to do with it. With my little mic setup, which is really good. But yeah, this is me testing this and just saying that this is kind of the last calm day before 4 days of storm.
It's a pretty slow intro.
Kaylee,
I don't
what
hate
are you doing?
it.
Going to the UK Games Expo.
Oh my gosh, we've got a car full of stuff. Look at it.
Look at the car full of stuff.
Can't really see it. But
You
the car
can't
is
really
packed
see
with
it, but yeah. So, woo!
stuff. Yeah, it's Thursday morning. We're
Yeah.
off. We're gonna do
We're
our
off.
setup day and everything else.
We are.
It's not that early, really. It's 9:45, but we
yeah, we're on
we
the
haven't got a lot
road.
of setup to do, really.
No,
we've
we've
got
got
a
a
small store.
Yeah, we've got a small stand, lots of stuff on it. We've got a really fun banner. I'm very excited to put the banner up.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be fun. We're gonna set up the game. We've got the show preview tonight, which is really exciting.
Hopefully, we can all be fully set up by like 1 o'clock or so.
That is the plan. But first, we have to get through.
It's going to depend if we were allowed to go inside and unpack or not. If we have to carry all our stuff from the car park, I don't remember how it works. I couldn't figure out if I was supposed to like do something.
I mean,
We'll find it. We're going to ask security, and maybe they'll
We're
let us
just-
in. Maybe they won't.
we're just gonna, we're gonna get there. We're gonna hope for the best. We're gonna be like, oh, it's our first one at the UK Games Expo. We've been there. This is my 3rd year, but this is your what, like 8th or something.
When I went, the first time I went, it just took place in the Hilton. There was nothing. Everything, the entire expo was inside the Hilton. There was nothing in the embassy at all.
So yeah, this year is so big. There's so many people. It's so exciting. It's gonna be very exciting. But first,
Yes, Alright, I'm going to switch the microphones off now.
So I'm recording this before I've had a chance to look through all of the footage, because I know that we got overwhelmed. I intended to film quite an extensive kind of guide to the expo and a diary of the time, but it proved a little bit too much. Now I did shoot a lot as well as some interesting interviews with people, but yeah, we were very quickly overwhelmed Is this weird to by watch?
Oh,
how busy the expo was and how busy our stall was. Our stall was pretty much packed. Saturday and Sunday we were running games the entire day without any kind of breathing room. Friday we had a few like gaps here and there, but we were still pretty solidly running games. People were coming to our stall. We were very like proactive in flyering, and the advertisements of this channel and all the other little, sort of online platforms that I use proved quite effective for us, and people would seek us out, or they would come back after they'd played before because they wanted to play again. So we were very quickly kind of overpowered by how busy the expo was, and I didn't get to film as much as I would have wanted to. So I already know that the filming is lacking in places. But I wanted to give a guide to the expo. There's already some of those you can find on YouTube already, but I wanted to give more of an insider's guide to it, particularly because we were exhibiting for the first time, and I think that might be an interesting perspective. Some starting places. So the UK Games Expo is the largest board gaming and wargaming and role-playing convention in the UK. I believe it's the third largest in the world, behind Spiel and Gen Con at this point. And I saw the organisers in an interview talking about how whilst it had smaller floor space and less kind of foot traffic than Gen Con, it actually had more retailers, more publishers, more vendors. And this is partly due to their focus on independent exhibitors and small companies and people kind of just going there to show off their games and playtesting their games and things like that. Which I get the impression that Spiel and Gen Con do slightly less, but I've never been to either, so I don't know for sure. Whereas the UK Games Expo has a much larger focus on gaming itself. So there's much larger areas for people to play games. The encouragement is, if you're coming there, is that people should be able to play games at your stall. The Hilton Hotel is booked out all of their kind of conference rooms and things so that people can play more games in there. And there's organised role-playing happening in there. There's organised board gaming events. There's tournaments. And there's a massive hall for people just to play games. So it feels like there's more of a focus on the love of games rather than retailers and big companies and a kind of Comic-Con-esque vibe of releasing a big game or releasing something there. Now, it still has retailers there. It still has Disney Lorcana taking up way too much floor space, in my opinion. But because it has, it's got to sell its space, it's got to make money. But yeah, there's definitely feels like there's more of a vibe on playing games than maybe some of the other big cons I have. And it's possibly because this had a much smaller origin. The entire con used to fit in the Hilton. When I first went to the UK Games Expo, the entire convention fit inside the Hilton. And it slowly took over more and more rooms of the Hilton as it expanded outwards, more and more of their conference rooms, until eventually it just moved into the NEC and started taking Hall 1 and Hall 2 and then Hall 3, and now it's all three of those halls, as you'll see in some of the footage, as well as the Hilton, which I didn't get any footage of the Hilton, but I might have some old footage from previous times I've been. But the Hilton basically... Let's get an overlay here. Where do I start talking to the NEC and started taking somewhere around here. That's the important part. Until eventually it just moved into the NEC and started taking Hall 1 and Hall 2 and then Hall 3, and now it's all three of those halls, as you'll see in some of the footage, as well as the Hilton, which I didn't get any footage of the Hilton, but I might have some old footage from previous times I've been. But the Hilton basically is just an open gaming space.
I lied.
With all these side conference rooms that are dedicated to role-playing games that are organised in advance. Usually the mega games are running in there, but apparently the Hilton was under a little bit of construction work, so less rooms were available than usual. But yeah, the role-playing events were happening in the Hilton, and there's just open gaming just throughout the Hilton. And they actually had signs up that said, please don't play games in the bar, we have plenty of space outside of that. But I think people were just ignoring it and playing the games in the bar anyway. The other thing I didn't get any footage of is that outside the con they have this Viking LARP. Viking LARP. Outside the con they have this Viking LARP that's happening. So there's a little grassy area outside the con that is turned into a encampment for this LARPing experience, which has a Viking group, a Viking kind of focus. I don't know if they switch it out, but it's generally referred to as the Viking LARP. Switch that to there. As the Viking LARP. And they run little kind of LARPy events. You can walk around their camp and interact with the LARPers there. That needs slightly trimming. Referred to as the Viking LARP. And they run little kind of LARPy events. You can walk. Let's kill my swallow, because I don't need to make a big old swallowing sound in the middle of that. It's generally referred to as the Viking LARP. And they run little kind of LARPy events. You can walk around their camp and interact with the LARPers there, and they selling wares and games and things, and they've got food vendors out there, and they run that kind of battle reenactment. But I didn't get any footage of them because I never got out. I was too busy kind of running between the hotel and the NEC and running our stall and things, so I didn't end up getting any footage of them either, unfortunately. And that's how the UK Games Expo is split. The gaming in the Hilton Hotel, the Viking LARP outside the National Exhibition Centre, and then inside the NEC is there's multiple halls there, and then halls 1, 2, 3 and 3A, because 3 is sort of split in an odd way, is where the expo itself happens. All of the vendors are in there, all the retailers, all the little independent people like us.
We're on.
Okay, we're going to just get this, because this needs a title, because the audio is very bad, because we didn't get our microphones sorted out. Pop me in a title. So this is tragically using the Avid Titler tool, which is terrible. But I won't subject you to listening to that, because I already know that the audio is very hard to listen to and I might have to adjust it later. going to post, because I'd be a fool not to, our Kickstarter link. So the Kickstarter link to Trouble on the Tempest, which is what ultimately all of this is about. Why we were at the convention in the first place. What's inspired me to do sort of chats with people who are there, other game designers and such. Hopefully, I think as this is, I'm really happy with how this stream has gone so far. So I am, with the talks anyway. So I'm going to look to do more of that. Probably not like small hours of the night type ones, but like, yeah, like a Saturday afternoon or something, or sit down with some people and some people who are, you know, small designers and publishers who have got, you know, who have got games that they're currently working on or trying to push. Yeah, that could be really good fun, I think. So yeah, this is really encouraged me to try and do more of that. If you're wondering why I'm just staring at a blank screen, it's because it's rendering that title I just put in. I can see it's not showing up on the stream, the big rendering bar in the middle. But there's a big rendering bar in the middle that I can see, but you can't for some reason. Apparently that doesn't count as part of Avid. But yes, this is yeah, no, this has been encouraging on the whole. I've enjoyed talking to Full of Rage Games. Enjoyed talking to Ben as always. It's showing all the images. What do you mean? Not sure what you mean, Nutrimancer, by that. No black anything. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's just, I can see on the stream it's just got the edit window open without any of the rendering effects or other Avid windows. For whatever reason, I guess that's just how it broadcasts. No, I meant that it was showing the Avid main window, but it's not showing all the little Avid pop-up windows. Or maybe that's because they're on the other screen. I don't know. Just take my word for it. There's something rendering. That's why I'm not doing anything right now. Things take a while to render. If I can get this video to a point where I can render the entire thing in the background while I'm talking to Fiona, that'd be good. No, it's set to show Avid. So OBS is currently broadcasting Avid, but I guess the pop-up windows don't count. Oh yeah, you just said that in fact. So that's fine. Whew. I'll just stare at this progress bar by myself. You're missing all the excitement of the progress bar. The stream is ruined. I always worry, I think one of the reasons some of my projects get delayed is I always worry like they're not the most or the best they could possibly be. Like is this stream pointless because it's not the absolute best, highest form of entertainment that it could be in this very moment? And I'm like, well, I could worry about that, but also, who cares? Like, there's a lot of silly things online, and I'm not the silliest one, so I don't know why I let that hold me back. That what I'm doing might not be perfect. Like my shows and stuff get delayed because the music might not be perfect, or like the editing might not be quite perfect, or the graphics might not be perfect. But it just doesn't need to be. It just needs to exist. And if I'm happy with it, then I'm happy with it. Thank you for that. Alright, fair enough. Alright. Well, now I know. And knowledge is power? No, knowing is half the battle. That's the old G.I. Joe saying. Okay, so that's finished. So let's skip that. Let's get back to this.
We're at the NEC, trying to figure out if we're allowed to drop our stuff off.
Right, Kristian.
We parked. We've stopped.
We have
We were
stopped.
officially here. We're officially
officially here.
in our parking spot. I'm going to put my parking thing in the window here.
It was a tiny bit confusing.
So
And
that
then
is happening, and then we're gonna take our stuff in.
Yeah.
to the-
From what I could,
Kaylee, we have opted to park
The
up
more you
and
know,
carry
yeah.
all our stuff to the thing. Is that a
from
bad
what
idea?
I could
No, it's gonna be fine.
Yep.
figure out is I
Yay!
could have booked in
We are.
advance to
Carrying
get
all our
through
shit.
the main barrier,
Welcome.
but I had to pay for
Walk
it.
between the
And
car
then
park.
when we got there, the security
and
told me that I could
the
go to
NEC,
the
which is
loading
a little
bay,
bit of a trek.
request a pass, and
But,
then come back to
yeah,
them.
Fine.
For being healthy.
So I asked them,
Yes.
would it just be
Healthy, right?
easier for us to park? Because the car park's next
Physically
door
fit
to the
enough. We're
security
young still,
entrance.
young at heart.
Could
we
I
can
just
do it.
park there and carry our stuff?
No,
And he
I've
said,
already
yeah,
got my
it would
face
be
in.
easy. If you've
Oh,
got,
Kristian,
if you've
look,
got
it says UK
your
Games
stuff is
Expo. Let's go
carryable,
put a thing of
which
that.
ours was,
Halls 1 to 3
Um,
inbuilt.
he said it's
That's
quicker to
it.
just park up and carry your stuff.
We're also going towards
So we
Bear
did.
Grylls Adventure World.
I don't think I can keep this video up while carrying all this stuff.
No,
I must.
it's heavy.
I must retreat. Come back. We'll check back in a bit. We're so unhealthy. We're so unhealthy. We have big, heavy bags. You can see the NEC behind us. We finally made it. We're so unhealthy. You find us on the map? We've just come in at the bottom entrance. We're going up to our stand at the top there,
Yep, here we are.
where that big black spot is.
This is us. We're right there. There we are.
We're off to our first. Let's find. See if we figure it out. I'm already too tired to think.
So get to the cafe and then we should find us.
Yeah, we're right at the back of the hall.
Right by the
These
cafe.
things are
So
setting up
here we
now.
go.
You can see people are setting up. Some people will have been in since yesterday, doing various bits of setup. We've only got a tiny stand, so we didn't need to come in yesterday.
Yep.
But yeah. Welcome to the NEC.
Here we are.
Welcome to the UK Games Expo. Day 0.
Day 0.
Set up day Thursday. Oh,
It's very exciting. I've never been in a day 0 before.
oh, have you not? No, you probably haven't, have you?
No, I
See,
only
I'm
ever
in
get
on
day,
the Clocktower. And
day
there's like
1.
10 people on that stand, so
Right by Lucana.
setup goes really quickly. So I'll just wander around. But we are, right, there's the main stage. We're behind the main stage. So let's head here, head this way. There's still quite a lot of setup waiting to be done. You see behind me,
Yeah.
it's quite bare.
Look at this little booth. It's quite
Right.
cool.
Here's the main stage,
Here it is. Main stage.
you can see. And we are 799A, just on the other side of these walls here, opposite the cafe. Here we go.
We're nearly,
Here we go.
we're
Yeah.
nearly home.
Here's us.
We're
Here's
home.
799A. Holy
Hey.
shit.
Here it is.
Holy shit, we made it. Yeah. Oh dear. Now we can die.
Woo!
They've got our stuff ready to go. That's nice. The tables and chairs.
Woo!
Score.
Let's
I'm
go.
going to leave Kaylee here and I'm going to go get our passes. You can chill out.
I'm
Say
gonna.
hello to Darrington Press. Who are
Could do exactly.
Darrington Press are already here getting all set up.
Yes.
My God. Right. So we're here in Hall 2.
So I've watched this once before, and I think this next bit is not necessary, but let's find out.
As you can see, there's quite a lot still happening, quite a lot of setup still going on. I'm just going to go collect our passes whilst Kaylee guards our stand. If we get our setup done out of the way quite quick, hopefully, because we're only small, and then I can sort of wander the halls a bit, have a see what's going on. It's still quite early in the morning. It's only just gone 11 o'clock, so there's still quite a lot to do, in general, kind of around here. But yeah, we made it in. We made it. We couldn't be bothered to wait for to figure out how to get a car pass, so we just carried all our stuff in, which may have been a mistake, maybe a mess. But yeah, it's actually surprisingly sort of bare in here at the moment. But I'm sure it'll be all fine. They've got a whole day to set up. They'll be back by sometime around. By tomorrow, everything will be all good to go. But I'm heading through to Hall 1 now to pick up my exhibitor's passes and my parking pass, because I need to go back and put that on the car. But yeah, my God. And I'll get a map as well and try to figure out where everything is that I want to see. So, right.
Okay, I think about... I'm going to say I'm waffling on a bit, so I'm going to start cutting this last second section here.
It's a big old line of chairs going on here. I'm not sure what this is about. I might wander down to Blood and the Clocktower and see if anybody has arrived yet. But here's our Star Wars Unlimited.
See, this is not
The
particularly relative
CCG,
information.
I'm assuming.
It's also probably incorrect information.
They're going to
because
set
I
up
don't
for
know
like
shit
games. I
about
don't know if there's a
Star
little
Wars
tournament thing, or they're
Unlimited.
just playing games, playing the CCG, or the whole expo. This is Hall 1. Oh. Hall 1, as you can see. Oh, again, still lots of work going on. I think I'm going in the right direction.
I know I covered
all my
this
similar
later,
stuff.
so this can
Whoa,
go away.
this is cool already. Sneak peek, look at that. Funky stuff. If I was still into my Warhammer, that would be very exciting. Let's get to our destination.
You can tell I'm not a natural born vlogger, because I don't know what to say.
Not sure what's going on. Here I am. At the expo services to grab all my passes and shit. Passes.
Right, that whole section there can go. That whole section can go away. In the bin with you.
I'm trying to figure out where everything is that I want to see. Passes obtained. Passes obtained there. I got my magazine and map as well. And we're away. I'm going to wander over to see if anyone's at Blood and the Clocktower yet, just to say hello. But yeah, it's all good. Everybody hard at work, whilst I'm here being a silly little YouTuber. I need to get my Sharpie out, and I'm going to start circling things on the map, because we're exhibiting, so I've got to be on the stand a lot. So I've got to kind of really, even if you're like not exhibiting, you should probably kind of itemize or like pinpoint down what it is that you want to see. But doubly so because we're exhibiting, so I have like very limited time to walk the expo floor. It is badged up and tagged up.
Exactly. Tagged. They work really well.
Eventually. Did you get it? She's gonna get it. She did it? No, maybe? We did it. Score.
One right here.
Yeah.
27998.
Look how close to the cafe we are. This is our edge of our wall, and there's the cafe. Haley, what did we just do? We built this! We just put our banner up.
Look what we did!
Look, I step away.
Okay, I don't think I need all of that waffle there. The badges are up.
Yeah.
Two.
She's gonna get it. She did it? No, maybe? We did it. Here we are. This is our... Score.
One right here.
Yeah.
Two.
Right, that's a bit waffly there. So let's kill that.
We did it. Haley, what did we just do? We built this. We just put our banner up.
Look what we did!
Look, I step away.
I've got mad eyes.
Woo! Woo! and sort a table out. So we are pretty much set up. That's basically our stand. It's a tiny little spot. There's going to be somebody next door to us there. But this is our little corner. Well, there's no point telling you where it is now because it doesn't. You won't get there in time. But there it is. It's a pilot bow.
It's a pilot panel!
You dropped a card on the floor.
I know!
Once you've been accepted, you get access to the exhibitors portal where you can view your invoices and you can order other things. So, for example, we had to order tables and chairs. Though they do cost extra. You can bring with you that furniture and stuff, but that would also involve us hiring a van, presumably, and then driving up and having to get access to the halls and things. So that seemed like it was probably more effort than simply just paying. It's not a lot of money. I think we paid around £40 to £50 to rent tables and chairs, and we had to sort of estimate what we could fit in the space and what we could fit the game on. So we asked for a 3-foot round table. The studio setup worked okay for the game, but we realised it was going to be very hard for players to sit round. It was just the wrong shape for what we needed. So we asked if we could change that to a long table, and I managed to get the last 5-foot table or whatever it was, the long length table. It was the last one they had in the storage. So I managed to swap our table for that long one, and that seemed like it would work much better. And we also ended up getting an extra chair, which they had loads of chairs, so that wasn't a problem. So we were able to adapt our requirements on the fly when we were there. Like I say, they do have a limited supply, and they do order in things specific to the stands. And our stuff was there when we arrived. It was already at our stand. They'd already prepared it for us. But we were able to change and adapt, change our table, get an extra chair. We had to pay for the extra chair and everything, but that's fine. It's like £6, I think it was. But that was useful because we didn't quite know what our setup needed to be. We just sort of were just imagining it really in advance. So we were able to change those things. It was really good. Really sort of saved us.
Yeah, that gives us more. I think that's slightly better.
I think that's slightly better too.
So you can.
I will say that it wasn't. Whilst it looked easy to change that stuff, they were quite like make sure you order the right stuff because we're going to get in what everyone orders, and they had some spare stuff, but it wasn't like a lot of spare stuff. So you do need to kind of know what you want, and we did map out in my studio. We did like tape off the floor in roughly the space that we knew we had, and then we tried to kind of figure out what we could physically fit in there. But yeah, so you don't necessarily think you can rely on making last minute changes.
You can see now that where it was largely empty space a minute ago, well not a minute ago, a couple of hours ago when I first came in, you can see everything sort of, people are getting things set up now. So we've got the main stage, which is right next to where we are.
Walk past the TARDIS
and I'm just going to have a little bit of a wander through the halls. So this is Hall 2 that we're in, which is an enormous space, which you'll see as I walk through, where we've got like big companies with sort of open gaming sections, little companies like us just promoting their whatevers. This will all be open gaming by the looks of it. They will put matting down. Where I should have more logically started is in the entranceway to the NEC. So if we move outside and you come in this way, and then your entry to Hall 1 is immediately on left there. It's not going to adjust. There we go, got it to adjust. Then entry to Hall 1 is there. There will be a massive queue here tomorrow morning. If you're going to avoid that, you can always like just pop up to Hall 2. It might not occur to people that they can enter through Hall 2 or Hall 3. So if there's a massive queue out here in the morning, you can always sneak in that way. So then you come into Hall 1, where the lovely dragon is, with its little golden meeple hall. We've got our little Catan stand immediately inside Hall 1. Last year there was a massive space marine. I don't know if there'll be a massive space marine somewhere positioned around here again. I'm going to wander down towards Blood and the Clocktower, but this is Hall 1. When I get a moment to get from behind these Catan stands, if I can see a massive Hall 1 sort of checklist here. So yeah, so you can see that this hall is, and it's absolutely packed in every possible direction. Like there's not an inch of this hall that isn't under use. Often there's empty space. There was a lot of empty space last time, but not this time. Not this time. There's every single inch. Looking at the exhibitors map, every single inch of both halls seems to be being used, which I've not seen before. Not seen at all. Hello. Look at this lovely teamwork over here. Hey, lovely bears. The lovely bears.
Right, let me not intrude on them any more than I need to.
So yeah, but they really are packing them in. So there's going to be a stall. This whole section was empty. Not seen at all. Hello. Look at this lovely teamwork over here. So yeah, but they really are packing them in. So there's going to be a stall. This whole section was empty last year, but there's going to be stalls all the way along, as was a lot of the top end section. Still no sign of Blood in the Clock Tower. This is the Blood in the Clock Tower empty booth. See some. This might be a better way. This might be a better position. Oh, how bright am I? To get an overview of Hall 1. Look at that. Wow. That's one hall. That's half of the exhibitors, and then the other third hall for all of the open gaming. It's a wild old time. That is a creepy ass poster. Look at that.
I did like feeling like a
There's definitely
YouTuber.
place.
I know
You can see there's still
technically
quite a
I'm
lot.
a YouTuber.
It's like nearly 2 o'clock on Thursday. But there's still quite a lot of people who are kind of like just gonna casually show up later, I guess. I would have been far too stressed to do that. Even though we've got the tiniest stand with the minimum amount of prep, I would have been far too stressed to show up later.
I did find that quite weird that about 2 o'clock on Thursday, bearing in mind the preview event was at like 6:30. Yeah, there was just empty space. So much empty space. And there was lots of empty space even like by the end of Thursday. Some people I think just showed up on Friday morning. And did all their setup then, which is like wild to me. How many people did that? But yeah, I mean, sure. That's what you want to do.
Later than this. I'd have been there yesterday, really, if I could have been. But this also wasn't convenient. Yeah, Fallout 76. This is like more miniature stuff that I could definitely get into, but I don't have the time or money for miniatures. It takes me enough time to, play board. I don't have the time or money for miniatures. It'd be good. I like to get in super early tomorrow morning so I can wander around, get in like 7 o'clock before any of the punters get in. Then I can wander the halls once they're all set up and get an idea of the lay of the land before I have to man my own stall, which takes up all the time. So you can see
That little section there. Just make ruthless cuts.
have the time or money for
We're already
miniatures.
26 minutes into this video.
So you can see now behind me Hall 1
You don't want it
stretching
to be
out in its
to
vastness as I ascend the stairwell into Hall 2, which is again basically the same again. I don't know if there's what the size difference is.
I mean, yeah, that's that. As you kind of come up the stairs there, you can see that's just like one of the 2 halls, one of the 3 halls, but one of the 2 retailer halls. And everyone takes a picture from the top of this stairs. This top of this stairwell here is just kind of full of people just taking pictures, because it's the best view. It's the best view in the
Same
con.
again. I don't know if there's what the size difference is, but it's pretty much the exact same mass of exhibitors and play areas and things.
There's a bit I cut out here, but it is worth having a look at because it's quite funny. And it's almost like I did deliberately. Where is it? Entering the con. So too far. So my friendly local game store is Leisure Games. You might have seen like a Shut Up and Sit Down video or 2. But yeah, Leisure Games, and I was trying to find them. Whilst I was filming, I was sort of thinking about, I wonder where they are, and I managed to somehow film. This is completely by accident, not intentional at all, but I managed to film this.
Oh, hegemony. Kaylee wants to get hegemony, but I think it's too expensive. But they have a little stand there. Look, hegemony stand. I'm trying to remember that for Kaylee. Let's see if I can find Leisure Games.
Yeah, and that's just me saying, let me see if I can find Leisure Games as I do a turn that reveals Leisure Games immediately behind me. Reveals about it. This is like People get paid for that kind of comic timing, and I just managed it entirely organically. Let me see
Fine.
this.
Leisure games.
See?
Keep an eye out.
That's just so
But
silly.
yeah, like I say, all two. That's
I
about
can't-
that's the
I can't get over the bizarreness of that timing. I'm gonna watch it one more time.
I'm trying to remember that for Kaylee. Let's see if I can find leisure games.
Look, there they are.
Keep an eye out.
It's almost deliberate.
But yeah, like I say, all two.
It's almost deliberate. It's
That's about
so.
that's the stand. That's the floor.
Oh, so true. That baffled me when I saw it the first time.
But I will wander through now to Hall 3, where you'll be able to see the tournament section and the open gaming, which is what will be packed full. This will be open later tonight. This is where the show preview will be. I don't know where exactly, but somewhere in this hall will be the show preview. Can you just see how far? And this will be open later tonight, and it will just be rammed full of people just playing games. So we can see that
It wasn't that rammed,
background
actually.
there.
I think I
We've
never
got a
saw
little
this
squad
hall
of
that
volunteers
busy.
being,
I think
like,
they might have
shown the ropes,
overestimated
being
how much
shown where they
space
need
they
to go,
needed in
what they
this
need to
hall.
do. Just these rows and rows of tables for gaming that just sort of go on, seem like they go on forever in both directions, as well as the hall behind me. It sort of keeps going back. This is about, I'm going to guess this is about twice as big as I've seen it before. Like normally it's in this hall, but it's not normally taking up this much space. I think because they had a massive influx of people, of customers, people, attendees, that's the word. A massive influx last year, like crazy numbers last year, that they've prepared for crazier numbers this year. So yeah, I think that's what they are preparing for, which is why they've turned the entirety of Hall 3 into open gaming. Right? So it's pretty wild. We've also got some food stuff here, so we've got a little bar.
I've learned from watching this
and
back
there's
that
some
my
other
go-to
foodie
word
places in the middle
is
here.
wild. I
But
say
this
wild
section
a
next
lot.
to the food is where the mega games are going to be. So the mega games are going to be here in the morning. I'm guessing they're setting up tomorrow. I don't know for sure, but they aren't here now. So I'm guessing they're going to have set up. I'll put it. We don't know for sure, but they aren't here now.
I'm throwing shade on people who were running late.
I think they're relatively well stocked. I'm not sure what this is. The section over here is now. I'm not sure what this is. The section over here is. They aren't here now. I'm not sure what this is. The section over here is. So I'm just being distracted by whatever this is. Oh, this is like proper gaming tables. It looks like some kind of museum display. Like there's going to be something in these glass cabinets, but it's like a selection of like proper gaming tables, proper expensive gaming tables. The Bring and Buy is here at the back. That's where people bring to sell their second-hand games. I will definitely be getting in there because it is a great place to try and find some bargains.
I got in there too
If you're
late.
offloading some games, I believe you can offload some games.
I didn't go until
tonight.
Sunday. That was a mistake.
I believe I might be
should have
wrong
gone
about
in
that.
Saturday, maybe even Friday night.
But yeah, people will be offloading their second-hand games, and there's a good place to pick up some cheeky bargains. I bought quite a lot of very good bargains last year. In fact, I think that's where I spent most of my money, was in the Bring and Buy. Look, there's those volunteers again. I don't need to keep constantly talking. I know I'm meant to be a YouTuber, but I'm doing my best to vlog. I'm not a natural-born vlogger. Right, so this is the other half of Hall 3, where you can see the queue is. See those metal barriers that make up the queue, and some extra foodie bits there. Which I'm guessing is just going to be food in here, but that is quite an impressive maze of queue. If you can make your sense of that from this tiny video, then good luck to you. And
I think if there was a criticism, I've seen two people talk about this, it's that you could get stuck in the queue and to pick up your tickets, because you buy online and you have an online like QR code type ticket, I believe, but then you have to queue up to pick up your physical pass because everyone needs a lanyard, and that is kind of a fuss, and I sort of get why it's necessary, but it feels like there should be a better way. And you can pick up your passes before, so the day before, so you book on the Thursday or whatever. But if you were only coming for the Saturday, say you were getting the train up on the Saturday, and you just to go for that one day, and you had to then queue in the morning for maybe a good 40 minutes to pick up your pass, and you didn't realise that you had to do that, I can see how that would be very annoying. If you're only there for the one day, I can see that being an issue. Obviously, I haven't had to deal with that for years, so I don't know quite how it is, and I've not been to the expo as just a regular attendee since it exploded and got this kind of crazy big. I haven't been to the expo as a regular attendee probably since 2018, to be honest. I've always been with Blood and the Clocktower or somebody. So yeah, that's. I can see how that might need managing, but again, like I was kind of talking to Ben in that chat earlier, is how do you account for that? Like if you're one of the expo runners, and you've just kind of, your expo has quadrupled in size in the last few years, and you only run it once a year anyway. How do you account for those issues when you've never had them before, because you've never had to worry about it before, so you didn't know it was going to happen necessarily? You should, ideally you'd be able to predict and plan for that sort of thing, but sometimes stuff that's going to happen. It's just, you just can't entirely account for the craziness when you have no frame of reference for it.
And it only gets bigger every year. Like the first time I was here,
So I just said,
the entire expo fit in the Hilton.
I feel like I've said that like
Which
3
seems
times in
insane
this
now.
video.
It seems insane to say that out loud because it's so ludicrous now. But yeah, it is just that big, and it will bring you more of it as the days go on.
A lot of the people you'd expect to be there. So like I said, Disney had a big Lorcana stand there. Games Law and Zatu and all these retailers online or in store retailers are all there, advertising and selling. There's Warhammer brands there, there's Star Wars stuff there, there's all the big kind of name stuff there. But then there is a massive amount of stalls for small people and small retailers and small publishers. Floor space begins to sell around September, and so the big retailers can buy like massive amounts of space, or how much ever space they desire, and fit themselves into the hall in that way. But we were not one of those, so I didn't apply until earlier this year. So that September deadline, and then a few months pass, and I applied for a starter stand. So the way this works is on their website you can apply for a starter stand. It'll be a small stand. Ours was 2 by 2 meters. I think you could get up to 3 meters, or maybe up to even 4 meters if there's the space. But basically, you apply for a starter stand, you have no control over the size or location of it. They just email you and they say, we have this space available, would you like it? Which is how they contacted us. They said the size of the space and the location of it, what was generally around us, so we knew we were going to be at the back of Hall 2. I assume if I had returned it down, I wouldn't have been offered another space. I think it's kind of a one-time only deal, like they have this space, do you want it, yes or no? So we just said yes. We were at the back of Hall 2, but we were next to Darrington Press. We knew that in advance, and we knew they would be busy, and we knew we were fairly easy to locate. We also weren't too worried about not being in the thick of it, so like in one of the main corridors where there was just going to be massive amounts of foot traffic. We could understand like the value of that, but we weren't selling anything. We didn't have a product to sell, so we didn't necessarily need the foot traffic. We thought that being easy to locate and having a bit more space around us would be beneficial. So we were quite happy for that space. It meant that there wasn't too, the alleyway wasn't too crazy. People could see us quite easily. There was only us on one side, so there wasn't 2 sides of stalls where we were. It was our side and then the cafe. So people, when they walked down that aisle, were only looking at us. They were only looking at our side. They were either going into the cafe or they were looking at us. There was nothing to split their focus. So I think we actually had quite a good position for what we were doing. If we were selling, we might have preferred to be more centralised, more foot traffic, because if we were selling like dice or art or other things that were being sold there, I can see how that would be more of an advantage. But yeah, for us this was perfect. You get a cheaper rate as a starter stand, so as a first timer, almost half price, but not quite half price, but close. A cheaper rate on the stand. You pay per square meter, and we had the smallest possible stand, which was 2 meters by 2 meters. You really couldn't get much else in there. You basically could get our gaming table in and not very much else. If you've been before, you can still apply for, I think, a starter stand or one of the smaller stands, but the price does go up because a previous customer comes up. Because they're trying to encourage like smaller independent people to come to these things and fill up their space. The hall was filled like I've never seen it before. Every single inch of the hall, halls 1 and 2 practically, were filled, and that never happens. Last year it was not like that at all. There were entire sections towards the backs of the halls that were just empty and blocked off, either with like walls or they were just empty space. Like around Blood and the Clocktower, normally that entire back wall is empty. And we would just expand out into it, like we would let players go out and have their conversations and everything else. But there were stalls there this time, and that I've never seen that before. I've never seen the expo fill up all across that back wall. So there were more starter stands, more vendors there than ever before. It just gets bigger every year. So last year I was there with Blood and the Clocktower as a volunteer, and we were selling the game for the first time, and we sold out almost immediately. But I was there with them, and I knew I was going to be coming back next year, either with them as just a general entry person, or we knew we had the potential that we were going to be there with Trouble on the Tempest, our first game. So we knew that there was a potential I would be there, so I knew I was definitely coming back in some form or other. So I immediately booked a room in the Hilton for this year, as soon as they became available last year. So I got like the cheapest room in the Hilton. So we stayed in the Hilton this year. We won't be doing that again because they sold out really quickly. But I booked it last year. As soon as the rooms became available, I booked a room in the Hilton. So we stayed at the Hilton, which was great, because we're right in the middle of everything. All the food vendors are also there. It's important to note at the Hilton, outside the Hilton, in a portion of the car park, is turned into a little kind of street food area where you. I will add here that whilst it's nice to stay at the Hilton because it was generally the middle of the conference or convention, sorry, the Hilton itself wasn't that nice. Obviously the room was nice. Obviously it's a quality hotel, but like it was really busy and half the lifts were broken down, and it wasn't necessarily where we were signposted to. Finding your way around the hotel was a tiny bit of a maze. So we kind of had a lot of complaints about staying at the Hilton. Like, even though it's in the middle of everything, I'm not sure we would even want to do it again. So yeah, as it's convenient for gaming, because obviously there's a lot of gaming happening in the Hilton, but yeah, it wasn't that nice staying there, being completely honest. You can get a burrito, or you can get fish and chips, or you can get burgers. It was always kind of street foody stuff, like nice, good stuff, but like all these kind of mobile vendors. So that's turned into a little food court, and being right there in that is really good. And obviously there's a lot of gaming happening in the Hilton as well, so it all kind of comes together. I didn't know I was going to lose my full-time job by the time it came to this one, so it ended up being a little bit of a stretch, even though we had the cheapest possible room there. They do put aside some exhibitors' rooms. I don't quite know what the deal with that is. We were applying too late to get one of those, but there are some discounted rooms in the Hilton for exhibitors. I assume the big retailers snap those up quite quickly, so that they can get their staff in, because somewhere like Waterstones, for example, was there. They're going to have like a bunch of staff running their stall, and the Disney Lorcaner and people, so I'm assuming they get snapped up relatively quickly. But there is a discounted room rate at the Hilton for people who are exhibiting, but like I say, we were too late for that, and I'd already booked a room anyway, so it didn't really matter. The downside, I guess, from being a little small starter stand person is that we were confirmed quite late, because obviously we were sort of low priority. We were having a cheapest little possible stand, and any space that they had in the halls, they were fitting these starter stands in, so they had like a gap here and said just shove a starter stand in there if they can. So we were must have been one of the last few, because we got a space that was originally intended to be a meeting room. Not quite sure what it would be a meeting room for, but that's what we were told. Like, this space was allocated for meeting rooms, but they'd rather have a stand in there. So we got that, one of the last few spaces available, I got the impression. And it was quite late, so it was only a couple of months out from the expo when we were getting all of this confirmed. And we didn't want to splurge. We'd already made the prototypes of the game, because we knew we needed those. But we didn't want to splurge on like advertising and things until we knew for sure we were going, because money's tight and we're funding this all ourselves at the moment. So we got the banner that you'll see, our flyers, badges. We got all those things printed relatively last minute, or at least we waited until we could confirm that we definitely had a stand, that we were definitely going, because the designs were all quite sensitive to the expo. Like the flyers were expo specific. and they all tagged to the launch page of the Kickstarter, which we hadn't put up yet until we were sure that it was going to be something that we were going to be doing. So if you are applying for a startup stand, don't panic. Don't be afraid to poke them a little bit, because I emailed. There were two kind of people that said to email in reference on the exhibitors portal to get inquiries. I never. This is me complaining basically that it was quite hard to get hold of somebody at the UKGE, which I don't think is necessary. Also, when I got hold of someone, they were able to answer all my questions. It just took I had to email 3 different people till somebody emailed me back. The flyers were hadn't put up yet until we were sure that it was going to be something that we were going to be doing. So if you are applying for a startup stand, don't panic. Don't be afraid to poke them a little bit, because I emailed it out for now, but I might delete it. There were two kind of people that said to email in reference on the exhibitors portal to get inquiries. I never received any reply from either of them, and I sent several emails. But the person who was sending me invoices, I did get replies from them. So that was the only person I managed to get a reply from. I'm not dissing the expo. I know you're very busy, and there's a lot going on. But it was strange that was the only person I ever got a reply from, who were able to answer all my questions. So it was all fine in the end. But yeah, that was just a slight blip of confusion there, and there's a little bit of stress as well when I was trying to ask logistical questions and not getting much in the way of responses. So our small stand came. Yeah, I think I'll remove that. I don't need to be dissing them on here. And that was a longer rant. You could already see, if you could see from the cuts of that, I edited that rant down once already. Or that it was going to be something that we were going to be doing. Well, it's nearly 2 o'clock, so I will get prepared for Fiona. Let's save this. What did I got? About 38 minutes into roughly an hour-long video. Okay. It's all very nearly ready to go. It's not too shabby. Obviously, you can see I've been editing it quite a lot already. But yeah. So I'm going to go to the break screen for a minute, just while I prep Fiona to join the call.
How you doing? Are you sure? I can still hear me. It's all good. It's OBS is the worst, so do not worry.
Hello, we're back.
Hello.
This is the intro. It started on time. It was sort of almost dead on time. This one.
It's always the way. Like I'm always like, I'm keen. I'm just like, I'm here. What do you want to talk about stuff? I'm here. What time? Great. And then I'm here like half an hour before and I'm going, I'm ready.
The first one we were too eager, so we got started like 15 minutes early, and then Ben and I started like 15 minutes late, just because for opposite reasons, because we were just kind of trying to make the thing work.
And I am just right, just right. Like the three bears.
Yeah, we've got one of each kind now.
Excellent.
I ran Blood on the Clocktower last night at the D20 Cafe, and we ran one of every game, one of every each of the base scripts.
Oh, the base ones, yeah.
And they were all ran 3 very different levels of chaos.
Oh really? It's because I've just moved. I managed to unpack my box, and in the first box was Blood on the Clocktower, and I was like, oh! So I think it's a sign for me to start introducing it to the Americans. Yeah. I'm super keen. I'm very excited to play it because I've only been playing it. I've been playing it online a lot more because the app has updated itself and it's much better to use than it was. I've yet to storytell, so I'm always very keen to like I've been watching all the other sort of streams and stuff. I'm like, oh, maybe I could do this and maybe I can do that. So yeah.
I'm liking the new No Rolls Barred series because they're doing more experimental stuff. Because obviously they want to promote, like, presumably expansions and things they're going to eventually come out with. So there's been some really quirky scripts on there, which I messaged Ben. I had Ben just before this, I was kind of messaging him saying like, "Oh, there's some good scripts on there. I really want to run this."
I want to find out about them. Because I've done this. So there's a podcast I collaborate with called Realms of Peril and Glory, and they've been doing like an audio only version of Blood on the Clocktower, where they have to remove certain roles and stuff because obviously you can't. You might not know who sat next to who, describing stuff. And that was very fun to try and put together. I think actually Ben did an episode of that or something like that. But it was fun, but you have to really play up the stuff. So you have to make it like, why is it important that so-and-so is lying and stuff like that? So you have to like go over the top and then voice your inner thoughts when you're in a call by yourself. And apparently listening back to what I was doing, it sounded like I was having a minor breakdown. I was trying to work out who did who. I was like, that's quite sad.
I was saying before when I did this that I can't even keep track of all of the actual play stuff that you do. It's
oh mate, I can't either.
Everything I see you post, like, oh, Fiona's done another actual play show of something. I'm like, how? I've been producing the same series for like a year.
Yeah, no, I think I am quite lucky. I mean, I've yet to do any actual stuff for my own podcast. It's been, again, the privilege of being invited on doing other things, but it is a bit like, oh shit, that's come out. I guess I better promo it. And I'm very bad at promoting, as you've seen it, but like, tomorrow I'm doing this. Bye. And people are like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I can't explain. I mean, that said, though, I did get an email today. Bless them. They were like, I was looking at your website. I just wanted to know, do you have any opportunities for like a podcast intern and assistant? I just want to meet everyone. And I was like, everyone? Who's everyone? I think it was a bot or spam, but I was a bit like, what? Who do you think makes this?
You'd be like that. You'd be like that guy on Scott Pilgrim. There's just that guy whose one personality trait is they know everyone. Hey, you know everyone, exactly. Right? Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, how are you otherwise?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, obviously I have moved continents since I last spoke to you, which has been, I appreciate, because obviously I know you've moved in the last couple of years yourself. Let me tell you, there's nothing more horrifically sort of like scary than just sending all of your stuff up into a shipping container and then not seeing it for like several months. And then you're like, and then I've had a very fun week of it all arriving, and then me unpacking it, going, oh yeah, I did have these clothes. Oh yeah, did I need to ship them? And so everything's unpacked. You'd be glad to know. It's just not put away. The only thing that's been put away and organised is my bookcase of RPG stuff, because I was like, that is very important. But all my clothes, they're all over the place. All the books, all the like, you know, non-fun books, they're all downstairs, and I'm like, I need to put those away at some point. And it's just, I can't face it. But otherwise, yeah, doing all right. How about yourself?
Yeah. Well, like I said, we moved not that long ago. Well, actually, it was about a year ago now as well. Everything happened about a year ago. But yeah, no, we're doing okay. It's been a bit odd doing since I lost my job, which again has been a little while now. That'll be coming up on a year as well. Sort of struggling by with little bits and pieces here and there, and doing the paid game thing online is starting to come together a little bit, so that's nice.
Oh, bro, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah.
But then we're launching the business, and we're going to see where that goes.
Exciting. It's all good.
That's the one time to start a business, right? When you don't have a regular income. That's
I hear perfect time.
Yeah. But no, it's all good. It's all we're still like relatively comfortable-ish, survivable.
That's good.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, you've obviously got married since I last seen you as well.
Oh yes. Yeah, last October.
Yeah, that's how long it's been since I've actually spoken to you properly. So.
Well, I was very excited with myself when I realised the other day that I'm going to be online. I'm going to be streaming in the small hours. Wait a minute, Fiona moved to America.
I know one person whose time zone it might work out for. I'm very appreciative.
Actually, have it. It's quite a little serendipitous, as it were. But I wanted to specifically talk, because I've talked about it to everybody else with, is the convention life. Because obviously we've just come 2 weeks ago back from the UK Games Expo. Have you been to the expo?
I've been there a couple of times. Obviously, couldn't go this year. But I was there last year. I think we kept missing each other last year because I had to do the Alien tournament, the RPG stuff, and then the year before, I think I was just a passing, like, on the day running some games and stuff. But yeah, it's an interesting one, UK Games Expo, because one thing I've noticed that they're trying to push a little bit is obviously trying to do a bit more panels and actual plays and live shows there, which obviously I'm all for. I mean, I don't know how hot and spicy you want me at 2 a.m., but they don't really do much about it. So yeah, I think if I was going to go back there personally for what I do now, I'd go for one day and buy all the stuff. I wouldn't necessarily, unless I was actually helping a stall or something like that, I wouldn't go for all 3 days personally if I was just a punter.
Yeah, that's fair. I did have a friend who was there who specifically kind of planned out his time that he was going to hit the halls on Friday and Sunday, and then just spend his entire Saturday just in the Hilton playing board games. Because if you don't have to be there in the Saturday when it's absolutely mad.
Obviously heaving, yeah.
So 65,000 attendees overall which is
wild.
Which is over more than 10,000 more than last year. so it just gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I wonder because I know you were saying about like the space and how they filled up all the spaces. I wonder if that was because last year they maybe still had some restrictions about COVID, perhaps, and couldn't sell out all the stuff. So I wondered if this year they were like
possibly
solid, put more stuff. I don't know.
I don't think we were masking last year. There definitely was the first year it came back after COVID, which must have been 22. We were encouraged to mask and social distance, which immediately becomes impossible to do.
Possible, yeah.
But pretty much everyone was, I would say that like a good 75-80% of people were masked. And us as vendors were all encouraged to mask, which didn't quite work at Blood and the Clocktower, which is obviously who I was with.
You're just like, it's them. You can never see who they're doing.
But yeah, I think last year I think the restrictions basically dropped because it was a fool's errand at a certain point. Because things like that are always like ground zero for some kind of cold outbreak or something. You just can't avoid.
Yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? Someone's going to be sick, and you don't know who it's going to be, but you will get sick. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think maybe again it's that the recovery of like obviously not having any games and then slowly building back up as people get more confident with it and stuff. So yeah, it was just interesting as you said that they just filled out a lot more space, which obviously has got pros and cons. But for me, because because we did that when we did MCM, was that they didn't have as many stalls to begin with, and that was actually really good for accessibility. So obviously if you had people who had like wheelchairs or motorized scooters and stuff, you weren't constantly bashing into them, or buggies to the extent as well, because that's the thing I always like. I again, as someone who doesn't have any children and doesn't have any doesn't need the use of those things, I don't know how you would actually go around UK Games Expo or anything like that, because it just it's just so inaccessible to those people, unless people are more aware of it, but it's unlikely.
And we had a couple of wheelchair users play the game, and
cool.
I did overhear getting this conversation with them. They were saying it's a pain in the ass because they have to. There's no way between halls 1 and 2. They had to leave hall 1, go up around through the NEC, and then back in hall 2. Because there's a stairwell. For anyone who doesn't know, there's a stairwell between halls 1 and 2 when you're on the inside, and there's just no way around that. There's just a big old set of stairs there you can't get away from.
That's really bad. Yeah.
So yeah, for accessibility purposes, it's not great. That's for sure. And then if you weren't on that side as well, like how would you even get across the bridge from the railway? I can't even. Just getting into the NEC.
Well, that's the thing. Again, it's something that. It's one of those things where again you don't think about it until someone has to do it, and I'm always trying to think of ways, because I'm trying to I'm thinking of going into RPG event planning and stuff like that, having to be like, right, who isn't in the room that we need to make sure they get in the room, and like what do they need for it. So like when we did Dragonmeet, for example, I think I said to you and John was like it was important to try and at least get a wheelchair space somewhere, and even if it's not used up, then at least then we can say it's there. And those rooms in general, as you know, they're not the best rooms. They were very warm, so it's like how can we make that better next year and make sure that we can cater for these things. So yeah, I'm always trying to be aware of it, even though I'm not the best at it myself.
Yeah, like I say, just one of those things that it doesn't. Us privileged people, it's very easy to forget your privilege. And just that when the world, like, I mean, I am. What's the term? The reference man.
I don't know that. Oh, straw man as well.
No, it's the reference man that everything. So that everything requires a design. So everything is designed. So even from a basic level, like how tall a chair is, how wide a doorway is, and that design is to reference man, and that's basically me. It's basically my build, age, skin color, and everything else. So even down to like how an iPhone perfectly fits in my palm of my hand, because it was designed for my
big
size
hand people.
Yeah.
And if you have smaller, maybe feminine hands, perhaps it's too big. I remember that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I would never even occurred to me. I was like, the world works great. Well, of course it does. It was literally built for me.
It's for you.
And it's very easy to not realise that. The scary stuff is medical stuff on that. Women are much more vulnerable to heart attacks I've read, because all treatment for heart attacks is based on tests done on men.
Oh,
and some of that
it's
stuff just
wild.
doesn't work on women. Like, well, that's not good planning.
I think they had the same with at some point period like tampons and stuff like that. They didn't actually test them properly because they were like, well, why would we need to test them? Be like, no, it's kind of important. We're inserting things into our bodies. Let's maybe test it at some point. And the same for people of color as well. Like they're more likely to not have the right treatment because, as you said, the medical books and stuff like that are based on male white physiology of stuff. It's still, as someone who used to work in higher education about healthcare, in the last 5 years there was a student who made a book which was about like skin conditions and rashes, but on non-white skin. So you had like brown, all these different colors, about what these rashes look like. Because obviously they look very different, and you might not be able to tell instantly, like, oh, that is chicken pox or anything like that. So, and it was like, yeah, because I'm a person of color, I need to know what it looks like for me I can help diagnose my patients as well. So it was just fascinating, and that's the sense. And hopefully, more and more of those resources are coming more available as people start to realize that the world is not just one viewpoint, so to speak. And obviously in games as well. Hopefully, it's expanding out slowly, but hopefully.
But I mean, I've talked about this before, but we had those realizations as we were that some of our components were a bit too sort of small in their design and a bit too hard to read and things like that for people who had those issues. But that was a slight aside, but
yeah, sorry,
there somewhere.
This is going to happen a lot at 2 to 4 a.m. You give me the slot, I will fill it.
It's fine. You do the thinking for me. But yeah, so do you have more experience of other kinds of cons? We'll get to Dragonmeet in a bit, which I imagine is the con that you're most involved in, but I assume you've done lots of other conventions things as well. Where does it all kind of begin for you, the con life?
The con life. Oh well. So weirdly, in case it wasn't obvious, I am a nerd. I don't know if that was clear, but I started life as a Doctor Who fan. I literally just finished the newest episode of Doctor Who before I came on to talk to you, and we had like the Doctor Who Society at the university, and they were like, right, we're going to keep going to like conventions, so Comic-Con, and there was like Comic-Con. It was Glasgow, I think, Comic-Con Glasgow or something, and Milton Keynes, and we'd do little organised trips, and we'd all, 10 of us in a travel lodge room, the good old days where you didn't worry about your back on the floor, or you would sleep on pizza boxes, that sort of thing, and you'd go and get stuff signed. And obviously I feel like I've moved on a little bit from like autographs and stuff, but I still, it was really cool to meet like people like Paul McGann and Sylvester McCoy, who are like, I was like, I've just seen you in this serial thing, I thought you were great, and they were always so loving and sort of like giving back to fans. And the things are very small. It's actually what got me into stuff like Red Dwarf. I hadn't heard of before I went to like a Comic-Con, and I saw the guy who played Arnold Rimmer and the guy who played Cat on a panel just talking about how much they loved the show, and I was like, oh, that's very cool. And so it was just a nice way to get into other fandoms or other like shows. So it was mostly TV shows, and then obviously left that sort of stuff because it's a very expensive hobby to get autographs, and much more so now because they've shot right up with actual, with actual like celebrity people, like David Tennant. Whew, in the day I was like, oh my god, 45 quid, whew, expensive. It's much more expensive now. Like try and get Jodie Whittaker under 80 quid. It's like ridiculous. But it was a cool thing to do with friends, because again, it was a mixture of like seeing celebrities or people that you're like, oh, I saw you in Star Trek, etc. What we called the tat run, where you'd go and buy random bits of rubbish that you'd put in your house you would never ever use otherwise, but it was obviously like, this is fandom stuff, and just like watching panels and being interested in like, why are these people being chosen to talk about a panel? And that's what kind of got my interest, was like, if you didn't have the money to buy tat or to go to autographs, being able to sit down and see people talk about something that they really like or are passionate about, and or recall their experiences and stuff, like, it was really magical. Like, I remember just before I moved, I went to London Film and Comic-Con for one of the last times, just to see people and stuff, and Sylvester McCoy was there, and he was just a delight. I highly recommend, again, getting on a bit, obviously, but like he would come out into the crowd and talk to people and be the Doctor. And that was so special and magical. And, you know, kids who have no idea who he is, but it was just like a funny man who did a magic trick right in front of you. Like, I don't expect all panelists to do that, by the way. I appreciate that, but it was just so cool to like see someone who you admire and talk about how they started out doing clowning, for example, and then they got to be like a serious actor, and then they got Doctor Who, and it was like, and it changed my life, and I really enjoyed it. And so it was always just a different way because it felt like a very intimate experience. And then getting into podcasting later, I was like, oh, it's a very similar thing where you can talk to people, create stories, etc. And so what I go to cons for now is for the unique experience of seeing a panel or hearing people talk about experiences that you wouldn't normally do, and then be able to ask questions yourself. So that's why I kind of really enjoy about it, and what I like to hopefully in the future be able to organize myself. I will say though, there's obviously things where obviously you've learned and stuff like that from seeing other panels and then doing it yourself. I will say I remember a very distinctive one from the first MCM I went to in London, and there was I never remember his name, but he's the guy that plays Moriarty in the modern Sherlock, and he's everywhere now, the Irish actor.
I want to say Andrew Scott, but that might be wrong.
It's something like that. This is where my brain is going to go as well. But like, again, clearly a very professional guy getting lots of gigs, something like that. And he's just sat there bored because obviously they're asking stuff about Sherlock, you know, which again, each to their own, all that sort of thing. And I just remember seeing, bless them, like cosplayers of Sherlock. You know, they're always the same sort of Sherlock, Good Omens, that sort of lot who like, you know, cosplay stuff, which is always, they always look really cool. And the lady went up and they said, "Oh, my friend wants to know, what's your favorite sandwich?" And you just want to die inside. Like anything else, just ask anything else. Like, why did you get into acting or something? You're just like, oh. So I see both sides of it in that sense. So yeah, having like panels or conversations where you wouldn't normally get a chance to listen to or even contribute to, that's what I kind of go to conventions for nowadays.
Yeah, panels can be a tad cringe. With general members of the public. The classic one that I'll often see is because I used to go to a lot of like indie film stuff. You would you would get somebody who would come up to the mic and be like, "How do I get my film made?" Or like, what's my well, they just done a 30-minute talk. Yeah, people who want to pitch like, "I've got a script here." I did. I was at MCM the first time that Critical Role were there.
Oh, yeah, me too.
And I was there as press, writing with Fan Carpet, I think. I can't remember who I was with, but I was and probably for the deleted scene as well. But they, because the MCM underestimated how popular Critical Role were.
It was awful. One of the worst experiences. Yeah, really bad experience.
And so they were forced to cancel all their press, because they were fully booked. All of their photo opportunities and signings were all overbooked, and they had to do a second panel on the main stage because people couldn't get into the first panel. And they cancelled. So they cancelled all their press, and even a significant chunk of the press were also just there to talk to Critical Role. So the press.
Oh, that's so embarrassing.
So the press were pissed off. So that queue of people attendees who were there lining up for the mic to ask their stupid questions was also full of the press. And every now and then one of them would get to the front and ask like an obviously well prepared question, because that was the only question they were going to get. And then it was filtered out in between people asking random questions like,
"Oh my god, that's so Yeah, I will say from my brief experience with MCM, I'm very lucky that so I work with a podcast called Backwater Bastards, who they're the ones that sort of really promote MCM stuff, but they always ask, "Oh, do I want to go along and help with their stand and also have a space for my stuff?" And then they're like, "We can get." MCM are very good at putting their stuff is also like putting on panels and stuff like that. So they'll ask for suggestions and stuff, but it is the second time, recently, last October, they had Critical Role again, and it was a little bit better, but not by much. It was sold out, and there's just security and all sorts, and it was just, but that first time, I remember it being just so bad.
It was impressive how poorly they planned for it.
It just, you know when you think to yourself, this is like the first time they've come to the UK, not Europe, so you're going to have a lot of, European critters come and just like, it was, I just felt so, because it was so hot as well, and I managed to see Sam Riegel, and Taliesin, and that was it. Didn't see any of us, but I was like, that's fine. I wanted to see those two, so I was like, phew. But there was no way you would talk to Matt Mercer at all. Although the one thing, because they had like a big long table, and I saw Matt was like, oh, thank you so much for coming, etc. Then turned to the hand sanitizer and washed his hands very quickly, and then talked to the next person. I totally understand why, but it just made me funny. It was like, oh, thank you so much. Hey. must be on the roads, must be a thing, but it just made me laugh. I was like, okay, turn it off, turn it back on. Very Apprentice, like, you know, that sort of like personality.
So when does your professional con experience kick in? When did you think like, did you kind of fall into it, just happen to line up with what you were doing, or was it more of a conscious decision?
I think yes. I think it was more of a volunteer fall in sort of thing. Because I'm very lucky that, again, through obviously like yourself and through sort of the UK tabletop community, I think it is still small enough that people know each other fairly well. And one thing I heard about was Dragonmeet, which is like a very small one day convention in Hammersmith, which is like the first, usually the first weekend of December. So it's the one before Christmas. And it's a way, again, very similar to UK Games Expo, where you can buy stuff, you can play lots of games. But then there wasn't, and they had seminars, and I'm going to be very careful here so it doesn't come back to bite me. And the seminars were fine, but they weren't. I'm trying to be careful about this, but like they weren't for people like me. Like I'm very aware, again, as I'm a white cis woman, and I didn't see anyone like me, and that's kind of why I got into podcasting and role playing games. I was like, oh, I want to do Dungeons and Dragons, but I currently at the time didn't see anyone like me, and it's like, oh, right. And then now trying to bring more people into it that we just tell different stories. Otherwise, it's the same 5 people playing D&D constantly, and unless you're Critical Role, I'm not interested in like that story unless you're going to do something really different. So because I do lots of podcasting, I got asked, do I want to help run podcasts maybe about 3 years ago, and so I kind of did remotely. I was in I'm in the US now. I've moved to the US to be with my partner, green card, all that sort of thing, and I managed to sort of set up, like, help people around and stuff like that, and it sounded really good. But then they'd have these rooms allocated to the podcast zone, which you could go in and do recording. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. Because, you could be like, oh, we're at Dragonmeet. You could talk about what new things you saw, or play a game that only at Dragonmeet you could do. But then I was like, well, why can't we do, like, it seems perfect to have, like, a stage or have seating stuff and have people, fans of your show, even if it might be a small show, go and see what you're going to do and stuff like that, and make a unique, like, come to Dragonmeet, we're going to do like a ridiculous show that you're never going to see otherwise, and because we've got an audience element of it. And especially when you have stuff like Twitch now, which you can have an interactive audience as well. So I was like, why can't this be done? And we kind of fought for it, and then in that first year we managed it, and we got some tech for the room and stuff. We had only 3 shows, and they were fine. Like, again, a learning experience. Like, don't put on shows at 10 a.m. Apparently, that's not a thing we do. But I was like, okay. But then people were interested. People wanted to see D&D the Panto. People wanted to see New Gene's Please, which was like a science version of D&D and stuff. And I was like, oh, maybe then we need to put on more RPG-like games, but entertainment style. And so that's where obviously I got yourself involved, and we got, the last time we had like 2 rooms. One of them was more smaller shows, but they clearly were RPG, and then the other ones were either bigger podcasts, but all had an entertainment sort of thing. So like the D&D Pantos, the one I always bring up, and again, learned some things from that maybe people don't want to necessarily see, like a Morkborg RPG actual play, because they don't know anything about it. But it's just, to me, because I'm a big fan of like supporting other RPGs that aren't D&D and giving them the stories and stuff like that. That maybe if you go to a convention, oh, they're doing like an hour of Morkborg, sorry, I'll have a look at what it is. But I think, again, for me going forward, I'm like, maybe it's more about the light entertainment that you can only see it nowhere. You can't see it anywhere else. It has to be at Dragonmeet or something like that. So that it's taking away stuff like that. But then compare that to, say, the seminars and stuff, where last year, I mean, again, I will say this, I obviously had nothing to do with the seminars or sort of commissioning them or pitching them or anything like that. But I will say what was very disappointing, I think, for Dragonmeet was that there was no people of colour on any of the seminars panel, and I think 2 femme presenting people, and that's really bad in 2024. Whereas in our shows and podcasts, and I made a deliberate thing of saying, like, please have at least 50% femme presenting if possible, or people of color, and collaborate with other people. It's not just your podcast, it's your podcast and guests or something like that. Because that was the thing that I find really important, is that you come to Dragonmeet, you meet other podcasters, you meet other people who create RPGs. You want to have that unique content. You wouldn't get that anywhere else. So I'm a big fan of like putting people together and go, now make content, and I run away and hope that they make the content, you know. But it's fascinating that to see seminars, and I think also UK Games Expo does it as well, where it's the same people year after year putting on the same panel, and it doesn't really change, and it kind of irritates me. Along with, again, I don't know how it was this year, but when we did a live show at UK Games Expo last year, there was absolutely no tech help, no help at all. We just went into a room, chucked out a man that was having a meeting randomly on a phone, and we're like, we've got this room for a show, and then obviously people came in, and then we just did our own show. But it felt like we'd stolen a room from someone. Like there was no signs, no nothing. Yeah, so it's one of those things where I'm like, how do we make it so that people want to come? If they don't want to play games and they don't want to spend money, there's a third option where they can enjoy and see something that they haven't seen before, and they can get it for free. And also that the podcasters that create it can use that for show reels and all sorts, like later on. We're like, hey, we did this cool thing. Please book us for your local theatre or our local con. We've done something before. Because that's the thing people want now, is like photos and footage of stuff that you've done before. And to give them some sort of content in that sense, I think that should be a service that if you've, like you were saying before about like volunteering to work, or I think it was Ben was saying before, I've come and spent my free time to do stuff. The least I can do is get entry into the thing and get something to say, I've done this thing, and then here live at Dragonmeet, here at UK Games Expo. So anyway, there's a quick hot takes for you right there. So
yeah, no. Yeah, I didn't get around to going to any myself, but I have heard that the panels and things at the UKGE, some of them were better run than others, and I've heard that because some of them, the one thing I did hear from somebody, I can't remember who it was, but they because some of them you had to pay to get into the shows.
Did you?
Yeah,
that's not good.
Some of the podcasty ones and things, and they didn't have enough seating. Or like either you had to pay or you had to just like book a ticket. It might have just been booked, but I can't remember.
Yeah, but then the whole point is if you book a ticket, then you know how many people are coming.
But yeah, so there was definitely a case of somebody like, well, I had a ticket and I had to sit on the floor, and like, no, that's not okay.
Oh, that's really bad. Yeah.
So but it is an odd situation because it does, like, the Games Expo does get bigger every single year, and like I think I was talking, if you heard me talking to Ben, that they only get one chance a year to run it, and if it's grown by 50% by the next time they run it, they've had no, like, they're just sort of guessing at what they need to do to some degree.
Yeah, but I think this is the thing. I think it's, again, this is definitely Fiona's opinion, absolutely not yours, Kristian. So please feel be like and end the stream. But like I feel like people have got comfortable. Like, UK Games Expo is one of the biggest cons in the UK where you can find out the latest about RPGs and board games and stuff. They don't need to realistically think about anything really in terms of marketing. So people will go to them. If a controversy happens, someone can drop out, but then there'll be 3 more people to take that space. And so I feel like there's a bit of like, it doesn't matter what we do, people will come. So we don't have to try. So I think there's a complacency attitude in some of these things, which I don't think is fair on any of the people that go and make a lot of money for the con and spend their whole weekends probably not paying themselves, but just selling game stuff just to break even. I don't think that's I think you need to give them something more than that in this day and age, because especially with the cost of living crisis and like new board games, stuff like that, what I love about cons like UK Games Expo and Dragonmeet is that there's indie RPG people, like Tin, the London network of RPG stuff. They've got a whole, like, and they were at the UK Games Expo, they have a whole stand where they sell designs and stuff like that, and that's a really cool thing. And what if you were an aspiring game designer? It's just, it just feels like people who run these things, and they've run cons for 10 years, and this is how we've always done it. It's like, yes, but you don't think of accessibility. You don't think of, like, what if we want to get the next generation of people into games? The one thing I noticed at, like, MCM, which I appreciate is a different audience entirely from UK Games Expo, we had a stall where we were, like, giving out free dice and talking to people about podcasts. And a lot of them were like Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and we'd like, oh, so are you into role-playing games? What are you playing? And they're like, a lot of them were playing D&D for the first time, or were thinking about getting into RPGs, but they're not sure. Or there's a lot, they're talking about their story about the long-suffering DM that has to deal with the guy who likes setting things on fire, you know. But they're very keen and interested. And then you go to something like UK Games Expo or even Dragonmeet, completely different audience, and it's not the same. But you think to yourself, there is a market. That like the Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they want to spend money. They want to get into these games. And I think that's a missed opportunity. People want to play new things, and if you are engaging with them, they will get there. But I think it's last year was very interesting because Dragonmeet was on the same weekend as MCM Birmingham, and there was also train strikes and stuff that weekend. And I think there was a massive drop off in younger people going to the convention who weren't going with their families. They were going to MCM Birmingham instead, and I think that was a real shame because I think if you were looking for RPGs, you come to something like Dragonmeet. You don't necessarily go to MCM Birmingham, which is just selling dice, in my opinion. Like they've not tapped the tabletop RPG market yet. So it's interesting. As you can see, I'm like, well, what if the youth? So that's what I'm always constantly talking about.
No.
What about these?
I'm with you on that. And they're definitely, I'm not necessarily defending them. I'm just saying that they definitely need to up their game a little bit. And I think it is people get stuck in their ways a bit. It doesn't occur to them they need to bring in until somebody like Ben said, at a certain point someone has to be the change they want to see in the world, and so until somebody
exactly
jabs them with the sharp pointy stick to go like, you need to do this, it might just never kind of get done and just kind of falls by the wayside.
Yeah, I think like stuff you need something like, and I always hate to bring it up, but like what was interesting about COVID was that, so in the pandemic, so I used to work for a higher education institution. Before the pandemic, about only 10% of our courses as a healthcare institution were online. Not like also for be uploaded to player, which you think is like pretty bad. Like that people wouldn't upload the lecture slides. There was a big focus on like you have to be in person, which made sense to a certain extent. But like they wouldn't put on the subtitles for lecture videos because they were saying like, oh, they were really bad and so terrible, so we just turned them off. As soon as we went to fully online because of COVID, we had a massive turnaround to not only upskill all of the academics and stuff like that, but like turn on accessibility features, try and recreate these courses and like encourage it. And now we've gone to a hybrid model, they went to a hybrid model afterwards. They needed that change. People were refusing to put stuff online until COVID happened, and then we had to bring them in kicking and screaming. So I agree, there has to be some big change that happens to change people's thinking about like how to run conventions for a more inclusive and accessible audience, and a younger audience as well.
Let's fix the world.
Yeah, I'm trying. I moved to Iowa to try and do that.
To try and fix the UK Games Expo. Wait a minute.
Yes, I was like, I'm in a field of corn right now. I'm going to fix everything.
So you only did say you've only done the Dragonmeet podcast zone twice.
Twice.
Oh, wow,
yeah. It feels like a lot more, right?
Well, because that second one that I was at teching for you, that felt so like it felt like everyone was there like, oh, it's the podcast zone, yay! Like it was like a regular event.
I think before, like again, try not to blow my own trumpet too much of that, but like before it was just people like just hanging out and not doing stuff, and now I was like, we're gonna put on shows, people are gonna get excited, we can meet people, we'll have like a little what's the word, like icebreaker, like everyone can meet each other, because people weren't thinking about doing that before. So now it's like, and so I think people are excited then to meet each other and be like, oh, you also create podcasts, that's really cool. And because I feel like, and I'm sure you feel the same as well, creating content sometimes it is a bit isolating because you are the only one that's made those stuff, and then you have to be your own hype person, all that sort of thing. So to meet other people who are interested in the same stuff you are, doing something similar, it's exciting. So I think last year was really nice because people were like, oh yeah, let's do it, and I was like, phew, all right, I can sit down and stress about it, like as you saw, but like but still like people are getting excited about it, whereas before I think people just like took it for granted perhaps and not realize like how good it could be, you know, and even just as a small thing of just like having like an icebreaker evening and getting to networking and getting to know people. You don't have to go to it all, but it's just something there for you.
I will say that, and we're harping back on a point that we've sort of already covered. But yeah, it is kind of a microcosm, that Dragonmeet, of that Critical Role at MCM experience, that even within the base target audience of nerds, somehow we are still an underappreciated community that people just assume doesn't really exist. Just assume, oh yeah, it's just 5 sweaty teenage boys in the basement, right? We don't have to worry about them. That's not a real audience that we have to worry about. Even at like some of the nerdiest events you can possibly get, somehow that happens, and it is strange.
But it's strange, but also like I feel like nowadays, because the way content is, right, like obviously YouTubers have always been a thing, but like TikTokers and all that sort of thing, like you see people who make shorts of D&D and people laugh and then they go and watch the TV shows and stuff like that. It's a younger audience, and people they're getting younger and younger, and I say this in a good way, because they know how to attract and engage an audience straight off, and I think we can learn a lot from that. But then we need to make sure that we can cater for that in terms of like selling our RPG systems. Like, let's face it, Wizards of the Coast have not done great in the last 2 years, despite it's their 50th birthday, so we should absolutely like let them go on it. I'm like, no, absolutely not. I say that as someone who does a D&D podcast, by the way. You don't have to always like acknowledge that. But it's like, how do we get people into telling other stories using different systems and not stick to one because it is the most popular? Because I think all it takes is one really good actual play of say, I don't know, of Alien or The One Ring, or even Vampire. I mean, Vampire has actually been much better successful than is to take off, and that becomes the new RPG, just as Critical Role did it for D&D.
I think that D&D is a lot more vulnerable than maybe people would say, and a lot of people are like pointing at, well, Critical Role obviously coming up with their own systems, and you know, Matt Colville's releasing a system, and all these all those other systems. So people are. And a lot more that I see now on my YouTube feed is like why I'm moving away from D&D, or this new system is so much better than D&D, and I think D&D is teetering on the precipice that it doesn't seem to want to acknowledge that that's the case. Just wants to say, oh yeah, everyone's so excited for one D&D, and like even the people that like D&D don't really want one D&D. It was just like my 5e works fine.
Yeah, it's fascinating because, like, again, they released the Vecna adventure, which I would say is just Avengers Endgame. It's fine. There's nothing great about it. Like, I enjoyed reading it through, but already, like, within hours of it coming out, it was like, why, this is the worst adventure. Here's how to fix your problems. And maybe that's just the clickbaity thing, but there was a lot more about like how to fix D&D. And people giving their own opinions, which I think is a good discourse to have. And I am hopeful that, as you said, Dagger Heart, I think, is a very interesting system. I don't know how well it will do, but if Critical Role moves to that, that's going to be a massive thing. And like you said, Matt Colville's stuff, he like had a whole hour video about explaining how cool his game is, which it was very passionate. I will say, it sounds very boring to me, and I like rolling and failing. I don't care about, because his whole thing is like, oh, you always hit, and I'm like, no, I don't want to always hit. I like failing. I like being weak and stuff, and learning those things. So not the system for me, but it's so cool that he has an audience, which was primarily D&D, writes his own content, which is 5th edition, and then slowly gone, actually, here's my new system that I've been working on for many years, and it's coming out in the next year. So I'm like, yeah, hopefully. And there's also those was it the Orc license as well, where people are coming up with like third-party licenses for stuff, and hopefully that will encourage more people to write their own games using different people's systems. So I'm like, it's a very positive thing. It's just maybe it's just happening for me a little bit slowly. I want people to play other games now so I can talk to them about it. So
that's fair. So
what's your system of choice just now?
At the moment,
or system, if it's still sort of D&D, is there a system that you'd love to play on a regular basis?
I mean, the newest game that I have is Monster of the Week. That's my newest purchase.
Oh yeah.
And I've been running that lately, and I really like it. I really like it's of all the Power by the Apocalypse systems that I've read, it's the one that explains the system the clearest. Like I feel like I understand Power by the Apocalypse from having read Monster of the Week, and I would recommend reading Monster of the Week to anybody that, before they play any Power by the Apocalypse game, because I've never heard it explained as clearly as it is in that game.
I agree. That's awesome.
And I like that it's a game that really strikes the balance of the players feeling powerful but weak.
Yes.
Like, because if you engage in combat, you are gonna be damaged. You're gonna take wounds.
Yeah.
That's how combat works. You cannot engage in combat without getting hurt. It's just that you need to hurt the other person faster than they're hurting you.
Yeah.
But you cannot get out. You will not get out unscathed. And which makes the combat really kind of quick and punchy. And I often find in D&D when I'm prepping D&D, because I still run one shots at cafes and things, and I've still got a couple of home games. But I found when prepping for D&D, player characters are somehow always too powerful and too weak at the same time.
Yes, I can't.
Like, how does that work? Like, they can teleport through dimensions and conjure meteor storms and do all this nonsense. But also, if I put too many too many.
I was going to say Tarask. Wow.
Yeah.
No wonder you're so cruel.
if I give this beholder too many minions, they will be killed instantly. And I'm like, well, are they gods or are they weaklings? I don't understand how this game is supposed to work.
Is this a game for babies?
It doesn't never quite comes together. And the other systems are just a bit neater. But yeah, I'm really enjoying Monster of the Week. I've been running it for a couple of months now. Can't remember I think we might have bought it at last year's Games Expo, or Kaylee read it at last year's Games Expo and she was like, "You should buy this game." And at some point after that, I bought it.
Good advice. Yeah.
I just didn't get round to actually running it until this year.
I'm always a big fan of being late to the party and everything, to be honest with you. Like, as I've been doing these streams of like Too Long Didn't Read and reading, like spending like an hour and a half reading an RPG that's been on my list. And sometimes I go, oh my god, this game's amazing. Why didn't I look at it earlier? Or this game is dreadful. Rubbish play examples, but it's fun. Speaking of like Powered by the Apocalypse, the latest Evil Hat sort of playtest of Tomb Raider is coming out, and I got a look at it, and it is mostly powered by the Apocalypse. It's very interesting. It credits Monster of the Week, like it credits like all these powered by Apocalypse games, which gives it like inspirations and stuff. So it's very interesting. But I will say it calls the player characters Truth Seekers, and I don't like that name.
Yeah,
it feels very, very culty. I've got to be honest. Like it feels very much like, yes, they have been indoctrinated in some way. So not a fan of that. But it's quite interesting to read through and see what they're thinking in terms of like how do you take a video game and then make it into like an RPG, which is not just like one of you is Laura Croft. It's not like the Doctor Who starter set. It's like one of you is the Doctor. I'm like, absolutely, you can't. No one's the Doctor. I'm no Doctor. Remove. Like...
Yeah. That's an odd choice. No, I've never really thought about that in the Doctor Who one. It's an odd choice to be like, one of you is this unkillable god. They're like,
yeah.
The rest of you,
like,
take your chances.
It's so tricky. Like, because I think I've heard some Doctor Who RPG actual plays where they're not the Doctor. They're like another Time Lord. And that kind of makes sense. But yeah, I'm always like, no, not the Doctor at all. I will say, though, that my hot take on the Doctor Who starter set, not that you asked for it, and Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, the starter sets for Cubicle 7 starter sets, they have some really great reference sheets. But they do this thing, which I cannot stand, is which they have this quick start scenario, but then they embed the rules within the scenario. So you learn as you play through the scenario, which is fine if it's just you, but if you're reading it out to the players... And they're like, well, I want to do this. And you're like, well, I can't find the rules for that very quickly because you have to flick back and forth from the pages. Or if they're like, oh, can I look at the rulebook? You're like, oh, no, because the scenario's in there. It's one of the worst design. I hate it so much. I just want to look at the rules properly without spoiling the quick start. So, yeah. So that's my hot take. Is that Cubicle 7 have the worst starter sets. So there you go.
A well-written rulebook will go you a long way. Have you ever read Rifts?
Oh no, what's Rifts?
It's a D20 system, set in a post-apocalyptic future, where, if I'm recalling the lore correctly, nuclear war has caused rifts to open into other dimensions, and it has potentially more lore and more books than D&D and Pathfinder combined.
Oh wow!
Because they've basically got one book for every country in the world, as well as, and then some dimension books and some other pub books. But it is horribly written.
Oh no, no!
It's the RPG I've played the most because it's the one that we played when I was growing up. So I've played it the most, and I've got a bunch of books for it. So I have a lot of nostalgia for it. But the books are just so bizarrely written, and you'll hear like people like Talis and Matt talk about it in like interviews and chats, just to say like it is a horrendously unbalanced game, like comedically unbalanced. The main rule book contains the option to play a dragon. You can play as a dragon, but you can also play as a homeless man with no skills. And the character class is literally called Unskilled Vagabond. That's the class. You are a vagabond with no particular skills, and it is such a bizarrely written game. But yeah, I've got a lot of nostalgia for it, and you have to go into that game knowing that like, okay, game is completely broken. Please, everyone agree to play a character types that make sense together.
Yeah. Set the expectation that let's be normal, and then normal in quotation marks, and then we can play the silly stuff later, just so we get an idea of the rules. I agree. I read through today. One of the streams I did was the D Sanctum, which I don't know if you've heard of, but it is basically, imagine it's based in like Elizabethan times, Tudor times, sorry, but with supernatural and stuff. And the concept's great. This idea of like Dr. John Dee has formed a like secret society of people who are magic people. So they're saved from execution because that's a heresy, and you have to go and fight any attacks on the queen and country, which sounds really great, but it does describe you as like you are hopeless, you are out of your depth, you maybe know like a cantrip, you can't know fireball, etc., and you're like, oh my god, it's great. But then the rules for it, incomprehensible. I could not tell you right now what the rules are, because they're written in such a way where it was lots of like, oh, and by the way, this, but don't worry about that, and this, don't worry. And I was like, just what's the main mechanic, please? I will find it. And it's 15 pages of just garbage writing. And you think if somebody else had a quick copy edit, it would be fine. But that's the thing for me. Like when I look at RPGs now, like if there's an interesting mechanic, I'm like, oh, I'd love to play that. But now I'm like, oh, if there's an interesting setting like supernatural Tudor times, as something that I've never played before, I'd love to try that out. Similar like with Brindlewood Bay, which is another Powered by the Apocalypse system. You solve crime, but you're old ladies who are in a book club. Love that. I want to play that. What? Yes, So that's why again my big shift from D&D has been like, because I want to tell stories that I wouldn't necessarily be able to tell otherwise. So I think that's all that expectation. So like if I'm playing like D&D, I'm like, well, I'm an adventurer, and that doesn't necessarily overlap with old lady solving crime. It could do, but it might not at the first glance. So yeah, that anyway. But as I said, D Sanctum, interesting concept, bad layout and bad rules. So I don't know what to say.
No, that's totally fair. So what's I think you might have gone slightly out of sync, but I would need the chat to tell me. But you're out of sync to me watching you. But you might be fine.
Okay.
Let me unmute the chat and see. Unmute the stream.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's all this talk of riffs, clearly.
No, you're okay on the stream.
Oh, it's just for you.
Me. My Skype is out of sync, apparently.
Just discombobulating.
How confusing.
Oh dear.
That's fine. So yeah, what's on the cards for you at the moment this year? I've seen. I don't know if you're involved in Dragonmeet. I've seen it's on the 30th of November this year. Is that right? That seems very early.
Yeah, it's usually the first week or the last weekend in November, so usually the first weekend of December. Okay. So it's always after Thanksgiving, which is really annoying. My plan is to try and come back for Dragonmeet. I'm hoping to do so. I might literally be like running in on the Friday nights because obviously Thanksgiving is a thing which I have to be here for apparently. But then the next day I was planning to just like come in and stuff. So my plan is to be there. My plan is to help with some live shows. There's some plans for it, and obviously I'm going to talk to you at some point about it. I won't do it on stream because that's peer pressure to actually help me with it, which is not helpful, I know. That's fine. But my big plan currently is to two plans. One that's more solid than the other is to go to Gen Con. and help out with Rowan, Rook, and Descartes on their stands and help run some of their games, which I'm very excited for. If it should come to pass. I bought my ticket and all that sort of thing, and I've got a room. I think you were talking about. I saw you when you were editing the stuff about the Hilton stuff. I managed to find someone who seems okay, a random man on the internet, but also works for Rowan, Rook, and Descartes. Seems chill. Going to share a one of the rooms with them, so that's good. Because that it seems like accommodation for these sort of things is at a bloody premium.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. But I hope I'll probably fly because I'm Indianapolis is like 2 states over, and currently I'm not able to drive yet. But it's one of those things now where I'm like, that's like a 12-hour drive. Maybe I could do that. Which it sounds bonkers. Like we would not do that in the UK, but now I'm like, it's all flat. It's all straight roads. I should be fine. So Gen Con is the main one which I'm looking forward to, and
Have you
like
ever
running
been
games
before?
like no, it'll be my first time, which I'm very excited for. Have you ever been?
Gen Con? No. Haven't been to Spiel
No.
either, but I kind of need to get it on my radar to start thinking about those things if we're going to start selling games.
Well, again, it's one of those things where I've not been, and it might be I might come back with other spicy takes afterwards, where you might like don't bother or something like that. But I'm going to be running amongst other things like Die the RPG, and maybe I don't know if you remember it at last Dragonmeet, but Kieran Gillen, who's one of the wrote obviously Die the comic book series and then helped write Die the RPG, which is basically Gothic Jumanji, people getting sucked into a cursed RPG, so you're almost like meta levels of playing RPGs. They did a scenario where they had lots of little games of die running, and then he was like the mega GM who would come in and like, I don't know, be like a silly japes and change things around, and then all the games would have to change at the same time. So that's happening for Gen Con. So I'm again, no idea what that's going to be, but I'm looking forward to that. But then the other one I'm hoping to get to, and I've put in some shifts to volunteer at, is Big Bad Con. That's happening in October, which is, from what I understand, it is like a more of a tabletop / RPG panels and discussions rather than they do have games and stuff like that, but it's less so than compared to say Dragonmeet or Gen Con, as far as I understand. But that should be interesting because it's heavily people of color and sort of indie RPGs, and it sets its boundaries, like saying once we sold out tickets, there's no tickets on the door or anything like that. You still have to mask, you still have to do COVID tests and stuff like that, and it's a big focus on like supporting POV voices and getting volunteers and stuff like that. So I'm hoping to make it and volunteer and stuff like that, and just see, because that for me would be interesting again, because I'm a massive fan of seeing different panels and different conversation topics and just see what there's out there, because this is the first time I'll be able to come to a US convention and see like what all the fuss is about this US designers, right? Because it's so different. It's so different to UK folk, where again I think we've got some really interesting points of view, but we just don't have the tech or the wherewithal to share or distribute the content, whereas stuff like PAX and Big Bad Con and Gen Con, they record lots of stuff and it goes up in whatever format it is, and whereas we don't do that with, like, unless the content creators themselves bring the camera or the mics like you did. So it's just find it really interesting. It
is somewhat surprising that more stuff didn't move online. Nutrimancer in the chat has just said that online's a big deal because everything RPG related, well, hasn't just said it a little while ago, but I haven't just mentioned it.
Sure,
RPG related things
sure.
Are quite far away, and it is interesting that the pandemic didn't only temporarily seems to move things online, and then everyone just kind of I mean, I get that it's a very social activity, gaming. So people were kind of were feeling the itch to get back and see people.
There is that. I for me, because obviously I too a similar thing. Like all my RPG stuff has obviously moved online. Podcasting stuff has moved online. All that sort of thing. Currently. And I do think there's pros and cons to like being in person and being online, but it is something. It's interesting that only in the last couple of years have people realized that online is a thing, and then made like very subtle shifts to like stuff. So like the one thing I always look through when I do my streams is like, is the text screen readable in a PDF? Is there alt text? Is there a form fillable character sheet that I can edit? And often the case there isn't a character sheet. You have to make your own. And that's why it's stuff like I was going to recommend, like the Gauntlet, which is like they're the ones who did like the Between and Brindlewood Bay and stuff. They have a whole community of people who just create character sheets that if you do a drop down on like Google's Sheets of that, it fills out, like, it tells you how to create a character sheet, like just like D&D Beyond would do for creating characters. And that is such a massive hurdle or barrier removed from people who might be like, oh, it's really complicated to create a character by yourself without those digital tools. And I agree with you. I think maybe the biggest motivation why people haven't done as much is the not making money. Like, 'cause that's the thing. Like, UK Games Expo did have like a whole con that was online at one point, like for about 1 year, and the traders would not. There's like, well, no one's coming to our virtual stands to see any other stuff. It's not worth it for us, and that's where it is. The money lies in selling the tat, unfortunately, which I understand as someone who, as a purveyor and buyer of tat, I totally get that as well. But it's interesting how for them it's like, well, we need to make money. It has to be having all these traders in, and the same with Dragonmeet as well. They talk about year on year about should it be a 2-day convention, and in my head, yes. But then the cost rides, and like, what is the drive for people to be there 2 days? Is it games? Is it panels? Or is it tat? And it's tat. People want to buy stuff and maybe go to different cons, or can't make the Saturday but could make the Sunday and stuff like that. So it's trying to work out what works for people. Yeah, I don't have any answers to it, but I think unfortunately the physical selling of goods is more appealing than digital window shopping.
Yeah, it is a funny thing. I didn't really get round much of Dragonmeet because we were recording most of the day.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't get a lunch break, which I'm very aware of. So.
Oh, it wasn't. I wasn't doing a particularly stressful job, so you're okay.
Kristian, it's very important to me that people get lunch breaks and not stay in a small room without windows. Okay. That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, we did feel a bit like we were trapped underground down there.
It was pretty bad. Yeah, don't worry, those rooms were terrible.
I did see the floor above that was just like the retailer's floor, but I'm not sure what else is at Dragonmeet. Was there more gaming spaces or? So,
and this is someone who's volunteered for 2 years. I don't know the full ins and outs, but because it's such a weird place, that particular hotel. So underneath where the car park is, where we got all the stuff from before, there's that hole down there. And then you come up through the airport lounge that is Podcast Zone. And then you go up again, and then there's that room, as you said, with the traders on the second floor. And then there's like a very secret escalator that goes up to all these rooms where all the games happen, all the different things. But I don't know if that's where they were. And also the lifts and stuff. I think, as you were saying before, like lifts at the Hilton that you were staying at for UK Games, they were broken stuff. Same sort of thing. There's at least one lift in that hotel for Dragonmeet that's been broken for the last 3 years, and they've done absolutely nothing. And you're like, guys, this is kind of important as an accessibility thing. Otherwise, they have to go round to the very cold car park to be let in.
You think it was a bigger issue as well, because it's like an active hotel as well, isn't it? You think it's not just this one event a year that must be complaining about that.
And also, because because that was the thing we had last Dragonmeet, was that there was an event happening the day of setup, and so they couldn't set up their stuff in the trader hall till like gone 7 p.m. And obviously people are turning up and stuff, and they can't getting in the lift, and then people are stuck, and it takes forever, and you're just like, this is not a good thing. But who knows? I think there's always talk about like, when is Dragonmeet going to move to somewhere else? And I think the problem is, and maybe I'd be interested to know your thoughts on this, because obviously the reason UK Games Expo works so well is that you've got big space for halls, but you also have the convenience of a hotel or lots of hotels nearby and an airport and the train coming in. I don't know where Dragonmeet would necessarily move to that you wouldn't lose like one of the key things of like either accommodation, close by accommodation that's fairly, lots of it, for example, not necessarily cheap. Big halls for trading, or rooms where you can hear each other playing role-playing games or panels. Yeah. I think it's very hard to find a bigger venue than a hotel per se, unless you're going to do like the MCM of like having stages in the trade hall itself, which is not necessarily the best place to have them. It's best for like walking people to go, oh, there's a panel, I'll sit down here. But it's not always, there's pros and cons to having stages like that. So
when I was at Cakes and Ladders, I went to the toy fair, I think it must have been, because we were advertising like, come up to Cakes and Ladders and do board game stuff, and that was at Alexander Palace, and that was pretty good.
Oh my god,
space.
It's a very good space. It's very far out though.
Yeah, Well, also we were in Wood Green, so it was quite convenient for us.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's very convenient for you.
Yeah.
Very far out for everyone else.
But like, yeah, I feel like that's a slightly underused space because I've been to some
It is.
YouTube, wherever the YouTube convention thing's called. I can't remember what it's called right now.
It's like Summer in the
Yeah,
City
that's
or
the
something.
Summer in
The
the
one I
City.
know of. Yeah.
That was there at one point, but yeah, it feels like something could be done with that space, and it's. You can't stay there.
Well, that's it. That's the problem, isn't it? Like, because I was thinking, like, have you ever been to Tobacco Docks in London, like in near Whitechapel, at all?
Maybe, I don't remember.
No. Yeah, but it's a very nice area. Like it's clearly used to be like, it was supposed to be like a shopping district. So they had like rooms with glass, but there's like all brick and stuff. So it was very cool. But again, same thing. You can't stay there, and it's in the middle of Whitechapel where people are working and stuff. So there's no hotels or ibises or anything like that. Whereas Excel, obviously, there is stuff. So yeah, you to get all three of those prime areas, it has to be a hotel of some sort or the NEC.
Yeah, the NEC is such like an ideal location. It's like we were saying with Ben, it's such a perfect location for that.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the panel stuff is not great, but then you could do that in the Hilton or something instead of like the weird piazza rooms, which are nobody knows where they are, and then when you do find them, like, oh, this is it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that just needs better organisation.
It really does. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a funny one. My mind's gone blank all of a sudden. But
it's all good. Don't worry. I appreciate it. It's like 3 a.m. your time, so.
No, that's it. I'm just trying to think of like how you would organise it, because you're not wrong in when you say that if you did a convention that was basically just the podcast zone, like that's not making you any money. I mean, you get entry presumably, but everybody who's there is no one who's coming there is making money, unless somebody suddenly gains 1 million subscribers to whatever it is that they're working. It's not going to work. So you need that, like you say, all the sellers. And it seems uncharitable to say, but if D&D players, if nothing else, D&D players are consumers.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
They will buy D&D things they do not need. When you watch behind the scenes of a Critical Role of Laura Bailey's dice collection, you don't need that. I went when I was at the expo. I went to one of there's a big dice place that was actually not far from Blood and the Clocktower, and they just sold dice, and I went to them trying to find some nice Fate dice, because obviously I run Fate a lot. And I was like, oh, maybe I could find something other than my ones I bought on Amazon or whatever. And the guy literally kind of laughed at me when I asked if they had Fate dice, and he was like, you won't find them here. And I was like, what?
Oh,
I
such a shame.
scoured the halls and couldn't find a single person in the Games Expo selling Fate dice.
That's wild, though.
Yeah, unless you found there probably was a stall somewhere, but that was the one stall that was selling those kinds of games that had those dice. But all the big retailers didn't have them.
That's wild, isn't it? Because a lot of systems do use polyhedral dice in some way. It's very unique now. For example, Daggerheart uses 2d12s. So I can imagine in future, if that becomes a massive system, that people are selling just 2d12s of different colours and stuff like that. But it seems so silly, because I'm sure that Fate dice and Fudge dice, they are used in a lot of other systems. And I've seen online, there's a lady I followed who did ceramic dice, and she does unusual dice. So not only do you have the polyhedral set, but she was Fate dice, Vampire the Masquerade dice, all that sort of thing. But would you take those to a con per se? Probably not. You probably are more likely to sell
if you're not
the polyhedral stuff. That's such a shame, isn't it?
If you're not also selling the game, then I guess it's not
cost
effective to bother stocking them. But it's just that the guy that was thought it was funny that I'd asked that really kind of rubbed me up the wrong way.
Oh, I don't like. Yeah, no, I don't like that. I really don't like that, because it's off. It's rude. Cause it just assumes either you're being pretentious and not having this. Oh, don't be ridiculous. Why would we sell lesser dice? I don't like that at all. It's very rude. That you'd be like, oh, it should be like, oh, we don't sell those, but you know what, we can get them in stock, or we can look into it. Even if it's not, it just to be like, oh, we don't have those, but maybe we can look for them later, and here's our email address. and maybe get a conversion later on. Because instantly, that interaction to you, you're probably never going to go back to those people again.
Oh yeah,
right?
no, I wouldn't have bought something from them even if they had what I wanted.
Exactly.
At that stage.
Oh no, true. But like I think you're less likely to buy something off them because of that interaction.
Oh, for sure.
So,
for sure.
Yeah.
It's a funny one. Yeah.
But I will say, like, have you seen Shiver the RPG by Parable Games at all?
Yes.
Because they're the Menzies brothers from Nottingham. They're very lovely, and I really like them. But what I found was interesting because they have a whole custom set of dice, D6s, for their game, and there's questions about, like, because when they had a UK Games Expo like nomination 2 years ago, and they didn't win. And some people said, oh, they didn't win because you have to have custom dice. You have to buy them. They had to buy them separately to play the game. And I thought that was, it's a shame. It's because I unpacked them the other day, and I was like, the dice are really cool. But I always think, like, games that have specialized dice, custom dice, you need to have like a way to translate them into like D6s or D10s. You know, like, because those people will have those commonly around the house. Like the game I looked at today, the D Sanctum, was like, if you don't have polyhedral dice, that's fine. If you've got a pack of playing cards, you can also play this game. And I was like, oh, that's different. So I think having other dice ways that you don't need to custom dice for that's always something that piques my interest. I don't know if it necessarily would make me want to play it better or worse, but I always like having that accessibility to play other games.
Well, if I round off this little convention conversation. If you were planning your own convention, now that you have lots of experience, and you and I are both very proactive kind of people, what do you think you would want it to? How do you think you would want it to? I think we've covered this. We've covered this to some degree already, I feel, but where do you think you would start?
All right. Not thinking of programming necessarily about what the games were or anything like that. I think 100%. I would love to have a convention which, if it's in person, that's fine. But being able to have a stream of it, whereby it's moderated and all that sort of thing, but you get to say, I don't know, pay what you want, and you can watch the games or donate or something like that. Because I think like people being in the room, they're not having the FOMO of it and enjoying the chat. I know, like the Dark Room, John Robertson does that to some of his in-person games. He'll also have the stream up as well, and I think that's a really good way to get double audience and get that community going as well, and having people in the chat. So I think that's one thing I definitely would love to have. In terms of programming, it's really tricky because I know I'm not the best judge of programming. Like for me, I love seeing RPs of unusual game systems, but that doesn't mean it's suitable for like people with young kids who have just come in and need like 2 hours away from gaming or whatever. So in my head, I would maybe have like a track for like RPGs that have been sponsored in quotation marks by say the Tin Network, London Tin Network. It's like, okay, we're going to play, let's say, Leyline Press's game or Salvage Union. We do like an hour and a half, like one shot of that, and then, hey, thanks so much. And this was sponsored by Leyline Press. They're in the hall downstairs. If you say you came to see this, you get 10% off your order or something like that. And then I would, if they're happy to as well, maybe if they're willing to give copies of their game away as a raffle, or at least to the players, they're like, here, take your copy or take special dice or whatever. And that's like, again, we were talking about before, like, what do you get out of it? Like, my thing is like, you should try and pay for someone's time in some way. And I think free books are always a good way to get people. I mean, it's not the same as money, I appreciate that, but like, a good RPG book that you've enjoyed, that's pretty good. So that's one track. I'd love to have like sponsored or RPGs that are by local indie RPG artists. And on the flip side is light entertainment. D&D Panto. As much as I cannot stand D&D or Panto, it brings people in, right? I am Scrooge in this sense, but it gets people involved in engagement. Anything that's live entertainment has to have like an element where the audience gets involved. And if it's D&D, that is fine as well. Like you naming characters or naming NPCs or something like that. I work my co-host for DN's book club, Hamilton. He does Dragon's Duel, which is like basically like whose line is it anyway, but it uses the 6 stats of D&D. So you have lots of improv games, but it's D&D themed, and it's very silly, very fun. And what's nice about it for when we do the live show of it in person is that we'll get people up from the audience to be on our teams. And myself and Taylor are usually team captains, the other femme presenting person that's on it, and it means that we're doing questions only. And let me tell you, I'm terrible at questions only. But if I get someone who's really good at it, I'm like, oh yeah, I might win this round. And it's just like, again, getting people involved, like getting people passionate about creating characters which we're never going to see again. But it's just about getting involved and doing these games and stuff with a slight RPG element. So that was the thing. I think is it has to be light entertainment. So like like I said, D&D panto, like maybe a quiz of some sort, and maybe I don't know. I'd be interested to know your opinion about this. Like cosplay, parades or skits, they're a big thing in certain conventions. I personally have no interest in them, but people love watching people's costumes and admiring them. Maybe we need to put more of them as a TTRPG stuff. I know there are some people, again, maybe a bit beyond my purview of it, like they do late night burlesque, but it's board games, it's game characters and stuff. Is that something we should be thinking of? Because again, it's a very cool niche thing, but then do we need to think about who's the audience, all that sort of thing. So it'd be cool to have a tract of like live entertainment which has an RPG theme that you couldn't see anywhere else, as well as like sponsored RPGs of local game designers that, again, all the content could be streamed and people could interact in some way, and then donation, which would all go back into the convention. So those are my main ideas. That is to say, I have no idea if any of that work. A would work, B be of interest, and if it would just be me in the audience like cheering people on every so often. So that I think, yeah, I think it's really difficult to think about like what would work well. I mean, what about you? Like, because I've talked for a long bit. What do you think would work well if you were doing a convention of RPGs? What do you think would work well?
I do have an answer to this, but I want to touch on something as you just said a second ago.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I do think that I have been seeing more and more at the Games Expo what I'm going to call Comic-Con bleed, which is to say that there was a cosplay. We were right by the cosplay place. We were on Cosplay Street, but we were right by the cosplay section, which is where like the Daleks were trying to driving around, and there were some people showing off of things that they've made.
You think if you have Daleks though, sorry, just to go on it, like the stairs from halls 1 to 2 is completely inaccessible, so they have to go around as well. So if the Daleks have to go around, then that's not good.
But the people, whoever was piloting the Daleks was quite funny. So they would at one point apparently Kaylee come across them as they were going around, circling around the Disney Lorcana stall, and the Daleks were singing "Hi Ho" as they went. Hi ho, hi ho. And at one point they came past our table as when people were playing a game, and they just were coming along and went, "Exterminate, exterminate," and they turned to us as they went past and went, "Hello," and just turned back and just kept going. So the people in those costumes were quite funny.
I love stuff like that.
But there were stalls which were just selling like big foam swords or like LARPing or cosplaying materials. People who were just selling artwork, and I do wonder how well those people do there, because it's really not the crowd for it. Like you don't see people in cosplay at the Games Expo really. Maybe one or two.
No.
Whereas like if you go to Comic-Con, at least half the people there are in cosplay, probably more if you like did a head count.
Oh yeah.
But you just don't see that, and I do wonder how well those people do in that gaming if you're there selling your artwork or all this kind of stuff you would see at Comic-Con. Because it just doesn't feel like the crowd for it.
I agree.
But I'd be curious to know how well they did. To your question, I wonder if there would be an audience willing to pay to sign up to games, to sort of like enter a convention, to sign up for games, not knowing what the games were.
Ooh, I love that. That's something that excites me. Yeah,
just like you're signing up to this time slot, you don't know what game you're playing, or maybe you'll be told, slightly in advance, the night before, maybe you get an email or whatever. So you've got a chance. So if you're like one of those people that needs to look through the rules, you can look through the rules.
Yes,
but you have to trust that you've got a GM who can lead you through this starter scenario.
Yeah.
It will lead you through the game. Because most games, which I think a lot of people don't realise, most games are not half as complicated to learn as D&Ds.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. You'd say that it won't be D&D, but it'll be a lucky dip. and I like that. That something excites me. But yeah, I agree. Like maybe the night before you were told, if you say an accessibility thing, is that you need to know what the game is, or the content warnings, or something.
I can see how content warnings. Like you might say, well, this is a horror. You sign up for this slot here. This is a horror specific.
But it's a horror slot. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well,
yeah.
I won't sign up my 12-year-olds up for that.
Yeah, if there's an age limit. No, but that for me excites me because as someone who loves trying different games, and as someone who I admit, like I said, like today, like looking at the D Sanctum, I was like, ugh, would I? I don't know. I don't like historic games, which I know sounds really silly, but I'm just like, it's just not something I'm interested in. Finished reading it, and I was like, don't understand the rules, but I like the concept, all that sort of thing. So being able to play in a game which I had no control of, I'm very much an improv-y person, as you know, so I would do that. And similarly, like stuff like, for example, I don't know if you've looked at Hollows at all by Rowan Rook and Dakota. So that's their latest Kickstarter, which is like it's like Elden Ring. So there's lots of big boss battles, and they're trying to do combat differently. And that's not my thing at all. I can't be bothered with like Soulbound or anything like that. But if I got to play in a game, if I was like, again, forced in a nice way, if I signed up to it, I bet I'd really enjoy it. Because I'm not running it, or so yeah, I love that idea of a lucky dip. That's a really cool idea.
Yeah, and I think it's might potentially be a better way of getting people to play the gambling aspect of it, as opposed to being like, here's a bunch of games. People are like, well, I don't really know those games, so I won't sign up to them.
Yeah,
but here's the room that's full of D&D. I'll sign up to that.
Yeah,
or like,
yeah.
or maybe I'll spice things up and play Pathfinder instead. Ooh, living wild now.
Whoa!
I got into a big argument.
That's cool. I love that idea.
On TikTok, I think, or somewhere, when I said that I'm not invested in pretending that Pathfinder and D&D are different games. That's like a whole conversation that I have no stakes in, and they were like, but they are different games. They're the same bloody game. Like, yes, there are differences, but come on.
Yeah. It's still mostly high fantasy, and you still I agree with you. That's so silly.
Yeah. If you prefer one to the other, I can see why you would prefer one to the other, but come on.
There are differences, but they are still telling the same story.
So yeah, I poked the bear with that, and it was fairly, it's a fairly innocuous off the cuff comment, but yeah, I poked the bear, and then I didn't back down.
On TikTok,
I didn't back down from the conversation as early as I should have, and I got really caught up in it, as you can do on social media sometimes. I should have just ignored it.
My favourite sort of flame war that I was accidentally part of was we talked about Spelljammer, the old edition, ages ago on DM's Book Club, and then suddenly somebody found the comment and posted it on, or found the episode and posted it on a Reddit, and then they kept coming on to my videos saying I knew nothing about Spelljammer or the space hippos, the GIF. How dare I not do it? And so I did the thing that I always do, and I always advise it to people. Is when someone sort of says, "Oh, you know nothing," and I have to go, "Oh, thank you so much. Oh, is there any way you could help me?" No, it's not my job. Oh, but I don't know anything about, I just like proper like ham up, not knowing anything. And they were like, "You're ruining our fun." I was like, "Oh, I'm ruining your fun about space hippos. I'm so sorry." It was the best 2 weeks of my life, just responding to comments like that. It was great. And then eventually I was like, "I'm so sorry, but we'll all be back in when Spelljammer comes around for 5th edition. Bye." And then blocked them all. It was great.
Funny old world.
God, good. Funny old world indeed. But yeah, so you think a lucky dip of some sort as a convention
it makes
thing?
It interesting to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
But again,
as long as the procedures for setting up was good, and then obviously a way to feed back to GMs and stuff. Because like you might sign up to a game and they're like, I didn't want a horror game at all, But yeah, I love that idea. Because you get those like those book clubs now where you put in like keywords of like genres you like, and then you get sent a mysterious book that is in those themes, and then you open it up, and then you get little gifts that you can open on chapter 2, and you're like, "Oh, it's a lollipop. Oh, they're talking about sweets in this. Oh, I can have it and stuff." So yeah. Anyway, so that was a massive tangent. Sorry.
No, that sounds interesting. I'm sure that you used to be able to do something similar with like Love Film or something, where you could just get sent a random. You could just select like, send me something random based on my previous choices, and they would do that.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
But I assume streaming killed all those companies.
Yeah, the idea of recommendation. Well, I guess again, AI might be able to fill in that job now, but yeah, it's a shame. Because yeah, I will say sometimes Netflix recommends me stuff, and I'm like, who's been watching my Netflix? Because I absolutely would not watch any of these films.
Kaylee was saying the other day that she watches like the first 10 minutes of something, goes, oh, this is terrible, and then she like exits it. But that's in her algorithm now that she started watching that thing, and all this other stuff that's vaguely related. She's like, no, I don't want to watch any of that crap.
No.
I didn't like the first thing that director made or whatever. Stop recommending me the rest of it. Because it doesn't realise that you stopped watching it is a sign that you didn't like it.
Yeah. That's so funny.
So what are your plans for the rest of your night?
Well,
I don't know what time it is there. I've lost track of reality.
It is 9:30 where I am. My partner's playing Magic the Gathering at the local game store, so it means I have fun not doing that, so that's good. Again, nerd couples, as like I know you're a part of one, I'm a part of one. We can do stuff together but separately. And his thing is Magic, and I appreciate Magic. Can't play it. I hate it. But he gets to go to the game store. Yeah, it's fine. Like I appreciate it, but my brain can only do so much, and my disposable income goes on RPGs. His goes on Magic the Gathering cards. So it's fine. We've got those two bases covered. So he'll come back, and then he's off this weekend to do more Magic the Gathering tournaments, and so I will. It's Pride this weekend in my city, so I was going to go to Pride for the first time because I've never been able to make it before. So my plan was to go cycle down and see what was there, and maybe get an ice cream, which I know is like, ooh, how exciting the country life. But I've been running. I know you were saying you'd been running, obviously Fate and Monster of the Week and stuff like that. So my current thing is Call of Cthulhu, because basically the group my partner was running for, D&D, was sorry, the cat is drinking water out of my glass. Let me just sort that out. Thank you, Fancy Alice. He was running D&D for them, but it was 7 of them in a game. And then the only femme-presented person in them turned to me and was like, can you run any other game? And I was like, what game would you like? He went, Call of Cthulhu. And I was like, okay. So I'm running the starter set of that, and they're loving it. I'm only doing it for 3 of them, thankfully. But, again, we've talked about this before, this idea of when someone plays a different game, it doesn't have to be like, oh, lots of role play or in character or anything like that. But they go, wait, we have to solve this. There's handouts, and this means this. And they get very excited because they're solving things as players and then trying to do it in character. And that's been very nice to see. I've just been very gentle with them. Although I say I've been gentle, I did kill one of them by accident.
It's Call of Cthulhu. It's not. They're not designed to be superheroes.
I know, but I did feel really bad because they were like, I'm going to look into the attic, and I was like, okay, so I know this happens in the attic, and they failed the roll. I was like, okay, 10 hit points of damage, and he goes, that's all my hit points. I was like, okay. Oh no, and he's like, it's fine, kill me, and I was like, okay, it's really gruesome though. So yeah, I'll be prepping for the final session of that and stuff. And like I said, my thing just now, because I'm very lucky that for the next couple of months I'm in between jobs and stuff like that, and just focusing on like editing and reading RPGs and stuff. So I'm very lucky I can do that. But I'll just be reading some more RPGs and sort of getting used to different systems and stuff, which I've not been able to do beforehand. So it's been quite fun actually looking at different game designs and stuff. Again, in the future, would that mean I become a game designer? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't feel confident enough to do that yet. But it's the one thing I'm thinking of.
Never thought about it? You don't have it like a RPG in your junk drawer of ideas?
I don't really. I'm very bad at because I know like mechanics that I really love and I find interesting. But I think now I'm tending towards like, ooh, I love a setting. And if it's the rule system underneath supports it, that's what I really like. So, for example, I will go on far too long about this, so do cut me off. There's a game that came out last year called Solemn Veil, which is like a folklore setting, and it's great. It's weird. It's any folklore story you want to do. It's got the lore is so rich and thick and juicy. It's great, and the system is very simple. And I've run it 3 times now, and I just want to keep playing more of it. And so that's the kind of setting I'd love to do, is be able to write a world that's so rich that has like a very simple system underneath that people would like to play. But I don't have any original ideas or anything like that, or what would work for it. But it is something I thought to myself, like, I should give it a go at some point, but nothing off the top of my head. Not compared to yourself, who, like with the Fate series, with your board game, or anything like that. Like, yeah, I'm very bad at coming up with anything original. Everything's always patchwork together myself.
Fair enough. So I've always thought the one idea I've had for designing an RPG system is, well, it's not much of it. It's not really fleshed out at all, but it's something that just doesn't seem to exist, because it seems like almost the antithesis of what players want. But it's
yeah,
trying to capture that feeling of that you would get in, say, a superhero movie, of a player character having the great power, as it were, thrust upon them. So it's a game where players begin not knowing what their character is going to end up being, and at some point through the course of that first couple of sessions, gaining abilities or gaining power or gaining a place or gaining a character class, essentially, independently of their own choices, or obviously tied into like actors in the game. But that choice, that character creation, taken away from them, and then they learn about their character as it kind of evolves. They gain superpowers. Superhero is kind of the easiest one, where you sort of at some point in your first couple of sessions you gain, or even your first session, you gain superpowers. Then you have to learn how they work and what you can do. So it's taking character creation out of the player's hands.
And then what do you do when you're given a random power that you may a not want or not know how to control? I like that idea. It makes me think of the like there's obviously like it's D&D, but no one knows who they are, and then you have to scratch off each ability once you roll for it and all that sort of thing. And then you're like, oh, it is a +3.
Yeah, D&D with amnesia.
Yeah,
I've seen that one before.
Yeah, exactly. Which again, your mileage may vary on those sorts of things, but for me, that's something that makes me excited when I don't know what it is and I have to improv, because that's the kind of improviser I am. Yeah, that's interesting. Yes, I like that. The superheroes one makes sense, because you think of stuff like The Boys or anything like that, or X-Men is probably the better example, where people have to go and get trained up so that they're not hurting each other or themselves. Yeah. Oh, I love that idea. But again, that's on setting. That's on setting though, really, rather than the general sort of vibe, rather than what the main game mechanic is.
But would players want to play a game where essentially they don't get to create a character that's kind of, or like they create a character organically? I don't know. It's just kind of it's just I can get why it hasn't been done before.
I would, but again, thinking of like Powered by the Apocalypse games, for example, because obviously you have playbooks in that sense of the monster of the week is like The Chosen and all that sort of thing, right? But in the Between, for example, that Between is like Victorian monster hunters, like Penny Dreadful style. And what's great about that is that you come in, you just pick the playbook and you answer one or two questions, but you don't come up with any backstory or anything like that. But then when you mark a mask which helps you succeed at something, if you need to, if it's dire, you then narrate a flashback to your character before they chose the hunter. So you don't come with any backstory or anything like that, but you can make it up in the moment, or you can take some time to think about it, but you have to do it before the end of the session. And I love stuff like that, because it means I can go in completely fresh, just know that this is who I am right now, and then being able to look back is interesting for me. Whereas what you're saying is the opposite way around, is that you gain stuff, so looking forward and constantly evolving without necessarily without knowing what that is. So yeah, I find that interesting, and it'd be cool to play test it and find out about it.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like, what? Yeah. Do people want to play that? I know I want to play that, but I'm weird, so I don't know. So.
I mean, I have played games in the past where my sort of friendship group were trying to spice things up a bit, where we've rolled stats in order, and then been like, well, now we have to play a character that fits those stats.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's taken that out of your control a little bit, because that's just slightly more interesting. Like, oh, well, I was born, a predisposite for having a very high IQ, or if I was like, my character's particularly dexterous and things like that, so just like working around that. So there's like variance, but yeah, taking it. Yeah, I just think it's an interesting idea.
What I like about the idea that you put forward, though, because that is definitely an idea that is for a longer term campaign, possibly. So a lot of times when you're like the D&D but memory loss one, is that it's a one-shot idea. It's unlikely you're gonna expand upon it, because once you know who you are, that's kind of it. Whereas here, again with lines and veils and safety tools and stuff, you can really craft a character that only the GM really knows what's in store for you, and then be able to play that as a longer term where you may end up being the villain or something like that, which could, again, for me, that sounds really exciting.
It'd have to be based on a lot of kind of randomization, so that you didn't feel like the GM was picking on you, or manipulating the game too much. Kind of like how
maybe then the GM has to have a lot of random I'm thinking of, because I can see it up there, like Dungeon Crawl Classics. So all that is completely randomized, what characters you get for that. Maybe for the GM, you also have to randomize stuff and interpret stuff through props. You can't pre-plan anything, so that it's completely fair. But then you maybe check in with the players going, hey, how do you feel about X, Y, and Z? And if they go, no, you go, cool, I'll roll again. And go from there. That might be a way to get around it, perhaps.
Yeah, it's not dissimilar necessarily to how Traveller character creation kind of works. Which have you ever done character creation in Traveller?
No, I've got, again, in the big Google folder of Doom, Traveller is in there, but I've yet to play it myself.
Yeah, that's a lot of randomly rolling for your life events. Like you get to pick what your character is trying for, and then you like roll success or failure, and failure can be anything from your character lost a limb to now they're in prison to just dramatically changes your trajectory for where you thought your character was going.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I'm someone that thrives off those kinds of prompts. As long as I'm able to, new choice. You know what I mean? Like if I'm like, no, I don't want to go into that area particularly like that. But I'm a big fan of those sort of things.
Anyway, those are our ideas.
Hooray!
Used to be. So I've got a Nutriment says used to be. If you roll 2, your character dies in creation. It is possible for a character to die during character creation in Traveller.
That's amazing. I love that.
Because you can you can take wounds during character creation, and if I think it's if all of your physical stats drop to 0, you die. I think that's the rule in Traveller, which is theoretically possible.
Wow.
It's unlikely, but theoretically possible during character creation.
Theoretically possible.
Which is fun.
I always used to was it in 3.5 D&D, the average cat could take out a level 1 character because they had multi-attack with their swipes, and so it was one of those things where it could be possible that you could be killed by a cat. So I always appreciated stuff like that.
Nutrimance was talking about Traveller. So apparently it used to be really easy to die in character creation, basically because it's a 2d6 system. If you rolled a 2, your character could just die. To be fair, during the character creation of the Traveller game that I had going, one of them nearly got assassinated, or at least nearly got assassinated as an enemy. And I wasn't sure. I didn't check what the knock-on effect from that, but I assume it wasn't be good.
That's great though. I'll have to check it out. Again, it's one of those things where it's on the list and people always recommend it, and then I just never get round to it. So that's why I do the too long didn't read stuff, because then I'm forced to read at least an hour or 2 hours of a particular RPG and go, oh, that is a really cool one, or go, nah, rubbish. So it's on the list.
It does mean you can't prepare your campaign until after character creation, because you don't know what the players are going to end up with. And then as part of the final part of character creation is that as a group the players choose what kind of game they want to play, and then they gain skills based on that play set.
That's a good point, actually, because for you as a GM, because obviously I know you've run lots of games, do you prefer do you come up with a story first and then get players to think of characters that would fit in the world you created, or similar to what this Traveller things, them create characters and then you have the story a little bit, but it's more tailored to what they're doing, if you see what I mean? Do you have one way or the other that you prefer?
I only have... Really, I don't have the story at all. I have a hook.
Yeah.
And then but I don't necessarily know where that's going. Unless I have maybe a vague idea sometimes, but more often not, no idea at all. But for my D&D games, I've always run entirely based on the player's backstory, so I plan nothing at all
Interesting.
until the players have sent me their backstories. Or maybe I build the world and like put some towns on a map and stuff.
Sure.
But until the players send me their backstories, I don't know what the game's about. And then I build it entirely out of that.
That's really cool. Because for me, I've always been a big fan of like quick start scenarios, because obviously that's what the content I create. And so I do rely on published adventures quite a bit. But then I've played in lots of games recently where the whole game, like I played in this great game of Orbital Blues recently, which is a cracking system. I highly recommend it. And the GM for that game sent me, no joke, a 30-question survey about what my character was. And I was like, God, I have no idea what their favorite meal is or anything like that. But I filled it out. And then it was one of the most engaging, interesting stories because he took them all and then created a very beautiful narrative. Like it pulled on everything. I didn't feel like at any point, oh, he's neglected my character or something. Like it felt so well weaved together as a result. And I mean that's obviously a big level of like customization for sure. But I just found that so interesting. Like he had no plan necessarily for like you were saying, like what the wider story is, or even the hook. He had nothing. He was just going off what the players were, and then I only sent my question survey in maybe 2 days before we recorded the first session, so not a lot of time to like come up with something, but it worked really well. So, yeah. I don't advocate for 30 questions to your players. That sounds like a lot of work.
No, I think that's why I like Fate so much, is because I like to start Fate from a blank slate and just be like, what kind of game do you want to play? And the 2 games I've run on Start Playing have been that. Then one ended up being which didn't run for very long, unfortunately, because the player schedules didn't mesh together. But that was a high seas exploration in a kind of Pirates of the Caribbean-esque kind of world of fantastical monsters and things. And the one that's currently running is a sort of clan culture where clans control seats of like magical power, like natural occurring magical power, and then that family becomes the clan and the cities kind of build around the clans.
Ooh, cool.
And the players are one of the players is the son who's just ascended to the throne, essentially, of one of these clans. So they're players, and the players are extremely powerful characters in the world, in the politics of the world. So they're capable of like ordering the police around and sending spies out to do things for them.
Damn.
So it's a very different kind of game.
That's a very different vibe to the Fate game I played with you.
Yeah.
when we did the recording, like again, very fun, but definitely more shenanigans vibes, I think, for that. But I love political games and stuff. I love that you said that customization. That sounds really cool, really different.
Yeah. But those games did have a hook, but a very generic hook that could fit to any world the players build. And I had a sort of idea of where I wanted that to go. But I'm only really planning one session to the next. And I think so I kind of have the idea of like, well, I think it'll be fun if this happened maybe in the next session. So if the game works towards that, great. If it doesn't, then I'll plan something else.
Yeah. That's very cool. That's very good. Obviously, good GMs always like listen to the players and go, "Oh, this could happen. If it doesn't happen, that's fine. I could always, was it the dungeon underneath the sea? If they don't go to the sea, they go to the mountain. I just pick up the dungeon and put it on the mountain." But yeah, I like being able to be flexible as a GM. Or they're more interested in doing something else. Cool. Yeah. Where are they going? And because it's always more interesting. Because especially with mystery games and stuff, they're like, oh, they make these connections. You're like, oh, I didn't think of that, but that sounds really cool. I want to know where this is going, and being able to release the reins of that is quite freeing.
Yeah, trying to figure out what your players what kind of game your players want to play is a skill. And I like to think I'm relatively good at.
Yeah.
I don't know. One of my D&D games has suddenly descended into a courtroom drama. I'm not quite sure how that happened.
Are they all going like hold it, and like what's it? Now I can't remember what the Ace Attorney does now. But yeah, like hold it right there.
Well, so long story short, one of the warlock's patrons. One of the characters is a warlock, Winston. If you've ever met Winston,
Oh yeah,
You
Winston.
must have
Yeah,
met
yeah.
Blood on the Clocktower, I bet. The
Yeah,
stage
yeah,
show.
yeah.
His
Mhm.
character is a warlock who thought they were a cleric. Because he thought that he was just being visited by the celestial god who was giving him powers, but it turns out he was a warlock all along. And his
Amazing.
slightly bumbling but well-meaning patron was arrested on the celestial plane for it's too complicated to explain, but basically for manipulating the mortal realm too much. So he's in prison, and they got summoned to the celestial plane, the party, as witnesses for the defense.
Yes! Oh, I love that. That's amazing. Oh yeah, no, 100%.
And that's kind of where we've left off. We haven't quite got to the actual trial yet.
But that's so cool. I love that. I love stuff like that. It's just so different and an interesting way of telling stories. So yeah, no, kudos. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's interesting. But they all love that character. That they all love his patron, even though he's a complete doofus.
Oh yeah.
Which is interesting, because it just the more they seem to from the start to the end, the more they kind of started to like that character, the doofio I made him. I was like, well, clearly you're going to be on this guy's side regardless, so I might as well just amp it up a bit.
Yeah, lean into it. Like, oh, you have to. Yeah, in order to help them, exactly.
Yeah, it's like they want to hate him, but he's like, he's trying so hard.
He's doing his best.
Yeah, he's doing his best. He's
just a normal patron.
He's never had a warlock before. It's his first time.
Oh, let him off, Your Honor, please. Oh, that's fun.
So yeah, it's interesting, especially since all the other characters' backstories are quite dark.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if the balance was what the balance was, but yeah, if it's more of a light-hearted, bumbling thing, people are we must protect this at all costs. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah. Well, the other warlock in the party, I love warlocks. Warlocks are so easy to mess with. The other warlock in the party was a slave on a pirate ship, and essentially semi-unintentionally summoned this god of the sea and pledged their allegiance to them if they would help them escape this life on a pirate ship. And that's how they became a warlock. So they have a not necessarily evil god behind them, but not a nice necessarily.
I love the hesitation you had there. So they're not evil, and you're like, okay. They're morally grey. Is that what you're saying?
It's that situation of pledge your allegiance to me and I'll murder everyone on this pirate ship for you. It's like, okay.
Okay.
Did you want to help me, or did you just really want an excuse to murder a bunch of people?
Yeah, it was just like a justification for it. Oh, amazing. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm just looking through all my RPGs and just now I'm thinking I've run a lot of Alien RPG, and I've done it for streams and stuff. But what's interesting is as I was saying before, I usually run the set scenario, and then obviously there's pre-generated characters. But then I have to again, there's no right way to run these things or play in these things. I absolutely understand it. You make your own story, etc. But I did have to put in every single Alien RPG you have to do. I said look. There is no time for romance. There is an alien. And every single time they go, challenge accepted. And they do some incredible... I will say the players are very good at doing it. But in my head, I'm like, we don't have time for romance. The world is exploding. I need you to run to the ship. And I'm like, okay, it's a bit too much hand-holding and kissing. Please, the alien appears. Oh, no.
You've all been killed.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Is there any games you're really looking forward to running?
I mean, I'm looking at the big bookcase just now. I will say I ran Die before, and I've never spoken about Die. I really love the idea of playing flawed people who then play characters in an RPG game, and that's very fun and interesting. But actually, the game I'd love to play next, out of all the games, is actually Dragonbane, which is the one from Free League, where it's their version of Dungeons and Dragons, Drakar D'Amour. And what I love about it is that it's beautifully illustrated, and you can play a duck. And I'm always fans of playing playing ducks. And it's got a nice setting, and it's interesting, and it's like it's the opposite way around. So like a 1 is a dragon, and a 10 and a 20 is a demon, all that sort of thing. So I'd love to play that. The one I'd love to play in, because I always run lots of games. One I'd love to play in is actually Vampire.
Yeah,
I played in like a little bit of Vampire. I'd love to play more Vampire because I think it's interesting, and you can play lots of really interesting stories. But I don't see it advertised as much as that. Maybe it's because obviously there's lots of lines and veils and all that sort of thing. But I'd love to play more of it because I find it's one of those things where I think I would not excel at it, but I think I would really enjoy and appreciate those vibes more. But yeah, that's one I'd love to play in at least.
I like to play Vampire again because we didn't play it for very long. Many years ago. Maybe like 2 or 3 sessions at most. But I really like the vibe of it, just the design of I really enjoyed character creation and just the it's a very different kind of feel game. And it really felt like you could create some really disparate character types.
They've recently brought out like the player's guide, so it's a little bit more accessible to like people who are brand new to World of Darkness and stuff. So I will say that core book is very interesting, absolutely incomprehensible if you're a brand new player. I feel because you try and find various talents and stuff, and it's like several hundred pages apart from what I found. But I love the source books for it, and how they have a whole thing of like, you know, the fall of London or Chicago by night, and you can really build up a setting that's like local to you, and having like a setting, say, I don't know, about Manchester or Scotland or something like that. That it gives you the tools to do that, or inspiration at least, which I just really like that as a result. And they've obviously got hundreds and hundreds of different books for it. But then that system as well, obviously they've got like Werewolf, the new version. I don't know if you ever read like Hunt of the Reckoning at all, because I read that recently for something, and that basically it's basically supernatural. You know, you are in cells and you are hunting monsters, and that was quite interesting. And they had different ideas of conspiracies, which were like different philosophies for like why people were become hunters. And one was like, oh, we have to protect people and we use it through technology, or we're religious based, etc. So the lore of that was very interesting. But yeah, I think Vampire would be one I would love to have a long-term campaign and to really play around, because it's always one that's always interested me. But I will say the couple of times I've played it, I had absolutely no idea what I was rolling other than D10s, and I'd be like, I've got some 9s, and they'd be like, good. And I'm like, what does it mean though? Or be like a 10 is like, a bloody critical or whatever, and I'm like, is that bad? I don't know. You need to tell me what the rule is, because I can't find it quickly in the core book. So, what about you? If you because I know you've run lots of games. If you were going to play in an RPG system, what would the system be? If it exists, you know, like sometimes they don't exist.
I really want to. We made characters for, but never played. Is it called? Crap. What is it? Onward or Homebound, something, or it's about
Wander Home.
Wander Home.
Yes. The J Dragon.
And I was like, oh, that's
Awesome Creek games.
So interesting.
I've read it through. It seems like a really fun, wholesome game.
Yeah.
So yeah, 100% on you in that one.
Yeah, just a different kind of vibe. Yeah, I think that one would be good. But yeah, I don't play so much, mostly because I just like running more. Just prefer.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of how my brain works.
I'm the same.
I just kind of would play whenever I play games. I'm just kind of like, well, that's not how I would have ruled that. I kind of can't get that voice out of my head. Like, I don't say anything out loud, but my head's all the time going like.
I have to. Yeah, I am also. I have
choice.
to be careful. I played a game I played a game in Brindlewood Bay recently, and the person had created their own setting and all that, but they were, in quotation marks, they were playing the rules wrong, and I might have stepped in and go, oh, so what do you think is the worst thing that could happen? Talking to the other player, and they were like, Fiona, I'm running the game. And I was like, okay. I got told off for trying to be the GM. But yeah, I'm the same. Because I like learning systems and stories and stuff like that. So I got to that point. I'll go, I just want to run it and see what it looks like. But yeah, but then I find games like Vampire. I feel like that's a little bit beyond me in terms of what I know what the structure is and stuff like that. But I don't know how to run it. So I'd rather, if it's complicated in quotation marks for me, I want to play it rather than run it. But more often than not, I'm the same boat as you. Where I like to run games more often than playing them.
I've had a good comment. We'll probably wrap up soon because you've been on me for 2 hours now. Trying to take up your whole evening.
I could talk forever.
You're welcome. You're welcome to stay and talk if you would like.
Well, as long as you need me for
we've
sure.
Had,
I appreciate you probably have lots on. Yeah.
No, you're my last guest. Well, I have to edit that video eventually, but I've done most of the hard work. It's already done. The last comment for Nutrimonts. My best experience is a zero plan, as we've been kind of discussing. So we played J Plan Fate and literally tells you to ask the players what the bad guy is planning. So
that's really cool.
I don't do that, but I also sort of do that. Like there's that DM advice you often see of like present your players with a puzzle that you don't know the answer to, and then just let them see if they figure out something that makes sense. And I do that on quite a large scale. So if I like present them with this plot hook that I don't know where it's going, and if they're like, oh well, I bet this character is betraying the thing, or does like if the players kind of puzzle out a deeper meaning, I will kind of like, yes, that was all true.
Well done. Yes.
Which I don't know if that's like a cheat, if the players would prefer to know that that's happening or not, because it creates that illusion that they are progressing the story. When they are, but it's just that their ideas and thinking is what moves the story forward most logically. So it's turning the game into more of an improv style, which obviously D&D isn't really designed, or it's not. At least it's not how it's advertised.
No. That's interesting you say that, because I'm thinking of two games that come to mind on that. So like, I know I've talked about Brindlewood Bay before, but their whole thing is like, you're little old ladies who love a good murder mystery book who solve crime. But what they do, there's individual scenarios. They'll give you a list of NPCs, a list of clues to find, but they won't tell you like, who kills who's the murderer is up to the players. And the idea is that when they collect enough clues, like they start to theorize who has done what, and they can include as many clues in as what they want, or all that sort of thing, and then they roll to see if they're right or not. And I love that idea of like, because that means that it's very personal to you as players to do that. And I'm a big fan of, again, as you said, like supporting the players and making them make the choices as well. There was another game, I've completely forgot what the other game was now, but it's a similar sort of thing where you get the players to write the narrative what they think it is, and you're like, that's exactly what it's meant to be, and with a little bit of guidance and stuff. It'll come back to me what that other game is, but I'm a big fan of Brindlewood Bay for doing that, because it will surprise you, because someone will come up with one theory, obviously, and then someone else will go, oh, but what if it's actually this person and this person? And getting them, because it engages them with what's happening on the table and what the clues are, and it shows what they think is important, because what they think is important might not be what you think is important, which I always think is fascinating as a GM, because you might throw, they always talk about that, here's an NPC called Bob, and they're like, who's Bob's family? Where does he live? We must protect him. And he's like, his name's Bob. But that to them is the most important thing, and maybe that's where the story should go. So
and Nutrimonster is saying Atomic Robo in the chat. Players roll against each other to see who is right. Make a scene called Brainstorm. Might be what he was thinking of.
Like that.
And to me, like a surprise reveal is cheaper, because it's just kind of like a long-winded way. It's like that Rick and Morty thing of it. That's just railroading with extra steps. If you had a surprise reveal in mind all along, then it didn't really matter what your players were doing. I feel like that season 2 and 3 of Critical Role have exposed just how railroaded that game is. Where it worked in season 1 because it was little small arcs where it was a clear quest. It's like, kill the Briarwoods. There you go. Find these magic things. Kill the dragons. They had a very clear quest, and they could do it however they wanted.
Kill Vecna. Yes, absolutely.
And it worked in those little bite-sized chunks. And then, but because seasons 2 and 3 have got one overarching story, which only really has one conclusion, and all the story beats are kind of already thought out by Matt, it definitely feels. So it's kind of just like, well,
yeah, agreed.
It's sort of exposed how sort of pointless what the players are doing, because it's there's only one option. They're
still gonna happen.
They're gonna win. It's a bit like watching, you know, a Bond film. You're not scared that James Bond is gonna die. It feels very unlikely they're gonna conclude a season of Critical Role with the world exploding. They could.
Yeah.
They could.
Yeah.
But I don't.
They could.
Believe
That'd be
it.
amazing if they did. It's so true. And again, I don't know about yourself at all, but that's why I have flipped, because I used to be a massive Critical Role fan. Fell off a little bit in season 2, and then I've switched over to Dimension 20. And what works about Dimension 20 is exactly what you said about the shorter arcs, because they're easy to digest. They're much shorter, like, you know, 2 hours, and usually it's like this episode is role play, and then we have the combat episode and back and forth. And if you don't like a particular series, that's cool. There are 7 other series that you can watch, and then the next one's coming out, and it's a Kids on Bikes one, and it's Never Stop Blowing Up, and it's action films. You're like, cool, that looks very silly. It's gonna be 6 episodes. Brilliant. You know, I'm a big fan of keeping short, tight, limited series of stuff. And if it's successful enough, yeah, of course you can bring them out for more. But there's long form actual play content doesn't work for us anymore. And that's okay, because it's just a different audience and different style of stuff. But yeah, like I remember being so hooked about Critical Role season 1, like with the Briarwood arc, with the Dragon arc. Like I remember watching the episode live, which obviously that's wild to watch it live when you're in the UK and it's like late night. And it's like the dragons appeared, and I was like, what the hell are they going to do? Because it was such a short arc, and people were dying and all that sort of thing. And then get to season 2, and I'm like, I don't care about any of these characters anyway. But there's no, like you said, the overarching story is like, it doesn't matter, because they'll get to the end and they'll have a big fight, and then they'll be level 15 to 20 and it'll be fine. And there's no, what stakes do I have in it? I don't necessarily, unless the characters are interesting.
Yeah.
I don't. Again, the characters for me, certainly for season 2, I found them a bit off-putting for my taste. And I think season 2 was different, but then it's because they had in season 3 they had some new players, and I was like, oh, exciting. And then the new players then got jobs and then couldn't play, and I was like, oh, I don't want to watch them. I want to watch new players and guests more than the same old 7 people per se.
So I don't know how far you got in season 3, but season 3 lost me when I guess I can't quite remember what it was. The solstice event thing happened, where characters.
Was it something about the moon? He's got a thing about moons, Matt Mercer, from what I remember.
But there was an episode where characters from season 2 were showing up in characters, and then Vox Machina characters.
Oh
were showing
no!
up.
Don't do that.
And
no.
It was a lot of Matt just like describing what was happening, because all these other like NPCs, main characters were interacting, and then a thing happened that it sort of felt like, could the players have stopped it? I don't know, but it was like a very big story beat that if it didn't happen, like, what happens next? And then the party gets split, so that the main party gets split, and they go off and like some of them go off, and Abria and someone else, and like a bunch of guest stars join. So half the party goes off and is joined by some guests. Other half party goes and joined by some guests. But and I love a Brianna and all these other people, and Robbie Damon and all these people who joined them. However, there's no way that wasn't planned months in advance, because those people don't just like clear their schedule. Matt doesn't just go, oh well, turns out the party got split last week, can you clear your schedule and join us? No, that was planned months. So
for a month,
even more so, it was like, well, this was very clearly scripted, that event had to happen, and there was nothing the players could do to stop it, because you had this party split with all these guests, with 4 or 5 guest stars across those ways joining.
I guess the thing for me is because this is the thing. So as someone who does like content, like I'm very happy to tell players the beats of like what I'm doing, so certainly in terms of safety stuff. But I don't want them to ever feel like they're not in control of stuff. But I think for something like Critical Role, they pride themselves like, oh, well, it's not scripted or anything like that. And you're like, some of it is scripted, and that's okay. Just be transparent about it. Just say like, hey, we're going to have some really cool guests coming up or something like that. Because I don't mind scripted stuff for content, but I guess they're still, in a way, and obviously this is me saying it, I've not watched any of their recent content, so I don't know. They're still sort of hanging on to that. Oh, we're friends around the table being voice actors, and I'm like, you are, but you're also made a company, and it is like a livelihood now. So of course you're going to script certain things to work. Because I'm going to say it, we still remember Orion in season 1 who was very creepy, and they got rid of him, and it was a good thing they did, but oof, those first couple of episodes are really awkward to watch, and very cringeworthy that they didn't. Again, it's very hard. What do you do when something that happens live on stream? So, yeah, again, I guess it's just being transparent about those sort of things, being okay with it. But again, it's the problem I have is the long form thing. It just doesn't interest me anymore when there's so many other games and other systems out there, and I'm surprised they haven't changed over to Daggerheart properly yet. I know they're doing playtesting and stuff, but they launched, I don't know if you saw, they launched something called the Reslayer's Take podcast, where it's still in the Critical Role world, but it's new characters, like guest people that they're having on, and it's aimed at a younger audience, so no one dies or anything like that, but it's still using D&D. And I was like, why aren't they not using Daggerheart or any of their other systems? Why is it still D&D? And I think it's because they're waiting for season 3 to end and then change over to Daggerheart. And I'm like, oh, just do it now. Just do it now. Because otherwise the Reslayer's Take, that's going to suddenly have a switcheroo where they go, oh, we've changed to Daggerheart now after 6 months or something like that. So I just found it, I thought it was a really good idea. But, and I don't know if you've seen this as well. So like we had stuff like Worlds Beyond Number, which is, I think it's a really good podcast. It's well edited and stuff like that. Came out just before the OGL, or was advertised just before the OGL, and it didn't say what the system was. And I was like, oh, is it improvised storytelling? Is it just an RPG system? I think that's really cool, because all of them are improvisers. It uses D&D. Yeah. And I thought they deliberately took out references to the D&D because of the OGL stuff, and I was a bit cross about it. But I was like, they could easily do it without, because they're all very talented people. They don't need the system, and if they do, there's plenty of other systems out there, but they chose not to do that. And maybe it's because they recorded it beforehand, I don't know, but I'm always a big fan of, like, if you're using a system, say what the system is, link it if it's an indie RPG system and credit it, and then maybe show an example of what it is. Or if you're using a hack of it, say so. Don't be like, oh, we're doing this improvised storytelling stuff. Roll a stealth check. It's like, well, what's a stealth check? Is it a D20? Like, yeah. Oh. Anyway, there you
go. No, I'm with you. I mean, I would argue that D&D has never worked for Dimension 20. I don't think that there's...
Oh, I agree.
In any series of that show, has there been any value in them playing D&D? If anything, it's
just easy for them to do. Yeah, I agree. That they do their own bits and stuff. They don't need it.
Yeah. And the rule of cool is out of control on that show, because they want to make a funny show. They want to be funny and silly. They're comedians at heart. And it just
agreed.
Yeah, it just like just stop pretending that you're playing D&D, because you're not.
It's all a bit lip service, I guess, because people are like, oh, but it's D&D. And I guess maybe, I don't know, it's that sort of thing. It's like, D&D is different for different people, and RPGs are different for different people. But it's like, when I watch an actual play, for me, what goes back to what we were saying about those panels and stuff, for me, what I find interesting is like, oh, that's how you run a game? Oh, okay, cool. And I will learn to play that game. But if they're not doing that, that's also fine. But they need to say that. Say, this is our version of D&D. Hope you enjoy it. You know, like, be straight with it, rather than it's like, I don't know, using a hack system which isn't, again, each to their own. Maybe I'm just yucking other people's fun, perhaps, I don't know, but I do find it interesting when they're like, oh, we're playing D&D, and it's like, you've not rolled one dice this session, which I know doesn't sound much, but I'm always listening out for when they do a dice roll. But what does that mean? Do you succeed? Oh, interesting. So, yeah.
Our custom
there you go.
Rant on RPGs.
Customary. This is like an annual event. I'll come back every year and I'll say it. And another thing. what's the best dice and why is it a D12? You know?
I feel like it's more satisfying to roll a D12 because you did something special.
I think it's always exciting because the highs and lows of getting a 12 or a 1, I think it's just more dramatic than a 20 or a 1. That's my hot take. So that's why I do think Daggerheart will do really well, because I'm like, oh, D12? Absolutely, I want to roll 2 D12s and see where I go from there.
Well, yep. It's 4 in the morning.
Done.
What do you want from me?
I don't want anything from you. I don't want anything from you.
Oh dear.
I guess if you've got like one big takeaway from RPGs recently, like what would that be? Like if someone was getting into RPGs now, what's the one thing you'd say to them? As either advice or a warning or anything like that, do you think?
That's an interesting question.
There's no right or wrong answer as well, I'd say.
Well, it's funny because I have genuinely been asked this on like multiple occasions. People would like sort of ask for advice because people come to the cafes that I run games at, never having played anything before, and be like, "What do I need to know?" And then people comment on like some of my videos sometimes, being like, "Hey, what advice would you give?" I think it's that element of just you've got to figure out what interests you, I guess.
Yeah.
And as much as I will happily bash D&D,
yes,
it is something of a jack of all trades, master of none, and you can tailor the game to fit the style that you like. But when you do that, you should maybe like figure that out and then find a game that suits that.
I agree. Yeah.
Because if you want to play a Dimension 20 style game, you probably want a lighter, fluffier rule set that you can just have fun with, rather than one that you have to make up 50 rules a session just to try and accommodate.
Constantly customizing it. Yeah, absolutely.
And even if you like a crunchier, like hardcore system, there's probably better games for that as well.
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean, my understanding of my experience of Vampire is limited, but I liked the fact that it was like very thinky. It really mattered, like the decisions I made on my character creation, and I could really like use those to my advantage in certain ways in the gameplay. That was what really appealed to me about it.
Yeah, because you could really customize that character to be very specialized or something, and then it felt very like when I created my character, I felt really attached to them more so than D&D, where I'm like, oh, I'll just play a silly little guy, whereas I felt like this is important because of all the lore and the clans and stuff. Like I didn't need to know all what the clans did, but I'd be like, okay, so in this clan, the Toreadors, I always remember like the creative type. So I was like, okay, I'm a Toreador. It feels like very much like a BuzzFeed article. It's like, which clan are you? And I was like, oh, I'm a Nosferatu probably. So I think my sort of advice is always like, no matter, like you said, no matter what system you end up using, do try and look at other systems that are out there. And there's so many quick starts and there's free games to try. And I especially if you're a player, so I think there's always that sort of joke about like, oh, the Forever DM or something like that. And I don't think Forever DM is like a bad title at all. I think it's a really good title. But if you're aware that your DM is tired, that is your chance to step up and go, I want to try this other game. And then you could be the host of that session and that night, and that is a life experience in itself. Obviously, teaching people a different game, but also getting to try something new. And I'm always open for like weird esoteric games where you like I said, like Dragonbane. Like I've not sold it well, being like, oh, it is the Swedish D&D, but you could play ducks. Like who wants to? I'm in for the ducks, but you could play obviously other things as well. But it's a different system. but then you have like world building games. Like I'm looking over here, like Icarus, the idea of the fall of civilization, dialect, where you can come up with your own language and world building, just something different. So I'm always a big fan of trying games which push away from maybe traditional role playing. So having a think about that, like solo role playing games as well. Obviously, I know we've not talked about that at all, but I love solo role playing games and like being able to think about different RPG systems or themes or genres that aren't that are different. And a lot of solo role playing games are either horror or reflective, but some of them are really funny and different. Like the one I always talk about this one, and I'll shut up soon. I apologize. There's one called Twain, and the whole concept is that you were a twin, and you used to do magic together, but you stopped, but your twin didn't, and now they're off somewhere and they're being very successful. And you write about like why did you stop doing magic and you didn't, and then you go to a place because you had a dream where you were going to meet your twin, and so you go to a different place in the world, and then you role play for 15 minutes whilst waiting for your twin to arrive, and they never do. And it was one of the most interesting like mini LARPs I did. But then you put a timer on your phone, and when the timer goes off, it means that they have rung you. And it was one of the most interesting things. I did it in the middle of COVID of all games, and it was just random. It was me just obviously talking to myself as there's like people doing their daily walks and stuff like that. But it was one of the most interesting games I'd ever played, and I still think about it to this day as a result. So yeah, I think just being open to trying something new, and not worrying about like, oh, I won't like that sort of thing. That's why I do the Too Long Didn't Reads about like stuff. It's just like, oh, that's not a genre I've ever played. Why would I play it? Oh, it's got this cool mechanic, or it's got this cool lore. So I think just being open to that is always my big top tip.
I think I'll add to that from a practical standpoint. Is that other games are easier to learn and cheaper to buy than D&D.
Yes.
Dude,
so much so.
Because you've spent £100 on D&D paraphernalia, and suddenly like, well, I don't want to have to do all that again. You don't have to do all that again.
No.
You can spend 20 quid on Monster of the Week or whatever, and that's all
Monster
you need.
of the Week, quick starts. Yeah, it's all you need. They'll also be accessible. Like you don't need D&D Beyond or anything like that. And I think also, you don't have to spend anything really on role-playing games. I know it's very privileged to say that perhaps, but like dice rollers are online. Quick starts are either pay what you want most of the time or free. And you get a scenario, you get pre-generated characters. So to get started could take you nothing. And if you want to have the many dice sets, which I can see over there looking at me, if I want the notebooks, if I want this, I could have that, but I don't need it. It's just a way to immerse myself into it.
And you'll often just need one copy. Like if you're playing Fate, your group just needs one copy of the book. The players don't each need a copy of the player's handbook because there isn't one.
Well, but and also Fate as well. That's a pay what you want, the PDF for that, isn't it? Yeah. Or which is, I mean, Evil Hat is absolutely cracking in terms of their stuff as well. So a lot of so, and they've got like with Fate they have the source resource document or the basic game thing, so you can look at the game for free on the website. You don't need a PDF. So yeah, I'm a big fan of people like just give away the core PDF for free. Like a Morkborg is the same thing, where it's like the actual design of it, like the yellow cover stuff like that, you pay for that, but if you want the bare bones, you can get the bare bones of the system for free as an accessibility thing. I'm a big fan of that. So you don't, again, easy thing to give to your players easily, like here you go. You don't have to try and decipher the graphical typography and stuff.
And if as a player, if someone says, if like a game master says, does anyone want to play this game that they've maybe brought with them, say yes. Because that person is not randomly brought that game to the table. That person's got that game because they are excited to play it, and you will get a better game out of them.
100%. Yes, 100% agree on that. When are you next playing in a game then, or are you still? Is your schedule running stuff for the time being?
Planned to play anytime soon. I do miss my old group. We all sort of moved away. Well, I moved away last, but a few people moved away. I had a group where we would every few months cycle out. So we played Root, and we played Brindlewood Bay, and we played Cypher, and we played Masks, and we played just like every now and then we play something, switch it up a bit.
Different. Yeah.
So I played a lot of games in that sort of time period. I did enjoy City of Mist. That would be fun to play again, because again, that's got a very interesting. I often find I'm taken by character creation. It's got a really interesting character creation system. So again, why I like Vampire and stuff. Which is weird that my idea for a game was one that doesn't have character creation.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I do like City of Mist. I did the read through of that. The start of, I do think some of it is a little bit complex, but I love the idea of the mythos versus logos or whatever it is, and the labels and stuff. I thought it was interesting. But the Legend of Mist, the new version of that, doesn't have tags in it at all. It's similar sort of thing, but it's not the same. They moved away from it slightly. I think they're trying to make it a bit more user friendly, which is a shame because I love the idea. The City of Mist stuff, like the setting and the lore, is really interesting. One thing I would say though about that character creation, like you were saying, is that you have to come up with a really strong idea of what you want to play, and then try and fit that into stuff. Because obviously it's like legends and stuff like that. And so I love having tables to inspire me, and I didn't. From what I remember of the quick start, there wasn't a lot of tables to inspire. It was like come up with some ideas, and then you can fit it into the playbooks or the character sheets, from what I remember. But it was I really enjoyed the system, but there was just a little bit more thought had to go into that process of creating character for me. I would say.
No, for sure. You're definitely right there. I liked it because you sort of found a concept, and then you had to apply the logic of the game to that concept, and I found that kind of like that puzzle quite interesting. Because I would often, I'm going to rag on D&D again, but I will often find that the logic of the world bats up against the rules in D&D almost instantly, whereas like a more narrative driven game, like Monster of the Week, the rules are the logic. You're saying, well, I want to do this, and then you figure out the rule that allows you to do the logical thing. As opposed to the D&D, if you watch D&D shorts, where it's just like, oh, DM, I've figured out how to chain this and this and this and this, and I've just done 1,000,000 points of damage. You're like, well, okay, well, that was nonsense, but mechanically, I guess you were allowed to do it.
Yeah.
Whereas it's like, it's in like when things are, the scale is of the rules is but down a little bit. You can be like, I want to jump out the window and kick the vampire in the head, and you're like, yeah, okay. You make some kind of figure out whether the game's equivalent to that role is. Like, you can do that. You don't have to like apply the rules first. Let's see if they allow you. You definitely jump out the window and kick the vampire in the head. It's just whether or not he catches you by the foot and slams you into the ground, or whether you knock his teeth out. Yeah, that's the result of the roll.
I like that way of thinking about it. It's like, yes, this does happen, but how successful is it? Rather than can you do it? It's two very different mindsets, isn't it? Because again, some people are very rules focused. Like, it has to work within the rules, and certain games, like for example, Brindlewood Bay, I do think has a certain structure that you have to adhere to get the most out of it. Not always, but you can do. Good Society is another one as well. That if you follow the play structure of it, you get the most out of it. But you could hack it to be differently. So I think I like that, like you were saying, like rather than be like, oh, we'll see if the rules say that can happen, and you waste time and excitement and energy over like before you go, doesn't work. Whereas I love that approach of going, oh, that excites me. Okay, let's see if we can work. How successful is it? Just letting that happen. I think, that's a much more positive attitude to GMing, and gets me excited to GM. When I one of my boundaries as a GM is having players come up with out of the box thinking, and then they go, and they do that to me and go, will this work? And I go, well, let's see, shall we? Like, I rarely say no to it unless it's absolutely ridiculous. Because it's just more fun that way. Because you want them to succeed. You should be fans of your players doing stuff because they've engaged with the game. They've looked at it from their character sheet and gone, I think this, and you go, okay, I guess.
Yeah. And even in D&D, players are like, well, can I just bend the rules a bit? Like, only just a few sessions ago in my weekly game, one of the characters was like, if I target half as many people, can I have this spell last twice as long? And I was like, Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Like, you should.
Yeah,
Be,
why
why
not?
can't
Yeah.
you customize your spells? Why are your spells such a rigid? You know, you have learned
Has
to
to
do
be
this, and it does
this.
precisely this and only this. Players want to be creative, ultimately.
I guess because like D&D, and obviously it has not been helped by the success, as she says in quotation marks, of Baldur's Gate 3, whereby like I as someone who I absolutely love Baldur's Gate 3, I think the stories are really good, etc. The system is very rigorous and unforgiving at times for like combat and stuff like that. Again, fine, but what I find is that people just then will just keep trying. You need to unlock a door or lockpick a door. It's a level DC 20. Oh, I failed. Well, I'll just reset. I'll go back to an early save and do again and try again to get through. Like I've played in games, I've run D&D games where I've had to stop people and go, look, you get one check to look around and see if there's anything in the room. One of you can help the other person. There's no point doing 3 separate investigation checks. And if you don't think you've done high enough, means you don't find anything because there could literally be nothing in this room, and then you waste a high roll. And having to get people to go back to the basics of asking questions rather than, can I just do an investigation check? That's what my big pet peeve is, people asking for checks. I want them to ask me questions, and then I can decide like, okay, you can do either an arcana or a lore or a history check, and then depending on what they do, I can then give them specialist information. Perhaps I absolutely hate it when people ask for checks, and I know that's a pet peeve, and that's not for say for everyone, but I'm having to untrain people from the Baldur's Gate 3. I'm just gonna do it until I succeed and get what I want. Video game mechanic.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean, but and again, that's just the logic butting up against the rules a little bit. Like if the thief fails their lockpick check, but they're still at the door and they've still got lockpicks, why can't they just try again or keep trying until they get it right? Like there's no reason that, unless there's some kind of dramatic timer on the go, then it doesn't make sense that they can't just like, well, failed that once, guess we don't get in this room.
That's it
like,
now. Yeah.
Well, it is the.
It's definitely situational for that, sure.
It is that the logic of the world kind of butting up against how the rules supposed to. And again, if they fail, then somebody else goes, well, I might as well try. And you're like, well, I can't immediately think of a reason why your character can't try, other than the other one failed. But also, if you let the entire party try everything on the off chance that one of them will get it right.
The thing is, and again, because I'm someone that runs a lot of published adventures, a lot of the time they're searching empty rooms and there's nothing in there.
It is funny.
So then I feel like guilty when they get like, oh, a natural 20, and I'm like, there's nothing in it. Like it's so then I feel like pressure for me to give them something for getting a natural 20. So I have to be. So I try and give them other bits of information where I can and stuff like that. But that's why I have to be like, look, every time you roll, doesn't mean there is stuff here. The same logic applies. Like, you don't have to fight everything. Please run away from stuff. Or there's a trap here. Maybe you might have to come back later because it's a higher level area. So I don't know. It's. I do find being a D&D GM or D&D Dungeon Master, sorry, a very different ballgame than being an indie RPG DM or stuff, because I think maybe that my big thing, and I've always said this as slightly joking, is that at least with other indie RPGs, no one really questions me on the rules because they don't know the rules, but I do. Whereas D&D, people have a very good sense of what the main rules are, so then are more likely to question you, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but sometimes you're like, oh, I don't care.
Yeah.
Just as I think that skit that you did really early on about like how big is the room, how tall is the room, etc. Everyone dies.
Yeah.
Like, end of this game. I don't care for this anymore.
Yeah. And I do think that the expression you said earlier of the forever DM has been born of the fact that it's just sometimes it's just not fun to run D&D. It's just not, those systems just aren't fun to run.
D&D specifically. Yeah, I agree with that completely. But like a forever GM where you get to play lots of different or run lots of different systems, I'm like, again, very lucky that I have players, and maybe you're the same as well, that I have players who are willing to try different systems and are okay with having shorter games and finishing that story, and then what's the next game? Like, I think that's a rare position to be in. Some people are like, I just want to play D&D and that's it. That's okay. There's no problem with that. But I think being aware that that's not there's no one RPG for everyone, and equally there's not one GM or DM for everyone as well. And I think people maybe take that for granted a little bit as well. It's not as easy as we think. We have to keep trying these things and stuff. So there you go. I can see it's getting light outside on your end, so it's getting darker here. I was gonna say it's getting dark on my end, and it's getting light on your end.
Yeah, very slowly. 4:30. Is that the sunrise?
I don't know. You tell. Yeah.
Let's see what the official call for sunrise is. Sunrise is 4:42. Apparently, sunrise is. Okay, so yes, it is.
Oh, how exciting!
And it's going to be 65% chance of rain today.
Oh, what? Yeah, I've heard it's been very bad weather in the UK recently.
We had tons of hail the other day.
Oh gosh. No, thank you. Well, I probably should let you get back to doing some sort of editing, right?
Yes, I should release you back into the wild, as it were. The wilds.
No worries. Thank you for having me. Iowa, but close, very close.
It's true. It began with an I.
It's one beginning with I. No, you'd be surprised how many people do say Idaho, and I go Iowa very quietly afterwards. Oh well, best of luck and everything. I hope the editing goes well.
Yes. No. Cheers. It was a hell of a weekend.
Yeah.
And I look forward to doing it again next year.
I was gonna say, are you definitely doing it again next year?
In some form or other, for sure. Yeah. Just how big
Nice.
we go.
Oh, that's exciting.
How big an event it is. If there's like the thinnest, there's a small chance we'll have product to sell by then. Can't guarantee it.
Fingers crossed. Fingers
It's
crossed.
always not as far away as you think it is.
No, I know, but you said the plan was not to stay in the Hilton, is to go somewhere else.
Hilton's already fully booked. So I looked at the.
It's wild.
When I looked at while we were at the con on the last day, I looked up the Hilton just to see I was like, oh, there's some rooms for like 600 quid. And then a couple of days later, I looked again. Those rooms were suddenly like £1,100. I'm like, who the hell? People just are refreshing the page and booking as soon as any room comes available. I have to assume.
That must be the case, but I have been there at UK Games Expo when there's been other people there that have been there for weddings and stuff on the same weekend, and so it must be absolutely bonkers to be like there in your finest and then to be surrounded by nerds in gaming t-shirts. Like, I don't know either, but yeah, it's wild. But I know there's some people who drive in from like not Birmingham necessarily, but there's about 30 minutes out drive. But they've got
cheap to stay in
much cheaper there.
Yeah. You can stay in Coventry quite cheap.
Yes, I was going to say Coventry is the best shout. If you're able to drive in, that's the key thing. But yeah. Oh well, good. Well, you've got the Kickstarter and all that sort of thing.
Yes.
So exciting there.
All of the things. Right. Well, thank you for joining me. Lovely to talk to you again.
Lovely to talk to you. Anytime. If you ever need me to rant about cons or RPGs, you know where to find me. I'm in Iowa or Idaho. I won't tell you which one.
I just have to search both states.
You have to guess.
To find you.
Both states. I'll be there.
Oh dear. Right. Well, thanks for joining me.
No worries. Bye. Bye.
I transitioned away, so now only I can hear you. I think. Unless I've done it very wrong. Ta-da. Where's my... Oh. Well, jolly morning for anyone who's still watching. The sun is about to rise. So I am going to take a quick break. But yeah, that was a good long chat with Fiona, who is always a delight. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'll get back to my edit to try and get this video out tomorrow. Back in a minute. Whoa. I'm back in the Avid. Back in the Avid to edit away. So yeah, so I'm going to look at finishing off the last half of this video. And then hopefully get it all rendered and done. I'm whispering a bit because my wife's asleep at the other room. But yeah, let's see where we got to. That was a bit of a rough start. Don't know that. It's better. That's better. So I put this in because it's unclear, but it needs something more than that. It needs an image, which I wonder if I have. Why is that upside down? Take a snippet of this, just the video. Maybe the audio as well. Or just one line because it's probably noisy. What are you doing, MacGyver? Stop it. I think that's got him in the wrong place. I think all this stuff has moved along, been moved along somehow. It's because that looks like it's supposed to fit there. Which means that that was supposed to be there. That makes more sense. You're right. You're the star of the show. That needs music or something behind it. Or does it work if I drag one of these, stretch some of this over it? Oh no, because that video doesn't go any further than that. Right, so that audio is very limited. I do have that one song that I've downloaded from YouTube. Oh, in fact, it's already on here. Let's look at be in the shorts folder. Point being, this is the song that I kept playing over the break screen on this stream. How much of it is there? Let's see if it fits at all. Yeah, that works. Let's fade those together and see if that works. Might not. Let's find out. See, that might be the best place to splice that. I haven't put that footage in yet, have I? No, I have not. Go away. You go away as well. Talk to Hall 2. This is the footage I haven't used. This is the interview footage that we haven't used yet. So I need to watch this back. Okay. Man, my voice is croaky. Okay, so we need to move between those two things. Right, so this is the last day. Carriot, what are you doing? I think this top row's gone out, it's very out of sync. Sorry, I'm covered in cats currently. Got one cat sat on my mouse, another cat trying to figure out where she wants to sit on my lap. I know, it's lovely, isn't it? But it takes you a long time to settle down, doesn't it, Carriot? Yeah, okay, you're very attention seeking. No one's going to ignore you, don't panic. while I'm covered in cats, let's just watch this and see where the splices are. think I need this random aside. Just do that. Don't need it. There you go. Okay, so why is that instead of there? I'm gonna put that there, I think. So this needs to say. Wait, why did I say Thursday day 2? My brain just should say Saturday. What's wrong with me? Why did my brain go wrong? I brain glitched. I brain glitched. I'm not talking about Friday this late. So I'm going to cut this in here. Sound pops a bit, so I'm going to chuck in a cheeky transition. That's my sign off. Alright, cool. don't think we need a fourth instance of me talking about. Let's get to. Alright, that will do for a start. Don't need me talking about how for a fourth time talking about how the fucking thing fit in the Hilton. We all know the con used to fit in the Hilton. It's old news. Man, I'm a dork. I'm such a dork. Watching me dorking around like a dork. Should we get the hello? If I get these last few spliced in, I think I might sign off for the night, to be honest. Well, sign off for the morning. Yeah, oh yeah, these guys are talking to me. I really want to get these guys in. So yeah, this is called. Let me just get a definite usage of this. And we have some images of the board. I got some talking to this as well. Forgot I was on camera then. Let me. So that doesn't need to go any longer than that. Okay, well, I need to render this small. I don't really have anything else to say. I've got no more guests coming on. Hello, accosted by kittens. Oh, my back is very sore. I might take a quick break, but yeah, I think I'm going to sign off for the night / morning. The morning rolls around, so I need to finish off this this edit and get this video off. Hopefully. A few hours from now. I know I've only currently got one viewer, but thank you to that one viewer who's still here watching me through waffling about with my edit. But yeah, simply because I don't have any more guests coming on, I think I will sign off. This has been, in my opinion, a very successful stream. I mean, you know, in terms of what I wanted to achieve. I think it's been quite good to have guests and talks. I think I'd be up for doing more of that sort of thing going forward. Possibly not another all-nighter, but it was necessary to get this this video polished up. So, on that note, as the stream draws to a close, I will say good night and indeed good morning. To anyone who watches this in the future, for some reason, why you would sit down and watch a 9.5 hour stream, more power to you. Good time of day. Bye bye.